hearing for this month. It's the regular meeting. We have quite a packed agenda again for tonight. Number of 830G applications that we have to get through, as well as continuing hearing the South Avenue St. A's application, as well as some other regular outstanding items to go through. We've got, let's do attendance. Myself, Dan Radman, I'm here. Krista Nielsen,
Here.
Dick Ward, Kent Turner,
Here.
John Kriz,
Here.
Art Casavant,
Here.
Claire Tiscornia,
Here.
Chris Herring. Okay.
Oh, he just entered the waiting room. It says at the top.
Oh, is he?
Just admitted.
Want to let him in?
Yep.
Chris Herring, are you on?
You might
Maybe
be.
not. Okay, John
There he
Engel.
I think he just popped up.
There he is.
Hi, Dan Radman. Chris Herring here is on.
Got it. John Engel
Here.
and Paul Knag.
Here.
And Alan Swerdlow, were you able to join in?
I don't see him in the.
Not yet. Okay. So we have a quorum. We've got 9 of us here. Let's roll right into this. Okay, so regular meeting agenda, starting off with 824 items to review. 2 items here. Tiger Man from Department of Public Works is presenting. The first one is for the Waveney Potting Shed lease and renovations at 677 South Avenue.
Good evening.
Mr. Chairman, will Mr. Knag be seated for one of the
Yes.
people?
Paul Knag is seated tonight. Correct.
Excuse me, Mr. Chairman.
No problem.
Thank you. Tiger Man, Director of Public Works. So we're here for first of 2 8-24 reviews. The first one is for the Waveney Potting Shed, the lease and renovations. Section 8-24 says that no municipal agency or legislative body shall substantially improve or lease any municipal building without such proposal to take such action has been referred to the commission for a report. In essence, the potting shed, the town council determined a month or so ago to extend the lease to the town players for the use of the potting shed. Previously, the potting shed had been a building that we had used for storage, and then it ran into some issues interior to it. The floor actually fell out of it, and we abandoned the building and hadn't used it. And the players came to us with the thought of renovating the potting shed, using it for their purposes, potentially a black box theater. And the council agreed to extend their lease of the area of the powerhouse to include that portion of the campus. The portions of the POCD that apply to this section 3, preserve and enhance community character, preserve historic resources, encourage preservation of historic resources. This is a building that has been part of the campus since its inception. We plan to renovate the exterior in keeping with exactly what it looks like, and then allowing the town players to utilize the inside, promote community involvement, promote community events, unique events, parades, fairs, concerts, volunteer organizations. The town players fit both of those. As far as the unique events that they'll actually have there, they'll be able to utilize it as a teaching space, some additional rehearsal space for their other productions, and then enhance livability, provide appropriate facilities and services, maintain excellence in our community facilities and services. And since local parks and recreation facilities are an important part of the overall character and quality of life in New Canaan, these facilities should continue to be maintained to a high standard. And that's what we plan to do. We hired Architectural Preservation Studios to take a look at the building. They're coming back with a nice plan for the renovation for the outside. I should just say a restoration, not necessarily a renovation. It'll incorporate a new roof, and then some a possible change to the outside, just in the location of the doors to better suit the town players. Will reestablish the floor and make sure that the building is suitable to live in, and then they can come in and fit it out for their purposes at that time. So we're looking for a favorable return from the the commission, but I'm ready to answer any questions.
They'll continue to use it as a storage area.
No, they'll use it as a black box theater or something else to their purpose.
Hmm.
We no longer need it as a storage area. So we're allowing them to utilize the space. We've been able to find storage areas elsewhere on campus for the materials that were there. There were some snow blowers, some lawn mowers, things of that nature that the recreation department housed. Once John Howe took over as the new Parks and Recreation Director, he was able to find a better location for those materials.
Mr. Mann, this is Commissioner Chris. So the footprint of the building is not going to change at all.
No, it's not.
And the exterior is in need of renovation, to use your term, and the plan is to simply return it to what it originally looked like or
Very
something
close.
different?
Yeah, very close. One of they have doors and locations that might not necessarily work for them, and we might have to relocate the doors one way or another, but it's a stone facade for the most part, hasn't been repointed, and we have no record of it when it's been repointed. So we'll look at repoint it, replace the roof in kind, and then whatever area was wood. Right now, it's certain sections are wood, certain sections are stone. They'll remain the exact same. We might just place a door one place or another for better access. We're trying to open up the campus per se so that when you come into that powerhouse area, it feels like a campus. In the fact that the powerhouse is, has its own space, the potting shed will be part of that. And then we've hired a landscape architect to look at the patio areas in between. One, to make them ADA accessible, and two, to make them cohesive. So that the entire area, as you come to that area, will look as one unit. And we think that the design that's coming forward from Architectural Preservation Studios will do just that.
So as part of the plan, there may be some new doors cut into walls.
Possibly one, yes, that's all. Right now, there's a door that's serviced off of the parking lot. We'd like to have a door serviced from the interior. That's all. It's from the interior of the campus to tie in the campus from the powerhouse to the potting shed.
You mentioned the roof, the type of roof you have now and the one you're
Slate.
anticipating.
Slate, and it'll be replaced with slate,
Slate, as in real slate, or
as
the
in
fake
real slate. Yeah,
Real slate.
that's what we did with the other portions of the campus.
Okay, fair enough. And so what will be delivered to the town players will be essentially shell space that they will fit out TIs or tenant improvements on their own as they see fit.
Correct. Yeah, the majority of it will remain just an open space. They'll have some additional lighting, things of that nature, but the space that will return to them is basically 4 walls and a new floor.
Is there anticipation or is the building currently plumbed?
It is not, well, it's plumbed for heating, but it's not plumbed for bathroom
For a flush
facilities.
toilet? Is
Right.
there,
We're within the distance required to utilize the other areas of the campus for bathroom facilities.
but there's no need for a new toilet facility or washroom in that building?
At present, no. Excuse me.
Okay, those are my questions at the moment. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
The application shows new sidewalks and ramps. Are those new scope or existing scope?
That is new scope. That'll be that, what was shown in the sketch was in essence Architectural Preservation Studios idea of how the space will be utilized. Since that time, we've hired Keith Simpson Associates to work in concert with APS to give us a better feel for that patio area. The connection between the Shed Theater and the rest of the campus.
So just to clarify, Mr. Mann, are you here tonight with this and the subsequent 824 for approval or a recommendation from the commission on the lease or on the substantial improvements?
Both,
Both
right, for this building,
for this building.
we're
And
correct.
I guess we'll get to the next one, but on that
Oh.
one. Okay,
For the powerhouse itself, that's the second 8-24. We
that one.
were asked to
we're-
separate it by building for,
Okay.
to be, instead of campus wide, to separate it by building. So we have an 8-24 for what's happening at the powerhouse, and we have an 8-24 for what's happening at the potting shed.
Okay, so is the one that's happening at the powerhouse, which I know is not the one we're currently talking about, is that also approval of the lease and substantial improvements?
They
Or
already
this-
have a lease that dates back to 1982.
that
It's
one's
just the
just the
substantial
substantial
improvements and the addition of an outdoor bathroom facility.
Okay, so for this one, the potting shed, you're looking for the lease and substantial improvements.
Correct.
Okay, and you're saying the only substantial improvements, because there really aren't any renderings that show us architecturally what's happening to the outside, it's just going to be some changes and maybe a location of a door.
At present, right, we're still working through the final rendition of the exterior renovations per se. We're trying to make sure that the grades will work throughout. The grades have been changed since the town took over, and we actually filled the area quite a bit. So we're actually having to see whether or not, that's why I say that a door might be moved one place or another, only because we're trying to make sure all the grades work for ADA compliance and for the facility itself to be utilized by the town players.
So the reason I asked just for that clarity is because you obviously often come before us, and I can think of a couple of times in the last year it's been for a lease. And then I'm not sure you've come back for substantial improvements. And so I think we should just be clear to this body and to the public, which thing we're actually approving, because
That's
for
fine.
instance, the Playhouse in town, I know we approved the lease, but I don't believe you came back to talk
Haven't
about,
finished the plans yet.
but I see work happening.
Work is happening on the interior just on a demolition basis so that we could actually see what was going on in the facility. Then we plan to come back to you with
So you
that-
do
with
still
that.
plan to come back for
Yeah,
that
the
one?
plans just finished basically today, as a matter of fact. So we have a final feel as to how the building's going to lay out. But we had to open up some of the walls, open up the ceiling, see exactly what we were dealing with structurally, so that we could then determine where we were going to put the HVAC, other things of that nature, see if there was any abatement that was necessary, and then come forward with the final plan. So some of the interior demolition was required to be able to provide a suitable plan to then move forward with the build.
Okay. All right. And so just to be clear on this one that we're currently talking
Mhm.
about, the potting shed, you will not be coming back for any substantial improvements, because we're basically talking about what you want to do tonight and it doesn't sound that
I
substantial.
think so. I
anyway.
think it's just, in essence, it's just a renovation of the outside. So I'm calling it substantial improvements
Okay.
just because of the
The
nature of
language.
where it was.
Right.
But in essence, it's going to stay the exact same footprint. We might move one door or another, but it'll be in kind with what's there. And then we'll be keeping back, we'll repoint the existing stone and then replace the roof.
It's a restoration.
It's a restoration. Yes. Thank you.
And one last question. Have the Historical Society or the Preservation Alliance or any of the bodies in town that deal with historic preservation weighed in on either of these 824s? Because I think Waveney is a historic.
It is. That's why we hired Architectural Preservation Studios, since Ms. Rothbard sits on the NCPA
Okay.
and was on the Historic Commission at one point. She just resigned. That's one of the reasons why we've kept them all apprised of what's going on, as well as the Conservancy. The Conservancy has no purview over buildings themselves, but they do have on the campus itself as to how the feel is. So we went to them early on for the renovations for the powerhouse itself. They were unhappy with the original renovation design, and we scrapped that and went with a new one, with new architects and a new design. So we took into consideration their concerns at that time and move forward from there.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions?
I would just, this Commissioner, could I just make one suggestion, though it doesn't seem to be within our purview, is that you mentioned regrading and sort of integrate the landscape for that area.
It's just to be able to make the grades ADA compliant. Yes, that we have some grade changes throughout the campus itself, and at present, there's some challenges as far as if you were disabled to navigate from one to the next. So the feeling that Keith Simpson Associates will help us with is exactly that, navigating throughout the campus. So the overall look and feel will stay the same. We'll look at a material that's in keeping with the area, since we have bluestone walkways over by Waveney House itself that were just restored. The town and the Conservancy did it together. We're looking at potentially putting bluestone walkways throughout this area as well, because we have a plan to do the exact same thing over at the carriage barn. Right now, the carriage barn has pea stone out in front, which is difficult to traverse for some of their clientele. So we're looking at doing a new patio for them. So we'd like to keep the campus together. So, as far as it goes. So if you go from one area of the campus to another, they all look pretty much the same. It's one of the reasons why I continue to try to hire the same architect and the same landscape architect, so I get that cohesiveness of design.
Thank you, Mr. Mann.
You're welcome.
Commissioners on Zoom, any questions? think we're good.
No questions, but I would like to say thank you, Tiger. I know it's a pain or express our thank you to John Howe that he went to the trouble of finding another space to store his stuff. I know it's very important to this nonprofit that they complete their campus, what they feel is their campus. And I know it's a pain for him to move his storage and find another place. So I commend him for making the effort and finding an alternate. So tell him I said so. Thanks.
Well, thank you.
This is Chris Herring. We are going to move on to the next one. I did have a couple questions on the next building.
Okay, well, since there's no questions on this one, the potting shed, we can consider that closed for now. We'll move on to 824 review of the powerhouse renovations annex bathrooms.
All right, thank you. The same portion of the statute applies except for the lease. This is a substantial improvement to the powerhouse building itself. And in essence, the same sections apply. The preserve and enhance the community character as far as preservation of historic resources, community involvement, promotion of community involvement, and then enhance livability as far as providing appropriate facilities for the park and its facilities. This is a two-part renovation. It was a request from the Conservancy and others that we find an outdoor bathroom space or a space that had bathrooms that were available in this portion of the campus without actually having to utilize one of the buildings, either A, walking through Waveney House, or B, trying to walk through the powerhouse itself, since we have to keep the entire building open for bathrooms. So we looked at, we had Architectural Preservation Studios look at this as well. Reason for that is we had them want to look at the entire campus. So we had them look at the powerhouse and then look at the potting shed subsequent. They came forward with the idea of annexing bathrooms, ADA compliant bathrooms, to the southern portion of the theater storage area. That would be directly adjacent to the parking area. As you pull into the parking area, if you're looking at the powerhouse, it'd be directly in front of you. Right now, it's a unkempt garden at best. And then the other portion of the work is actually an expansion of the lobby, and then interior improvements whereby we're able to get ADA accessible bathrooms in the powerhouse, something we did not have. This powerhouse expansion of their lobby dates back to 1985. They actually received approval from the town council to expand their lobby. It was a two-part expansion. One was to put in the theater storage that you see in the picture, and then the second was to extend the lobby. They were only able to, at the time, raise enough funds to do the theater storage portion, and the extension of the lobby remained undone. At the time that we came forward to the town players to propose the fact that we needed to put ADA accessible bathrooms inside the facility, it was in essence going to take away their entire office space plus an additional portion of the lobby, which if you've been to the powerhouse itself, it's quite cramped to begin with. That's where the genesis of the expansion of the lobby took shape again. And the town players came forward and said that they'd like to see if we could extend the lobby, which would then accommodate the bathroom expansion. That's the project that we're in essence bringing forward right now. The overall fit out and the overall design will come back to the commission for review. This is just strictly the 8-24 to get to jump us off, so to speak. The idea of the expansion has already gone to the town bodies through our budget process last year. It was tabled at that point in time as far as the town's contribution. It's back in front of the town bodies at present. Some monies have already been given forward in that regard, or portion of approval has been given forward for the town players to come forward. Park and Rec has already looked at this. As I mentioned, we had the Conservancy look at the original rendition. They were unhappy with the original rendition. Therefore, we closed our ties with that architect and came to Architectural Preservation Studios to come forward. And they're coming forward with a design which is much more in keeping with the original thought from 1985, which was much more of a glass enclosure and an atrium, so to speak. So the thought is at present, we're just looking for, that portion of the approval, knowing that we're going to have to come back for the actual fit out and the expansion. But in my mind, if I don't get approval on the 8-24, I pretty much stopped to me, so that's the overall thought. I'm happy to answer any questions on this portion of the project. Or
So without full drawings, I'm just trying to decipher what's new scope versus existing.
the new scope would be the bathrooms, the ADA bathrooms themselves, which would take up their office space. So in the back left corner, you see the new office for them. That takes up a portion of the lobby.
Yep.
And then the extended lobby and then the music alcove. So the expansion is actually the 550 square feet plus the 170 square feet or 720 square feet of additional building being added onto the structure, notwithstanding the bathrooms that we just spoke about. Those bathrooms are approximately 20 by 20, so that's an additional 400 square feet.
The bathrooms to the south of the theater
The
storage.
bathrooms to the south of the theater storage, correct? Thank you.
I have a question. Why do we need to do this in two bites? Why couldn't you just come back when you have your plans ready and approvals from the town?
Because one, we're trying to garner a little bit of momentum, and two, if from my interpretation and my understanding, if it's a no from the commission that this does not fit with the P O C D, in my opinion, it does, then the plan basically stops and I have to go elsewhere for a different discussion. So I'd rather not get, completely through everybody and then find out that, oh, by the way, it doesn't fit. In my opinion, for the reasons that I mentioned, I believe it does. I think it fits nicely. And given the fact that this is really an idea that the town fathers had from 1985, and it just didn't come forward until this day. That's the reason. I typically like to use the 8-24 as a stepping off point, because what we normally trip over from a public works standpoint is, who do I go to first, to be quite honest with you. And this is not the easiest, but it is the simplest, meaning that I have to come here first, because if you say no, then the project doesn't go forward. But from here, I get to go to other town bodies, be the Park and Rec and the wetlands or what have you. But if the commission says no, then it's a no, in my opinion. So that's why I typically like to come here first. Then everyone starts to see and get a feel for the project in its entirety. And then we can go forward to the other bodies for subsequent approvals.
So when you say you'll come back to us with more detail, is that, I'm looking at the Waveney zone right now, that'll be under a special permit within the Waveney
Absolutely.
zone?
Yeah, Sarah's already mentioned that we have to do that. So that's why it's
Okay.
literally, we're in the Waveney zone, we'll have to recalculate coverage. I'm gonna have to do a couple of other things, and at that point in time, we'll come back for a special permit and for the overall review. This is really just at this point in time to say that we came to P and Z. They feel it fits with the P O C D. So when we go to the town bodies, the Board of Finance and the Town Council for additional funding for this project, they'll understand that some of the bodies have already looked at it and at least one step is underway. And then granted, when we come back for the plan set, if there's certain things the commission wants to see, then absolutely we can take that. We can do that.
How is this being funded?
At present, it's a private public partnership with town players, pretty much on a 50-50. This portion of the project, the bathrooms themselves are being funded entirely by the town, since that's an amenity for the town itself. Those funds were provided from ARPA for the extension of the outdoor bathrooms. The renovations are a two-part. One, there's monies in my fiscal 24 budget for town buildings to satisfy some of the construction, and then the second is some ARPA funds associated with it as well. But at present, it's close to a 50-50 split with the town players. We haven't finished the overall, we have a design estimate. We're very close to $1 million on it. And right now it's a 500, but when we get done and when it's bidded out, then we'll shake that out in the end.
Mr. Mann, I
Sure.
just have to say that having more public restrooms available and parks and so forth is a beautiful thing. And I'm in favor of that. I think we've all found ourselves in need of these facilities. But regarding the two outside ones that will be accessible, I think also about when they will be open and locked up and, public safety issues surrounding this. Could you share some thoughts?
Sure. They'll be similar to the ones that we have interior to the park over by the softball fields. We just, as part of the rink installation, we made those winterized, so that they're able to be open year round. And then
Okay.
we have a timer on them associated with it. It used to be where Steve Benko, God bless him, used to come and open them and close them every day. Now they're on a timer, so they're basically open and closed, somewhat similar to the park hours. They're a little bit late, obviously those being at the softball field, a little bit late since people will be there, at certain times, but they're able to be set remotely. We'll have a similar setup for these. So they'll be open when the park is open. They'll be serviced by our cleaning crews, which service our other facilities in the park itself. The powerhouse or the town players will not be responsible for that. So right now they were on a daily cleaning during the busy summer months. They're on a 2 times a day cleaning. So far we haven't received complaints that the bathrooms are unkept or unclean.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions, commissioners?
This is Chris Herring. I had just a quick couple of comments. So Mr. Mann, thank you for bringing this forward. It's great to see additional resources put in this corner of the park. I know that this has been a long time in the works, so thank you for all the effort that you put through here. It's exciting to see it. Share the other commissioners' comments about the public bathroom. 2 quick comments. One, in looking at the kind of the renderings on the town players website, so those all architectural renderings should be disregarded until the next presentation. Is that the right way to think of it?
Not necessarily. Those are a good look as to what's being thought for them, but we'll be bringing the completed plan set to you for a full review. So if they tweak a little bit more from what that original look is, I don't want to say, oh yeah, that's definitely it. We're still working through the final stages of the design. So it's a close rendering, but it's not 100%.
Okay, and then on that I guess south side of what I'm seeing here is that there's a storage area adjacent to the bathrooms, and I could see how having the bathrooms there adjacent to the building that has plumbing in it and electricity is probably easier than putting it over in the standalone building. Was there a thought to put those bathrooms in the main building and just keep the main building intact and then move the storage down to the basement and other areas versus having the addition?
Yes, we went through several iterations as to where to place the outdoor bathrooms. The problem that we have is that the new bathrooms for the theater are interior to the structure and not necessarily accessible without going through the facility itself. But we did look at trying to find places for theater storage, trying to see whether or not the original rendition was that the bathrooms were going to be inside the potting shed. And then when we started to look at that a little bit further is one of the reasons why we hired APS to take a look at campus wide. They came forward with the idea of the annex for the bathrooms. It squares off the complex itself. You can look at it. There's a direct line which squares off the shed theater to the annex itself. And there's a little bit of synergy there as far as completing that portion of the campus. And then that freed up what was really nice usable space for the shed theater itself, and kind of gave that potting shed a nice place to be, so to speak, versus just a bathroom.
Yeah.
So we did look elsewhere, and we had ideas where we relocated the office to upstairs. We relocated some of the storage, and each one was problematic from various points of view. Some code requirements, some just logistical from the town players, others safety, and the final plan I think is a very nice look. And I won't call it a compromise. I think it's a very nice look for what we need to accomplish throughout the campus. And I'll leave it at that.
Thank you. No, that's really helpful. And I thanks for highlighting that additional sort of consideration that you went through. Those machinations are good to hear. And I imagine that, as the recently renovated garden with the new roof on the garden by the Alden Bailey Company, obviously this helps with potential weddings and other events that could be held right there in the garden, and potentially brings revenue into the town, which I think is worth pointing out. So thank you.
No, I'll give you a little bit further look, is that we're looking at right now, we have out to bid the service area of Waveney. So where the dumpsters are currently. We're looking at renovating that. That's a public-private partnership with the Conservancy right now, whereby we're going to relocate where the dumpsters are, place them behind a new wall that's in keeping with the existing walls, rehabilitate one of the walls, and then put in a nice patio and seating area so that if a bride comes forward from the inside of the campus, from the interior loop, comes out of the house and walks down those stairs, because they all like to take a picture there, she's not looking at a dumpster. She's actually looking at a nice area and a portion of the campus. And then from there, you can flow across to a nice patio, which will then open you up into the Peony Walk and down to the fountain, or then down the hill. You can spill down the hill towards this other portion of the campus, either through the walled garden, as you mentioned. Thank you for we just took care of those two roofs. They came out very, very nice. And or come down to this portion of the campus.
That sounds great. It sounds like a nice way of capitalizing on resources that are already there and just kind of, linking them all together in a nice way.
Thank you.
Any other questions, commissioners? I think we consider this one closed. We'll vote on it at the end of the night.
Thank you. I'll be back. I got to go to the Board of Finance. Thank you.
Moving on to public hearing items. New items, we have first new item, 175 South Bald Hill Road. Upon application of Lars and Jean Newbone, owners for special permit of section 3.4.b.5 to allow accessory structure in the front yard. Proposed structure is a pool cabana. Structure will be 138 feet from the property line, and any structure less than 150 feet requires a permit in the 4-acre zone at 175 South Bald Hill, map 46, block 124, lot 40. Do we have anyone presenting for that application?
It appears there's someone on Zoom.
Do we have someone on Zoom for this application? That's a no. Does someone have their hand raised in Zoom or
Nope.
nope? All right, we'll have to continue this one then. We'll have to move.
It'll continue to the March 30th.
Yep.
Or March 28th. sorry.
Yep. Next meeting item. This is a continuation on the application for 57 South Avenue. I'll read the two items that the application is for. First one is discussion and consideration of the request of Amy Zavatakis, Rucci Law Group LLC, authorized agent for St. Aloysius Church Corp., owner of 57 South Avenue, map T, block 45, lot 98, for a zoning regulation amendment to amend the New Canaan zoning regulations dated June 16th, 2007, revised December 19th, 2022, to expand section 5.4.c to include as permitted special permit use regulations, special permit use religious institutions in the apartment zone at 57 South Avenue, block T, map T, block 45, lot 98. The second item is upon application of Amy Zavatakis, Rucci Law Group LLC, authorized agent for St. Aloysius Church Corp., owner for a special permit of section 5.4.c to allow construction of a replacement school building and related site improvements in the apartment zone and business A zone at 58 South Avenue, map T, block 45, lot 98.
Mr. Chairman, I attend the church and therefore I'm disqualifying myself for this from this application.
Fair enough. We actually have a number of applicants here, commissioners here that are parishioners at St. Aloysius. And at the advisement of our attorney, I believe Peter is on the line. He's on Zoom.
I don't see him on Zoom.
Oh, is he? Okay. So we had this discussion to all of the commissioners that are parishioners of St. A's, we would just like you identify yourselves and just state whether or not you have any specific involvement with church activities or anything that might compromise your evaluation of this particular application.
This is Commissioner Cassavant. I am a member of St. Aloysius Parish. I have explicitly not attended briefing sessions that were asked of members of the parish in order to remain independent. Prior to this, by the way, I was formerly a board member of the Inner City Foundation, which is the diocesan charitable arm that is involved in financing of schools for the diocese. I don't think that should have any bearing, and unless, Dan, you feel I should recuse myself, I am comfortable proceeding, but I am a member of the parish.
Thank you.
Could I revise my comments?
Yeah,
based on what you
absolutely.
said?
Absolutely.
So let me just tell you what I do with St. Aloysius, and if it's appropriate for me to continue, that'll be fine. I'm not a member of St. Aloysius Church, but I frequently attend St. Aloysius Church. I belong to the Knights of Columbus Council at St. Aloysius Church. I led the sponsoring of a Ukrainian family by St. Aloysius Church. And my granddaughter sings in the choir, but I didn't attend any briefings. And I sent in $1,000 to help pay for the building.
You did.
I did.
Unfortunately, that'll probably disqualify you.
Okay, so I'm back to where I was.
Sorry, Paul. Commissioners, I know there's a couple others that are parishioners.
This is Claire Tiscornia. I'm a parishioner. Just besides just going to mass and teaching CCD, that's about my only involvement. I wouldn't have any bias or anything.
Thank you.
Thank you.
This is John Engel. I've been a parishioner since 1980. I sent all 4 of my kids to St. Aloysius School. And when I did, I was the president of the PTA. But I have not been part of this project. I have not attended any of the planning meetings, although like my fellow commissioner, I did commit money, but so that may disqualify me. I'll leave it to you whether that counts.
Yeah, unfortunately, that does count and would disqualify you if you're helping to fund the project.
Okay.
Any other commissioners?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman.
Yes,
It's
Ken.
Kent Turner. I am a member of St. Aloysius. I don't have any current activities there, or I'm not on any committees or anything. So I don't believe that I have a conflict of interest, or that I can't remain impartial and fair in this hearing.
Thank you, Mr. Turner. So that leaves us for tonight. That leaves us with 7 commissioners that
Yep.
continue to hear. So we're good. Ms. Sabatakis.
Hi, good evening. I guess first, would you prefer that I speak from here or from the table, the desk?
Whatever makes you comfortable. They're both mic'd.
So first of all, thank you for that review of the commissioner's involvement. I appreciate that. I'm here, as you stated, for both a text amendment and a special permit to allow the church to renovate its campus. First of all, I would also like to thank the commission for their time last month. I know we began very late, and we do appreciate the feedback that we received on the submission. I hope that the commission has had a chance to review all of the documents that are available on the town website. We've submitted quite a few new renderings, some additional information, historical information about the property. So hopefully everything that you would like to see is there now, and we'll try to go through everything as well. I'm joined tonight by Father Canali, Chris Otis from St. A's, our project architect, Michael Tribe, our site engineer, Brian McMahon, traffic engineer, Daniel Cleary, structural engineer, Kevin Archer, and Ronan Wilk, who's the landscape architect. Some are here in person, some are on Zoom. Most will be giving you a presentation tonight, but everyone is available if you have any questions for them. However, before we get into the special permit application and the design plans, I would like to review the text amendment because I think that can be sort of addressed quickly and does need to be decided before any special permit is decided. So the St. Aloysius property is within the apartment zone. Currently, the only permitted uses in the apartment zone are single-family dwellings, multifamily dwellings, recreational facilities, and quasi-public libraries, which is basically what's there with the addition of St. Aloysius Church. So we're asking for an amendment to section 5.4C of the regulations to expand that section to include as a permitted special permit use religious institutions. St. Aloysius has owned this property since 1907, and the church has existed at this site since 1917, well before any of the regulations came into place. I submitted a letter dated January 20th, 2023, which details the history of the church's acquisition of the lots, as well as the history of the construction of the buildings on the site. In 1965, the current church sanctuary, the round sanctuary on Cherry Street, was constructed pursuant to a special permit. And at that time, the property was within the apartment zone. So I'm not sure how that was, religious institutions weren't included then, but that's what we have. In 2006, the church entered into a settlement with the town and the developer of the condominiums on the corner of Maple and Park. At that time, and that was because the church owned the land where those condominiums are now. And the, I believe it was called the Melba Inn, was on the opposite corner. There was a settlement entered into so that those condominiums be built where they are. The Melba Inn was torn down and the church's parking lot was expanded. And that was because there was litigation from the condominium. So as part of that settlement agreement, and I just want to quote this language, and this is part of the record, but that settlement agreement included the following language. The Planning and Zoning Commission hereby accepts and approves the St. Aloysius site plan. That was the plan with the parking lot in its current location. However, it is understood and agreed that if and when St. Aloysius applies for a new or revised site plan and or special permit approval relating to its property, the Planning and Zoning Commission, as a condition of such approvals, may require additional or enhanced site amenities such as lighting, sidewalks, and landscaping in the parking lot. So I only bring that up to say, in 2006, again, this commission approved St. Aloysius Church at this location and approved basically the whole site. So it seems like someone must have assumed along the way that religious institutions were part of this section for the apartment zone, which makes sense because religious institutions as a special permit use are allowed in other residential zones. I think adding it to the apartment zone is consistent with the town plan, and it certainly supports the continued historic use of this property as a church and religious school, as well as promoting the sense of place that exists in central New Canaan, which is what the regulations are required to do. So unless there are any questions on that small piece of it, I do think maybe we can try to close that part of the hearing, but I leave that to the commission's discretion. But obviously we'll roll into the special permit part of the application next.
Just a quick administrative question and going through, I mean, there's a lot of stuff on the website. I didn't see an actual text, like written text change of what this would look like. I'm assuming it's literally just adding religious uses as one of the things, or did I miss looking for that?
It was the cover letter to the application included it. And yes, you're exactly correct. It's as simple as that, just adding
Another item to the list.
in that
Okay,
list.
no other language going with it. Okay, I'm good.
This Commissioner Chris, I mean, it sounds like when these special permits were issued, it sort of ignored the status that this is a religious institution, though it wasn't technically falling into it. This is more of my sense is that this is sort of a cleanup of the language and sort of a codification of what's been going on for a number of years.
I feel that's correct. I think there was an assumption made that the special permit uses in the apartment zone matched more carefully the special permit uses allowed in the residential zone as a whole, and or people thought the apartment zone was part of the residential zone. I'm not going to try to guess as to what happened, but I do 100% agree this is really more of a cleanup since there have been actual special permit approvals for the church while it's been in the apartment zone.
Ms. Sabatakis, this is Art Cassavant. I actually have a question. Now, the school, and this links back to the assertion that you just made that the Planning and Zoning Board by default or intent agreed that the entire plan was consistent. If I'm correct, the school building was built in 1958. Did you do any research on a similar line relating to that question and whether or not there was similar review in 1958 or 1957 when that permit was issued?
So the school was, or at least the applications for the school came through in 1956. I will say the town's files on this property leave a little bit to be desired. Part of it is because they have so many different addresses, but I do think we did a pretty thorough search of the files. And then frankly, some relevant files were actually in my firm's office because of Mr. Rucci's long-term relationship with St. Aloysius. But to answer your question directly, in 1956, a variance was issued for the school building because it is within the setback, but no, there was no special permit issued at that time.
So, and again, I don't want to be problematic here, but I think procedurally we should be really clear. I think I just heard you ask to sort of close the discussion about the text amendment, but I think that barring legal review of that question, we should obviously be open to concluding that 2006 was fine, but we then have the same issue on the school, right?
Well, the school, that is precisely why we're asking for this text amendment, that the school it would be considered a religious institution as well, because it's a religious school. So by adding.
I understand that, but my point is I don't think we should just blithely conclude that because there was a reference to it in 2006, that the other building, which was built with only a variance, that we can conclude that this is okay to go forward. I mean, I'm not suggesting it isn't, but.
Right. And I am not suggesting that because in 2006 it was said it was okay, that's the reason why you should say it's okay now. You do need to make your own analysis, which is why I walked through why I do believe this text amendment is appropriate, fits with the plan of conservation and development. If the commission's not comfortable closing this part of the hearing, that's completely fine. It really doesn't matter one way or the other. I was just trying to be clean about it. But if you'd like to seek legal counsel, of course, that's not a problem. But I do think, to your point, I absolutely think you need to go through the analysis of whether or not this text amendment is appropriate. I'm giving you the background so that you understand the history, but you have to go through the analysis now.
This is Commissioner Chris. I would agree with where my fellow Commissioner Cassavant is going with this, is that what is the legal definition of a religious institution? Is a parochial school a religious institution? You could argue that or not. You could say it has to be a house of worship is a religious institution. Is a church community center a religious institution? Is clergy housing a religious institution? And so just to make sure it's tidy, this commission may wish to be precise in its language on exactly what would fall under this. And these are various things that you're planning, not clergy housing, but maybe you decide to change your mind on this. And that may be a way to deal with this because, as an attorney, you can get caught up in the weeds in some legal definitions and you don't want to find out, got to come back for essentially errors and omissions type of situation. It creates time, hassle, cost, and you probably just as soon avoid that. So I just suggest perhaps to the chairman of the commission, this is something we may wish to consider, perhaps seek town legal counsel on exactly what, assuming we like the concept, which is the first, assuming you're over that, then it's how to state it in a precise way that fits what this commission feels is appropriate. So agreed. I would put that out there.
Agreed.
Fair enough.
Okay.
Okay. So with that said, is the commission okay if we move on then to the special permit part of the application?
Absolutely.
Okay. So let me just grab the presentation. sorry. Okay. So, so for many years, the parish has been looking for ways to renovate the property. As was discussed, the school was built in 1956. And it is a tired facility and has had problems in the past. So the school really needs to be renovated. And the campus as a whole is not fitting with the growing congregation. So in order to accomplish the goals of the church, the plan is to demolish the school building, which is this sort of upside down U-shaped building, and demolish the house at 30 Maple Street, close off the South Avenue curb cut, which is almost never open upon request of the fire marshal already, reconfigure the traffic flow within the property, and build a new community center building. So this is our new site plan here. With the entrances, the two entrances on Cherry, one entrance and exit on Maple. So before we get too down into the weeds of the plan itself, I would like for Father to come up and speak to you on why the church is undertaking this project at this time.
Good evening. Thank you. So as Amy indicated, the parish has seen growth in membership from 6 years ago, 2,600 families to now 3,100 families. And we feel that we do need more space, not only for teaching, but also for meeting because of the growth and expansion of the different ministries in our parish. As Attorney Zapatakis mentioned, we also have an aging school building. And we'd like a new structure that will accommodate our school students as well as the nearly 1,000 religious education students that come to us in the afternoon during the week and on Sunday. We also felt the need to add a green space, which we are sorely lacking on our current campus. And so that will mean, as you just heard, 2 new buildings, one that will house a community room and a youth center. Our youth ministry is extremely large. And also a second building, which would be an education and faith center that would house St. Aloysius School, which would go from pre-K through 8th grade, as well as housing the religious education program and give us some nice meeting space. We feel that this is a great need for our parish, but also an opportunity for the town, which we would be able to provide some additional space. Even though we have the large library across the way, we still, we've talked with the library staff actually about the need for some additional space occasionally. And we also are happy to present to you this evening some new structures that are sensitive to our location, which is downtown at an important intersection and across from the new library. And we believe that our new design is in concert with that library plan. So it is a great need of our parish, and we think also a great opportunity to make some wonderful space available downtown. Thanks.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Chris Otis, and I am the youth minister at St. Aloysius. My family, my husband, my 3 sons, and I, up until just shy of 2 years ago, lived in New Canaan for about 25 years. I wanted to be present tonight to speak as an advocate for the youth of our parish, who are also the youth of our town. Over the last 10 years, we have been hard at work to provide many offerings of prayer, worship, and service to others for our middle school and our high school students. And in those 10 years, we have outgrown our current space that we call our youth room in the Tudor House at 30 Maple. Our parish has grown, and we have a need for larger space for our parish activities, as well as dedicated open space for our teens. I think we can all agree today that the teens of today crave community. So many of them have made the conscious decision at St. Aloysius to make their faith a vital part of their lives. And it's our responsibility as their parish to ensure that we have dedicated and appropriate space for them to gather and form community and exercise their faith. Not only space that will accommodate these gatherings, but space that allows them to be together in one larger space, not segregated in separate rooms, which has the potential of creating an environment of exclusion. Sometimes something I think we can all agree on is detrimental to the young people of today. I worry about our young people every day. I pray for them, and I've seen the benefits of providing to them quality experiences that help them focus on others. At St. Aloysius, from small group discussions on how their faith helps them navigate the world, to watching teens mentor the children of single mothers from Malta House and other organizations. There's nothing like watching the face of a child in crisis light up as a teen spends time with them, or a high school boy hangs out with a peer from Norwalk that may not have a positive male role model in their life. To being present to friends with special needs and providing inclusionary events for them. To sorting clothing and toiletries for the homeless, providing safe space for our middle school students to come after school, or a supervised place for high school teens to gather on a weekend night. These are all opportunities that the youth space that we have envisioned will allow to happen, and will continue to provide these opportunities for our youth. It's something that we take seriously and we feel necessary. The other opportunity that exists in everything we offer through St. Aloysius Youth Ministry is the development of leaders, as each outreach effort is led by our teen leaders who we mentor in the leadership skills of planning, execution, accountability, recruitment of peer volunteers, and public speaking. And so I urge you to allow us to proceed with the plans to make the changes to our campus so that we can help our teens come to a place where they are welcomed, can be in the company of caring adult mentors, and can continue to grow in their faith life and hone their leadership skills before they go on to the next part of their journey outside of our town. Thank you for listening.
Thank you.
One thing I just wanted to add on to what you just heard is, there's been discussion of having the larger meeting space. I think one thing that I want to make sure comes up at this point is that by moving some of these larger meetings into the community center, Stapleton Hall, part of the plan will be some renovations to Stapleton Hall, and that will allow larger meetings to move out of Stapleton Hall. And that will be the place where we have the smaller meeting rooms for reflection, and it'll allow a much more cohesive use of the entire campus. So now, since we've talked quite a bit about the campus, I would like our project architect, Michael Tribe, to come up. He's going to provide you a little background on his firm, why they're involved with this project, and then walk you through the building and site design plans.
Good evening. My name is Michael Tribe, architect from Peter Giusalti Associates. As Amy mentioned, I want to give you a little bit background of our office, also show you information about the site conditions, the master plan that we came up with, what the proposed buildings are, the overall context of the campus, and the material selections and renderings that help understand how the building comes together. And let me just go here. So this just is a little summary of who we are, but we mostly work with public and private clients. We've been around since 1976. We offer integrated services in architecture, landscape architecture, planning, and interiors, and mostly work on community type buildings, if it's libraries or schools and educational buildings. We are very adept in sustainable buildings and in the craft of building good architecture. This is just a list of independent schools that we worked with in the past. And I just want to point out two of them, Ethel Walker and the Master School we worked at for over 20 years. They're actually shown in your New Kingdom strategic plan as examples of good design. This is work that we did. We're proud of that work. Again, a list of public schools, some of which we worked for over 20 years, like at Scarsdale. And then a lot of colleges and universities that we provided services and did very interesting work. So one of our principles is that we learn from the places that we go to. We don't come with a pre-existing idea. What's the place about? What's the landscape about? what is the institutional culture? What's its vision? Right. This is very similar to what you have as your strategic plan and ideas of what you need in the town. And the idea is to create these indoor and outdoor places that are a reflection of the institution that we're working for. This is an example at the Hackley School where we worked for 20 years. On the left-hand side is the plan that we arrived at, which was the whole campus was invaded by parking lots and driveways. And on the right-hand side is the master plan where we built a new lower school, a new middle school, and created these quads and turned this into a pedestrian campus. So here's a photo of before and what it looked like with all the parking lots, and what it looks like today with the lower school on the hill on the left-hand side and the new middle school to the right-hand side. And this is all kind of within the language of the architecture of this school. Another example, again, this is the in Simsbury, and sorry, I'm gonna open my pages here, the Ethel Walker School. And when we arrived there, again, everything was invaded by cars and parking. And when we left, we created this central green and took that dorm building and turned it into an academic building that kind of surround that, this Georgian style. And another quick example, at the Byram Library in Greenwich, it's a branch library. It's a one-story 1960s kind of Scandinavian building. And what we achieved there is to put a split level addition that actually enhanced the building. All these examples are just to show you that we arrive and find out what the place is about, and we don't come with a preordained or idea of what needs to happen. And this library got an AIA High Honors Award. Another award for the Greenwich Academy for the Harrison Lower School Courtyard, multiple levels, very difficult. And here's the Greenwich Academy Arts Center, which also has a awarded. But I wanted to show you this in particular because this is something that we've included in St. Aloysius, is 2-story high glass windows with brick pilasters that look quite nice. Same thing we did at the Half Hollow Hills Library in Dix Hills that also has awards. The light fixtures that you see there are going to be similar to the light fixtures that we're proposing. What was built here is not dissimilar to what we're showing for St. Aloysius. Here's an interior shot. And again, this project just got 2 awards, one from the Long Island chapter and one from the Westchester chapter. Anyway, starting here with the site plan, this is to the north, to the top of this image is Cherry Street. The bottom is Maple, to the left is Park, and to the right is South. And if you look at this site plan, what's happened is so much parking and asphalt that all these buildings are disconnected. When you go from any building to the other, you have to cross a parking lot. There's a series of photos that I wanted to show that just kind of identify these areas. Going back here, that first arrow pointing north, you're in between the church and the school, heading towards Cherry Street with parking on the right-hand side. This is we're to the right of the church facing east. You can see the new library beyond, the school to the left, and the church that was built in 1917, the parish center to the right. And then another photograph with the church to the left and the parking to the right from Cherry towards Maple. And another shot from Maple, looking kind of northeast with a church, the school, and the residential building. We started working with the parish in 2004, and this was a master plan that was done in 2005. And like AB mentioned, there was this swap of properties from the corners of Cherry and Park to Maitland Park. And I think that helped the town. It helped the developer, what he was trying to do, and the parish gained some frontage on Cherry and better parking in terms of its relationship to the church. The current master plan that was done in 2021, the only thing that's happened is the chapel has moved south to the south end of the school. And we combined the traditions of the monastic cloister that's typical in educational buildings with the idea of the New England Town Green, right? Creating this center heart of the space with the significant buildings around it, and respecting the historic buildings, the 1917 church and the current St. Aloysius Church facing that green. So here is it in plan. The objectives were pretty clear: creating a safe and pedestrian accessible campus, move all the vehicles and parking west, creating this courtyard green, connecting the 4 buildings, building a community hall and community spaces for community life close to the church, replace the school with a new school that meets education and religious educational needs, and provide a variety of meeting spaces that serves the whole community. But here you see the actual plan of the 2 new buildings that create that courtyard, that inner space. And part of the one of the other objectives is to create a sustainable campus, not only on the buildings, but on the site. And kind of enhance kind of the historical significance of these 2 buildings. This is the landscape plan with the tree plan. Basically, we're planting over 30 trees, native plants, and adding native plants, as well as adding a pollinator garden, creating an outdoor terrace next to the church for outdoor services. And then there's a cafe with its terrace and a play area. I think we've rationalized the drop-off and pickup area close to the new community building. And we do a little close-up. We've added 3 benches along South Street with the tree canopy that exists and some additional trees. And there is, you'll see up at the top, it's hard to, well, maybe I can point at this. Yeah, here we go. There's a transformer that's going to be outside the mechanical right here. So we are screening that with appropriate planting. There are 3 trees that are going to be removed. They're in the way of construction. But at the same time, we're also protecting 3 maples, large maples along Maple Street, and a locust tree right in the parking lot here. This is just images of the existing signage. There's no proposal to modify any of the existing signage. So here's the plan of the building, of the school. It's turned. So Cherry is actually on the left-hand side and South would be running over the top, just to fit on the plan. The school has a lower floor of 21,300 square feet and a second floor of 5,700. So overall, it's a 27,000 square foot building. It has on the lower left-hand side a gymnasium, and then you can see there's a 5 classroom wing on the corner of Cherry and South, which is this wing here. This is the second floor, this piece here that sits on top of that. So that's a 2-story classroom wing. And then there's a 1-story wing for early childhood education. And the chapel has relocated to this position. And I just want to show, how we've modulated and articulated the exterior elevation of this building along South, as well as the 2 corners of the 2-story building that stick out and project towards south. This shows, if you see the blue line, that's the existing outline of the existing school. So that outline follows all the way here, and it practically reaches to where the chapel is right there, and then comes back and bumps back. So we're pretty much in the footprint of the existing building, except this wing over here has been removed. The roof plan, between the two-story classroom wing and the gymnasium, there's a one-story roof that holds the mechanical systems. There are 2 units that are about 6 feet high. And then there are 3 heat pumps that are about 7 feet high that are sitting in this area. And they would be screened on both ends, the north and south end. So if we look at it now, I've turned the building for you again. So that's Cherry up here. That's the gym, that's the school. So the mechanical units are sitting up on that roof. Also for the community building, we're considering a geothermal system. So a lot of it is running or electricity or geothermal, and minimizing the use of fossil fuels. These are the elevations. The top elevation is running through the courtyard, looking towards south. So on the left-hand side is Cherry here. So this is the elevation of the gym. The 2-story classroom wing is in the back. The 1-story child center is in here, and then there's the chapel at the end of that. And if you turn it around 180 degrees, now we're on South Street, and the 1917 brick church is right next to us over here. So this is the new chapel, the 1-story wing, and then the 2-story wing of the classrooms with the 2 protruding corners. And then again, there's another section elevation that's looking from the courtyard towards Cherry Street. So it has a section through the 2-story classroom wing, and then an arcade that kind of connects the circulation path, covering the gymnasium behind. And if you turn the building 180, you're on Cherry Street. South is to the left. So here there's an articulated 1 classroom wing sticking out, staircase, that 1-story connector with proper screening for those mechanical units, and the gymnasium in here. And again, now with the blue, we're showing the existing building. So you can see, for example, at the lower level, that the existing gym is just a few feet away from where we're proposing ours. The gym is kind of to the eave and continues over there, drops off. And then up here, you see the 1-story wing that currently exists, and then bumps up to the gym space in that location. Images of the chapel. The front and back walls are covered with stone. Sides are in brick, and we've used some motifs that come from the historic buildings. The interior is simple, clean, and inspiring. Here we provided a comparison. On the right-hand side is the program graphically to scale of the community building, right? So the overall size of that building is about 5,160 square feet. And it has on the first floor a meeting room, which is that large blue area, meeting room of about 1,440 square feet. The youth suite on the second floor is 900 square feet, but when you add all of the activities up there, it's about 1,500 square feet. And so you can see that everything that's needed for that community building are larger spaces. This is the first floor, and we're comparing it at the same scale to what the residential building at 30 Maple looks like. The largest space in that building is about 400 square feet. There's another one for 260 square feet, and everything else is our small bedrooms spaces. So here's the plan of the community building. It sits close to the church, and it has a covered porch that wraps around, so that you can walk from the church to an event here, covered by the porch roof. That's a large meeting room and a cafe, and then upstairs is the youth center. The building in elevations. Again, upper left-hand side, you can see that porch that comes from the church and turns the corner. And as you turn the corner, you have the part of the building that faces Maple Street. The lower left-hand is actually seen from the courtyard, looking west. So there's a one-story piece of the building that's closer to the church, and then a two-story wing that has a youth center above. We put together this because I thought it's very instructive to see what the adjoining building heights, what the heights of the buildings are. And the first part of this is to just look at the change in grade. So the lowest spot is the corner of Cherry and South, and that's around at elevation 290. And as you travel, as you walk towards the church, it gets to a height of 299. So there's a 9-foot difference. The church is sitting 9 feet higher at ground level, that sidewalk, than the corner. And if you do the same and you walk up south, you get to a point of I think it's 298.5. It's about 8.5 feet higher. And then again, if you continue on Maple, this thing disappears on me. You continue on Maple, you get to a point of about 303.8. So this between the low spot and the highest spot of the property is about 14 feet approximately. So when you look at the view, which has two buildings of 40 and 50 feet high, if you add the 14 feet of the grade change, those buildings really related to that lower spot, they're at 64 of 54 feet high. The library, which is across from South, it's probably 2 to 4 feet higher than that corner. And the majority of the roof is at about 34 feet high, and there's a section that's about 45 feet high. So when you come to the site, the church roof is at 32 feet off of the grade where it is, and the tower is at 48 feet. And the same thing with the 1917 church. The ridge is at 50 feet, and the tower is 61 feet. So that's the context of the buildings around what we are proposing. The community building ridge, the ridge of the community building is at 27. It's not the average height, I'm just talking about the ridge, the highest point, 27. So it is lower than the existing church and obviously lower than the 1917 building. And then as we wrap around the corner, both the gym is at about 31 and 31.8 feet, and the two-story classroom wing is at 32, and then the one-story is at 18. So when you put it in the site, this building is a little lower just because of the grading of how things happen in here. I won't go through a full description of this, but the first section is a section through South Street, goes across the two-story wing with the classrooms and the gymnasium, and then across the face of the church, and it has all the elevations there. The second one is across the courtyard, and it shows the gym, it shows the two-story wing and the one-story wing, the chapel, and then the parish center, the 1917 church, the brick church. And then the one in the bottom has, it's covered here, but it has the library in scale. I don't know if I can move this. Okay,
I can move it on.
there we- I just moved it. There we go. Hold on. I put it on the other side. I got it. So you can see the height of the library compared to the one-story wing of the early childhood center. And then also in section going through the community building with the two-story wing and the one-story one closest to the church. Uh-oh. No, it's not moving. What?
You're trying to get to the next slide.
Yeah. It's not moving.
Not moving?
No.
Mhm.
I had just moved that. Oh, thank you. Okay, so these are two renderings of the community building. So this is across the courtyard, Cherry's up here. See the actual church and how that community building would fit in next to it. Obviously, it looks a little higher just because of the perspective, but we saw that the elevation is actually lower than the church, which is a 32, and this is a 27. And from the other side, turning the building in the other direction, here's the side of the church. There's the old church, the 1917 parish center, with this community building, with the one-story piece closest to the church, the covered porch, and then the two-story piece close to the existing church. These are some images, kind of renderings. This is currently from Maple looking, you're on south from the corner of Maple. And you've got the church and the current school on the left-hand side and the library on the right-hand side. And then this is an image of potentially what the building would be, where you have the chapel here, the one-story part of the school, and the two-story section by the corner of Cherry. Here's going down south a little further. You've got the gas station on the right-hand side and the current school on the left. And what that two-story building would look like with the bump outs in the corners. And then this is on Cherry Street looking towards south with the gas station over here and the school to the right. And what approximately the building would look like in terms of mass and scale. Wanted to show you.
If I could,
Sure.
the curb cut there goes away.
That's the curb cut that goes away. Yes, that's the one on south.
That's been left as is in the picture.
Yeah, it currently has a. I'm going the wrong direction. It's not shown in the photograph, but it has a gate a little further up, and most of the time that gate is closed. Yeah, of course, that gets all landscaped and refinished, but yeah, that goes away.
Just want to be clear. Thank you, sir.
Sure. So in terms of materials and architectural cues, the 1917 brick church has, it's mostly brick and limestone. It has the buttresses. It has the pointed arch windows that we're showing in the new chapel, and these vertical windows in between the buttresses with a slate roof and dormers. The school itself is mostly brick, but it has these long horizontal windows. The church has a facade mostly in stone for the tower and the part that faces Cherry, as well as the section in the back that has the curved shape and the standing seam metal roof above the tower. And on the side, there's a combination again on the back with the stone, and on the side there's a exposed aggregate concrete, which is these sand colored area, and it has also these vertical slit windows that kind of inspired us to look at this. So here, looking a little closer to the granite that was used, is a mix of grays and tans and yellows. I mean, it's a very interesting stone selection. And you can see in the stone aggregate, again, colors of sand and cream and off-whites and sepia tones. So we've contacted one stone representative. He found some stone that's pretty similar. And I think we'll keep looking to make sure that we find exactly the right thing. This is called a Kensington, and it comes in several shapes and sizes, which give us a similar look. We also found one brick color, which is this one. It's called a Sunset Flash, and it picks up on some of the warmer tones in the stone. And then this other brick that's compatible with the previous one, but it has that same speckle in it, that picks up some of the sand color that's in the aggregate. So here's the kind of the general view of all the materials, the two colored bricks that will show you in the elevations, how they fit together. The metal panels on the upper left corner from Centria. The color of potentially of the window systems in this dark charcoal gray in the center. The possibly use of precast concrete and in a limestone color. And then the roof, we have two options for the roof. One is the standing seam metal. The other one is this membrane roof where you can add ribs to it. It makes it look like a standing seam. It's a little less expensive, but we're pricing both of them, as well as looking at a photovoltaic system for some parts of the roof that provide some of the solar power. So here's a kind of a definition of the materials for the community building. With a standing seam metal roof or the membrane roof above. There's a little bit of a little turret, that's the elevator overrun. Aluminum soft fascias and gutters, cementitious stucco for the walls, the aluminum doors and windows, and then a timber framed porch and deck with the cast stone water table indicated over here, and then the stone base. And we're using a stone base both in all the buildings in a way, which is kind of a belt that kind of ties everything together. These are two of the rendered elevations. The hip roofs make the roof feel lower. It gives you something that lasts a very long time. We've got the warm colored finishes to match the existing. The location of it, the proximity to the church with the large meeting hall, the cafe and the youth center. And then this is a close-up of the school with its materials. Again, similar with a standing seam metal roof or the membrane roof, the aluminum windows, the pilasters between the windows. And in the corners where the building sticks out, we're suggesting adding to the field brick, adding the stripes that give the sense of rustication. And again, the metal panels are only at the top as we move towards the roof that's metal above there. And then the stone base with a precast water table. And that darker, warmer, richer brick under the windows. So there's a series of materials as you move up the elevation of the building. So here's a rendered elevation of south and on the top, and the rendered elevation of Cherry at the bottom, starting with the stone end walls of the chapel. And then the one-story classroom wing and the two-story classroom wing. And then as you turn the corner, the two-story wing coming across, and here's that one-story area where the mechanical units would go with proper screening, and then the gym following that. I think we've articulating these elevations with proper projections, modulating with the different materials, and really creating enough variety to the overall feeling of the building. So this is what we're accomplishing. We're building these 2 new buildings, creating a safe pedestrian campus, creating this green that's the connector that is respectful and opens up to the 2 historic buildings, and is the heart of the community life, and create a school that's appropriately scaled for current education as well as for religious education. Adopt the highest sustainable standards possible, creating a safe drop-off zone that we've talked about, and improvements to, and we haven't gone into it, but improvements to all of the drainage and water issues by bringing in this new landscape space. I think I'll stop there and. Yeah.
We have a short, let's see if I can do this easily enough, a short video that Michael's team has prepared. Let's see, I need to share. I'm not sure how to share something different.
There you go.
I don't think that's what's up there. It's not.
You should just stop your share. and then
Okay, I'll
restart it.
stop my share. Okay, sorry. Okay, here we go. All right, so this is just to give you a sense of how these new buildings will feel in context, and what we've tried to do is incorporate the view and the new library, those plans into this. I will say, having watched this myself, I find that the grade changes are not quite as well articulated in this as perhaps they could be. So the buildings look a little bit more all the same height, but you all know the area well enough that I think you can understand what we're showing. If anything, our buildings look bigger because the view looks smaller. All right, so here's our site. We'll be looking at Cherry, Maple, and South. Here's the starting point for the video. And it'll walk around the site and then into the center courtyard. A little bit of a drone shot. Oh, we have music. I haven't heard music anytime I've watched it. All right, so those are the condos on the corner of Park and Maple. Now we're on Park Street. Turning down Maple. So we'll see the new, those are still the condos on the left. As we go forward, you'll see the new view buildings on the right. And the community center on the left, as well as the existing 1917 building. This is looking back towards the current church sanctuary and adjacent new community building. That's the 1917 building there on the corner. And now as we come towards south, you'll see the library across the street.
These trees are all trees that are or will be on site.
On what's shown on the church's plans, correct.
Thank you.
So you see there the chapel and the new school building on the left. I feel a little nauseous when we go through the cars like that, but I didn't do the video. So you can see the proposed school building. This is the 2-story portion with the 2-story classrooms. And then turning off of South on to Cherry. You'll see to the side that area that Michael referred to, where there's a one-story connection between the two-story school and then the gym building. And then we come to the existing sanctuary tower. So you can see how everything connects together. This building connects the two, Stapleton Hall and the existing sanctuary. And then that takes us into the central courtyard where, as discussed, we now have a safe central courtyard for the children, for the parishioners, and a large addition of green space for the town, as well as for the church community, with safe pedestrian pathways through the campus.
Is there any plans for like a playground for the school?
Yeah, actually, that area that's white, that large white area is in generally where that playground would go.
Any other questions at this point for Michael?
I have a few commissioners. Does anyone else have questions before we?
Can I just ask one question of Michael? This is Art Cassavant. The total coverage, and I noticed you obviously compared the old 30 Maple building to the new building, but if we looked at total coverage of the entire square footage at the base, new versus old, what happens with that calculation?
I don't have it in front of me, so I don't have the exact numbers, but it's less. Our coverage is less now, because remember, the existing school is that U-shaped piece. So
Yeah.
like one of the wings of the school, and also removing the residential building, although we're saving space overall, there's less coverage.
And thank you. And I presume that there would also be less impermeable coverage as a result of this green space addition?
Yes, absolutely.
Thank you.
And all this driveways and parking as well as buildings, so yes.
Sorry, this is Amy Zabatakis. Brian McMahon, who's a site engineer, will be speaking in a few minutes, so he can give you those exact numbers. Any other questions for Michael?
I do. I think Mr. Turner might as well, and I'm just going through some of his notes. I'm assuming you guys got the memo from Mr. Turner. Couple of items, the mechanical units for the low single-story connector between the school building and the gymnasium. You mentioned those are going to be screened somehow?
Yes.
The elevations don't show any screening, so do you know how tall that element's going to be?
It'll match the height. So if the unit is 6 feet high and it's sitting on supports that are 12 inches or so, 7 feet, we would match that height, 7 feet. So, and because their units are not right on the edge, they're a little further back, you won't be able to see them because your sight line will go over the top of the
What will
unit.
be the material of the screening? Will it be louvered or will it be something else?
It's probably a metal screen that allows for air to go through. Probably more likely to be kind of a horizontal design to it. On the inside, if you look at the even here, we've got from the courtyard side, we've got a one-story roof that covers that arcade in front of the gym. That will continue all the way across, so it creates a barrier from the interior of the courtyard too. We won't see those units.
And then on the single-story portion of the lower school where you have effectively flat roof between the chapel and the two-story school building, there's a portions of flat roof.
Yeah.
Will there be anything up there that kind of looks like it needs a roof, but there's no roof visually on the elevations? Is there anything going up there? Is there going to be screening required? How is the mechanical systems for that area?
No, there's no equipment going up there.
Okay.
There's no need for screening. The study for the solar panels is still underway, so we don't have a complete answer. But some of the flat roofs are potentially good locations for that. So if anything, there would be some solar panels, but that's about it.
Where will HVAC units for that portion of the building live?
Everything lives in that one-story piece between the gym and the two-story classroom wing. There's no, they're all heat pumps. So there's separate heat pumps along the corridor into each of those classrooms.
Okay. I know it's the scheme is pretty developed in terms of a schematic design, but I would ask you to just revisit that, distance limitations on heat pumps and getting from one end of that building to the other end, and might be problematic. Just
Okay.
a heads up.
Yeah. I'll take a look at that.
You show louvered dormers on the roof of the school building.
Yeah.
Is there an attic space? Is that a mechanical space? What's in there?
It's just
Decorative.
unused attic space. They're more decorative than anything else.
Okay. Windows at the gym facing Cherry Street, those are tall windows. It's obviously a gym. Is there going to be any protection or any kind of anything on the interior? I mean, obviously you've got kids playing basketball and it's gonna have to be, safety windows, tempered or some otherwise laminated. But will there be any kind of a treatment from the inside so that the window will look different from the exterior?
There's no need. So what we do is the double insulated glass, we order it with different thicknesses. So the interior thickness is a heavier glass and a thinner one on the exterior. And it resists, we've done this in other gymnasiums, it resists most, unless you're playing baseball or lacrosse in there, it survives, it's fine.
And then the glass throughout the school building and the new addition, is that all going to be clear glass, tinted?
Clear glass.
All clear glass?
All clear glass, yeah.
So will there be window treatments on the inside that will further help to screen the sun or shade the sun? What are we going to see?
So yes, in every one of the classrooms, there would be shades.
Uh-huh.
I don't think we need dark, to darken the rooms, but it's just the screens that allow kind of for the light early morning and late afternoon light not to affect the.
Would that apply to the gymnasium building windows too?
In the gymnasium building, it's interesting because these small ones that we see here are the ones that are facing south. So these are the ones that are more intrusive in terms of sunlight, and they potentially should have shades, but they would probably have to be motorized because they're so high. Mm-hmm. The ones on Cherry Street, it's the north side of the building, so you never have direct sunlight there. So I don't think there's a need for anything there.
You've got stucco or ephes on the community building as opposed to the brick on the school building.
Right.
What's the rationale with change of materials there? I would think you'd want to keep it uniform, but
yeah. It's a different type of building compared to the school. We wanted to distinguish it from the school, that it is a community building. We also were considering this cementitious plank siding as a possibility, but it has more of the proportions of a home than a school, and just because of its different use. We've used stucco. It works very nicely with stone when you do the combinations. But if it needs to be siding, it can be siding. It's not a deal breaker.
Okay. And then the last item to touch on is just and Mr. Turner might want to pick this up where I leave off, but just articulation of the facade specifically on the longer elevations facing South Avenue and facing Cherry Street. kind of helping, it's fairly flat and planar right now. I know there's differences in material, but in terms of articulating the volume and stepping in and out, you know, we do have regulations on our side in terms of the, you know, keeping the architectural character and the downtown, we have downtown objectives that are part of the village district guidelines, et cetera. Just can you speak to how those are have or haven't been met, or?
So, yeah, in his memo, it mentions that when you have a long building that you should have protrusions, and I think it to a maximum of like 10 feet or something like that. And our concern is safety, right? So we need corridors inside the school that are, you have straight visibility, right? For whatever reason, something happens, you have to have these visible corridors to see everything. So if we start bumping classrooms 10 feet in and out, it starts to create a little bit of a, create spaces that are where somebody can hide. The same thing on the outside of the building. If we put, you know, these large bumps in the exterior of the building, it again creates potentially an unsafe condition. So it's you know, it's different when you're designing for the downtown and you have a series of stores and cafes and whatever. This is an institutional building. It's a school, and safety is so important that we prefer to stay away from those large indentations.
Well, I mean, the design has evolved since the original application, to say the least. I would look for Mr. Turner if he's on. Kent, have you had a chance to look at the elevations and renderings relative to the original application and how they've evolved?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. The improvements are significant. The design has come a long way, actually. I think the gestures to break up the scale of the building, the length of the facade, are beginning to achieve that. I still have serious concerns about the current design, but I want to just say that the site planning, I think the design team has done a very good job. I think that all of the buildings, as far as where they're located, the interrelationship between the site, the circulation, and you know, the actual user, this is going to be a very, very handsome campus. There's no question about it. What I think happens and where we fall short is the design of these buildings. And what I mean by that is, you know, if we take the library as an example, there's such a richness of different mosaic of materials that help break down the scale. And I don't think we've quite captured that yet. It's still a very long building. You know, our regulations do say that once you exceed 80 feet in a continuous facade, the building has to step back 10 feet. And we can't, this has not happened here. Now, I understand totally about the security, the sight lines, but I think that the exterior needs to be looked at a little more to, you know, what else can we do to help break up this long facade? I think South Street is a little more successful because of the heights are different, and the chapel at the end and the use of materials, I think is very good. But I am concerned about the gymnasium and that part of the school on Cherry that, you know, it's pretty significant. And if you don't mind, could you pull up your renderings that show the view on South?
Yes, so that's the top.
No, that's an elevation. depiction of reality, your rendering, your photo montage.
I think it's sheet 54 of your presentation. That,
Yes, there. Now, I'm just very curious why you would chose this angle so close to the sidewalk to the buildings and not where someone experiences it, you know, from the street or from adjacent properties. And what's missing is the school. This is just the, I guess, K through 12 and the chapel. Where is the higher building, which is almost as tall as the library? This photo montage rendering, it's not accurate. It's very disappointing. Now, if we go to Cherry, we
So,
have the same condition.
okay, but just to respond to your issue here, remember that at this corner, we're 8.5 feet taller than the next corner of Cherry and South. So there's a drop, and that's why the building looks lower. And when we looked at that plan that showed the roof heights of the buildings, right?
No, sir.
The library was at 34 feet high plus whatever elevation grade. And ours was down to 31 or 32 minus the 8 feet. It drops it down. Now, I'm not defending this rendering because we have a Revit model that we're trying to match from the model that we have in the computer.
But sir, I'm sorry. I'm trying to educate our commissioners, the community about what reality is, and you're presenting something that is not correct. So you can say you did it in Revit and everything, but you should have qualified, you should have said to us that, well, this doesn't show the other building. So please, I think we deserve a little more respect and honesty.
Well, I was trying to explain it to you that in this, so this here is a chapel. The 1-story part of the building is right behind this bush there, and that's the 2-story building that's dropped 8.5 feet. Now, I'm not saying that this is a perfect rendering, but that's what we took from the drawing. And then
Okay.
we go to the next image.
Yes.
You're much closer.
Okay, now that's what we should have seen that connected to the rendering that we just saw. This is reality, okay? But that other rendering didn't show this. And you cannot suggest to me that the slope and the elevation that it was taken from would hide this part of the school. I'm sorry, it's just, why can't you be transparent? And here we go again. Turn to Cherry, please.
But that 2-story building is here. It may be an
Oh, okay, let's go to Cherry. Okay, now that's good. Okay, there's a representation of the school. Where's the gym? Why are you hiding the gym? And the point I'm trying to make is, this is a significant entrance into downtown. This is a very special corridor. And you're depicting this as if there's no mass, there's no height here. And, you know, you're not showing us the entire truth. I'm sorry.
All right. Well, we did show you a video that was pretty much.
You did show us a video that was so amateurish in the sense that your plane is level throughout the entire site, when we know in fact that what we're looking at here, we're coming up a hill to a high point that is the kind of the center point of the church. So please, you can't tell me that you showed us something. Well, elevation matters.
Yeah.
And again, I'm not trying to criticize. I'm just trying to make the facts known so that everyone can make a judgment that is based on facts, not drawings that are a bit misleading.
And
But let's move on.
maybe you may be slightly correct, but that's why we did that overall plan with building heights. We also showed you direct elevation.
Sir,
All this.
slightly correct in my mind is correct, okay? So can we talk about a few more items, please? And again, I am trying not to be overcritical. I want to work with you. I think what is being proposed is rational. I want to see this happen. I also want to see the best we can do on this site with this building. Can we talk about materials? Actually, this is a very good slide to talk about. Do you realize that a person on the sidewalk is in about the same height as the stone that you're proposing? You know, for a pedestrian scale, that's a little challenging. But I can understand that because you're proposing stone, which is a wonderful thing. So, you know, the trade-off might be there, but the materials that you are proposing are a bit, you know, I'm a little concerned about, especially with the community center. Stucco is not a material that we should ever consider. I mean, the church, and I understand you're trying to mimic it. That was poured in place concrete. It had aggregate in it. It was very rich. Stucco doesn't do that. And if we go to your slide to the community center, you're going to see control joints. You're going to see it's not going to be monolithic like you're showing. They're going to be joints. It's not a rich material. And I would think for the community, my God, you know, why not brick? Why not something a little more compatible and tied into the rest of the campus? Well, I think you've done a good job to get where you are today. I think that you have the ability. You know, you showed us some great projects that you've done. They were, you know, beautiful. With a little more effort and design, there's no reason why you can't do the same thing here at St. Aloysius that you've done with your other projects. I encourage you to find a way to articulate and to make this a unified campus and make it the best it possibly can without creating a hardship on your budget. Anyway, I've said enough. Thanks.
Okay, thank you.
Before I let you go, I'm just going to add in some other thoughts. I've just read through all of the things that have been presented in the minutes of the Historic Review Committee, and I guess I'd like to hear from you as the architect why 30 Maple Street isn't being incorporated in this site plan.
So there's several reasons. One is and I tried to show it in that comparison where we had the program, is that the parish doesn't use the building anymore. It has no use for those very small spaces. So what they need is large meeting spaces and a variety of spaces. So that's a problem in terms of, even if we do spend the money to renovate this building, so bring this building up to code. ADA access, elevators, the whole exterior envelope in terms of insulation, windows, roofing, and there are some structural problems. And we have a structural engineer who will tell you what he's found. Even if you go through all that cost of doing that work, the parish doesn't have any use for the building. It's not a, it just doesn't.
You don't have office space or other things in the school building that could be located in 30 Maple? I mean, I can't imagine that there's no use for that building. Like there's no offices that could be relocated into there.
The offices are
campus?
all at 40 Maple at the parish center. And you want the school educational system to be all together.
40
obviously.
Maple is Stapleton Hall.
Yeah, Stapleton Hall, right. That's where all the administration part of the parish is. So it's a challenge. It's a challenge. It's been there for a long time. It's not useful in terms of.
Beyond that, is the challenge an issue of needing to maintain 190 parking spaces?
So let's say we reduce the requirement of parking spaces by, I don't know, 20 spaces, right? So that building could remain in essence, or you could keep that building. It still is not a viable building in terms of what the parish needs. It doesn't serve any purpose. It was built as a residential space, and there's no need for residential spaces.
I'm sorry, if I can interrupt, that's the next part of the presentation. is 30
Yeah,
Maple, so maybe we can move on.
Yeah, I
to
was
that.
gonna wait, but then I thought, well, he's the architect, maybe I should ask.
Yeah.
Can
Okay.
can I ask,
So he can.
some architectural questions before we move on, Dan?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, this does have to do with the main building and the redesign. So I had 3 points I wanted to just touch on. One was permeability to South Ave, and I was trying to reconcile two different elevations that you have here, kind of building on Mr. Turner's observation. If you go to the east elevation where Mr. Turner highlighted the pedestrian against the wall, one thing that I was trying to understand was whether there was an entrance on South Ave or whether there wasn't, because in the elevation you have, like, one of the nice things about the current St. Aloysius profile, although I understand the building's tired, et cetera, there actually is a welcoming entrance to that corner where, you know, the crash is often there during the holiday season. And there's sort of a front facing door to that corridor of entrance to the town. And I see here on this elevation, you have this sort of, grade entrance slope up to a doorway. And in the other rendering, there's no entrance. And it's sort of I understand there's a concept of safety, but there's also a concept of a bunker or a wall. And I just want to understand, are you suggesting that there might be an entrance to South Avenue that would be kind of a welcome to the town, or would it be just a standard like 8-foot wall in that whole perimeter?
So there's where you see these doors here, that's an actual staircase. So that's more of an egress than an arrival spot. The arrival is actually inside the courtyard. So the entrance to the buildings is in the courtyard. And it means that the school staff have a good view of anybody coming into the building. And again, safety wise, it protects everybody in the building.
Okay, so it's a balance of kind of looking at where people are coming in versus like, okay, I understand that balance, and I'm not being critical. I just want to understand, because to Mr. Turner's point out, it just, this was difficult to interpret in this elevation. If we can stay on this particular side, I noticed in the sections, for example, the 30 Maple building has a basement. Many of the other churches in town have basement or at least half grade scenarios. And as we're very sensitive to height, I was kind of struck by the fact that your gymnasium is at grade, whereas a lot of gyms that I've seen, certainly in secondary institutions, are sunken 5, 6, 10 feet underground, because there's not a need to have at grade windows in a gymnasium. In fact, we have Grace Farms where there's a full subterranean basement or subterranean gym. So I guess my question is, why, I mean, you could say it's cost, but why is there no basement or half-story approach to the architectural design?
So there's been an issue. The current school has a basement. And whenever there's a very large rain, a lot of water comes down, the water that washes down South and Cherry ends up kind of flooding that corner. And the water enters the basement of the school and has damaged equipment and has created problems. So any basement was not something that the parish wanted to even consider because of the flooding issues that happened in that location.
So I mean, I recognize that the older building would have flooding issues, but I would imagine in this day and age, you could mitigate those by different strategies, but just the client didn't want to pursue that to shrink the height, is what I'm hearing you say.
No, and I mean, your suggestion of lowering the gym is a possibility. We would have to then work out elevation changes within the building and, you know, ADA accessibility and those things. The one at Grace Farms, it's a beautiful place. They've done a wonderful job there.
Okay, thank you for that. I just wanted to understand the approach and that context in terms of the flooding is helpful. Two other points, just on the safety. I noticed that the campus, the interior courtyard is gated at both corners, I guess I'd call it, are all sort of all entrances. Is that the concept that you know, those gates are sort of locked during the day from a school children perspective? And the idea is that, because we discussed this quite a bit in the library, whether, you know, those interior perimeters are used as cut-throughs for people, you know, going to the train station, or whether that's going to be kind of a walled, you know, children's garden, so to speak. Can you just confirm that for us?
So during school hours, the gates would be closed. I don't know if after hours, after the school's empty, the gates can be open. There already is on the west side of the church. You can kind of cut across mid-block. That already exists. But if the parish, once the school is closed and you don't have children coming for religious education or something like that, those gates can remain open. The community could use that, walk through that space.
Okay, thanks for clarifying that. Because that is part of the POCD, those kind of interconnectivity spaces, and I'm sure in your other examples you've seen things like that. So thank you for clarifying that. And then lastly, on the parking, as I'm sure you've noted in your other designs, you're having large swaths of asphalt or big heat sinks, and I applaud your interest in putting solar and geotherm potentially in the electric building. But I was also interested from a parking lot perspective. Do you anticipate looking at parking islands to put trees out there to limit kind of the swath of asphalt on the Park Street side? I know that potentially could reduce parking, but also could reduce you know, heat sink and other issues on that parking side.
Yeah, so on the parking lot that's kind of towards the south, that has that large locust tree in it, and we're planting more trees there. So the southern part of the parking lot does have the trees. The parking to the west towards Park, we originally had looked at a plan by adding trees. It started to limit the number of parking spaces, so we had to keep it at this what it looks like now to achieve the 190 parking spots. But yeah, it would be very nice to add a few trees there and cool the space off.
Okay, and then last question is just services. I didn't see any place where the dumpsters or other sort of big vehicles would back up, and I saw the drop off for the school, but I didn't see, you know, where that curb cut is. There's kind of the service kind of, you know, back end of the building. Where is that anticipated to be for this structure?
So there's a garbage structure right on the corner of Park and Cherry. So it's a little bit, I don't know if I can go back there, but it's distant from the buildings, and it's in the landscape drawings. I have to go back. Well, there you should see it. See this right there? So that's where the garbage would be held, and it gives enough space for a truck to, if it's a front loader or a back loader, to be able to pick up stuff and then be able to drive out.
Okay, good. So there's no need for like a loading dock or anything with regard to the cafeteria or anything else on the school building? I know sometimes that's.
No, I think that's the spot that everybody selected and it works well.
Okay, thank you for that, because that service area can be a concern.
This is Commissioner Chris, just to follow up on a couple points, picking up on Commissioner Herring's comments on the call it the gates. So I'm on slide 41, the same as yours.
Okay.
So on the Cherry Street side, between the church and the planned school, you have the black line, which is the fence, I assume.
Yeah, that's
It's a permanent fixture, and then there's a gate that will open and close.
Right.
Okay. And on the lower right, which is on the south, it's an L shape, South Avenue and Cherry Maple. It's an L shape or backward L. That looks like a permanent fence that would be up.
Yeah. That's
What height and materials and so forth? You thinking?
I think we have it. That landscape drawing. Oh, I'm going the wrong way. Sorry about that.
It's all right. Take your time.
It's here. Here we go, right there. So you can see upper right-hand corner, 6 feet high. And it's probably an aluminum fence. The landscape architect is online and we need him to answer more, but if you need more detail than what's shown on that drawing.
Yeah, it's Ronan Wilk, Peter DeSophia Associates. It's a steel, black steel picket fence. 2-inch square post, 3/4 inch pickets.
These aren't the kind of pickets that a little kid can stick its head through or anything like this for safety reasons. They're safe.
No, they're obviously designed to code, so it's less than 4 inches between the pickets.
Okay. And between the church and the community center, another permanent fence will be installed.
Yes.
That's
that
in the
was
lower,
perfect.
right,
Yeah.
the south
And then there's a gate over
east
there.
side. Fair enough. Understood. Also, in some of the drawings are a bit different, and when I look at the one on, it's number 41, as I remember the drop off in front of the community building, sort of where the curve is, would look like parallel parking spaces. You have the lines there, at least they look like parallel parking spaces to me, and this is a drop off. It would seem probably kind of not a great idea to have parking there. So I'm just wondering what I'm looking at exactly.
Rona, can you clarify that?
Yeah, the idea here is that during school hours, drop off and pick up, this is not a parking spot. This is more weekends where all the parishioners and church activities are as the most, and school is not in session, then those become active parking spots.
So these are temporary, I call it not available at certain times of the day.
Correct. They're not available during the school hours. But obviously Sundays, that's when you need most of the parking. They will be available for parking for the church.
Finally, to follow up, I'm a delivery guy with a big truck. Where do I go?
All the spots are 9 feet wide, which is, I believe, is the requirement.
Well, if I'm delivering and sort of going out, so I want to drop my load and leave and go on to do other good deeds, exactly where I would have to park for a while in order to drop my load, and someone picks it up and does whatever they're going to do with it on the campus. Where is that going to happen here? And I'm thinking of flow of traffic and emergency apparatus and so forth. So you want to keep it out of harm's way. Just wondering where that might be.
We have a double lane here in front of the church. So in theory, you could park on this side for a little while people can still drive around you.
So, sir, if I understand it correctly, that directly in front of the church on Cherry Street would be where, say, you call it delivery vans would arrive and unload. Is that?
They can get into this inner drop-off area off street and park here and still have a car able to pass them.
Our architect was shaking his head, so I'm a little
I
perplexed.
think this isn't a high delivery, this isn't a retail establishment, this isn't a high delivery site. The church, the school as it is currently hasn't had issues with delivery drop-offs. I mean, there are places to park. It really depends on where on the site this delivery person is trying to arrive at, but this isn't a situation where we're going to have daily deliveries of retail or daily deliveries of laundry or anything of that nature. That's not a common occurrence on the site. The fire marshal has looked at it from a safety, the site layout from a safety perspective, and has agreed with all the turning radiuses and clear lanes for fire, and to be able to, if there is some sort of incident in any of these buildings.
Thinking that, you have a large school, other people on campus, you have food deliveries, you have equipment for the school, and have to show up at some point, so.
Well, during construction, and one of the last speakers that we'll have tonight is Brian McMahon, who's our site engineer, and maybe this will be a better conversation for him, but he will also go over the construction flow on the property.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Is there a cafeteria? No.
No cafeteria.
You do say in your application for a cafeteria in the health department, you say a cafe and a school cafeteria. Is that inconsistent?
Yeah, there is a cafe in the community building, but we looked at the gymnasium as a potential area where food could be served. It's not going to be. There's no cooking on site. There's no kitchen of any sort.
Well, where do the children
Aren't you
eat
required
lunch?
with a full-time scholastic program?
Don't the children get to eat?
No, we do feed them. Yes, we do feed the children. The current practice is that children eat either in their classroom or in the gymnasium. The gymnasium is converted temporarily to a cafeteria. There are movable tables that come out and the kids eat there. For cost and space, we did not add a cafeteria. Yeah. What's that? Oh, and in terms of cooking, right? Most of the children bring their own lunch. If we have food that's served, it is prepared off-site and served to the children. It's a smaller school.
Mhm. Thank you.
This is Amy Zavatakis. I just, since we were talking about the children, I just wanted to reiterate a point that was sort of addressed, but not fully fleshed out, which was this idea of the safety and security. As when Michael first started, he talked about how there was sort of a plan that was driven by what the church's needs were. And early on in the process, there was a security consultant involved, and the requirements to have the straight hallways, to not have 10-foot recesses on the outside of the building, are being driven directly from the security consultant, to not have places where people can hide on a school campus. So while we do understand, and we've tried to show you the articulation that is currently in this building, there are limitations from the information that the design plans that we've received from the security consultants. So I think with that, Unless there are any other specific questions, maybe I'll move on to discussing 30 Maple. Sorry to rush through this, but so obviously there has been some discussion about the decisions regarding 30 Maple Street. So let's just talk a little bit about the history of the building. And this has been submitted for the record, but this house was built in 1917 by the church to house the priests. What I have on your screen right now is a snippet from the March 2nd, 1916 New Canaan Advertiser that discusses the planned construction and describes this rectory behind the new church as frame construction. That's all that said. The majority of the article talks about the church, which is now referred to as Stapleton Hall. Stapleton Hall was really the construction of that was really momentous for the parish. It was momentous for the town, and it is a beautiful structure. However, the church, the congregation outgrew Stapleton Hall as its church. So in 1967, the new church sanctuary was built. It also received all sorts of accolades for its omega shape. At that point, Stapleton Hall started to go into disrepair. The church had no use for that building. In the 80s, there was a push to preserve that building. So it was renovated. And at that point, they actually put apartments in Stapleton Hall and moved the priests into Stapleton Hall. And a few of the nuns who were teaching at the school moved into the building at 30 Maple Street. But it was really not useful even for that use. And eventually the nuns no longer use it as a residence. And the building basically fell into disuse. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to say disrepair, disuse. The church tried to figure out ways to use it. They tried to hold meetings there. As Michael discussed, the spaces are just not the right size. The flow is not there. You have a letter in your files from Monsignor Scheid, who preceded Father Rob. And during his tenure, he tried to find alternate uses for the building, but was totally unsuccessful. And at that time, he spoke to construction experts who said, this building is not in good enough shape. This is not something that it's worth you're spending the time to repair, the time and the money. So, and then, we've talked also about how the spaces just simply don't fit with the proposed uses, don't fit with the program for the flow of traffic. But I think what's also important is that you do have in your packages as well, a report from Kevin Archer, who is a structural engineer, and he has really looked at the building itself. And I want him to give you a little bit of background on his opinion on why the building itself and the structure of the building is not really able to be repaired and retained. And Kevin, I believe, is on Zoom.
Yes, I'm here.
Okay.
Hello, I'm Kevin Archer from Archer Engineering Company. I have a 5-person structural engineering firm in Brookfield, Connecticut, and we work in Connecticut and New York. A little bit of background on myself. I have a bachelor's degree in architecture and a bachelor's degree in engineering, civil engineering from Catholic University, and a master's degree in structural engineering from University of Pennsylvania. I actually used to work in New Canaan at Tooney Associates for a bunch of years, and then started my own firm in 1991. And at least half, maybe 2/3 of our work is residential, and of all sizes, types, ages, historic up to modern, and everything in between. We were recently a part of the team that won an award of merit for the rehabilitation of a vacant mill building in South Norwalk for the Open Door Shelter and Job Training Center. That's just a recent project that we worked on. I'm also a member of the Brookfield Historic District Commission for 25 years. So I have been in the building at 30 Maple twice now, and gone through and put together, the schematic floor plans, a little bit what you see on the screen there, and looked at the structure. So it's a wood frame building. The foundation is, what's below grade is mortared stone, what's above grade is mortared brick. It's concrete slab, basement floor. Everything is wood framed above that. The roof is not tied well at all. It's very poorly supported. And I don't know who's ever controlling the screen. If you can go to sketch SKS5, shows a section through the building. And that's, you see the section mark on the plans, but that's a section through, I guess Maple Street would be on your right in this section. But the floor framing pretty much runs east-west. The roof, the major roof framing runs north-south, and it's bearing on knee walls that don't bear on anything. So it's really pushing down the center of this house. The roof is just severely overstressed. It's causing the second floor walls to bow out, and there's significant sagging and cracking down through the center of the house, because everything else is trying to support this structure to hold the roof up. There's at least an inch sag or so down through the middle of the house due to where it's trying to do what it can to pick up the roof structure. Also, the 9'6" talls on the first floor are about 50% overstressed due to gravity loads. The 9'6" tall stud walls on the first floor, 9-foot tall stud walls on the second floor are all overstressed due to wind loads, especially around the window openings. Some of them are fairly large. There's also a bay on the front of the building that's just hanging off, 9'6" tall stud walls. Just again, poorly supported. The first floor girders are 50% overstressed in bending, 100% overstressed in shear. There's rust on the bottoms of all the lolly columns. And given the age of the structure, 1917, it's very likely that the footings underneath the lolly columns are undersized. As I mentioned before, the description of the foundation there's very little bonding between mortared stone and mortared brick. So it's somewhat of an unbraced foundation wall condition that you have. So there's overstress in the foundation wall due to the lateral soil pressure. And you can see it, there's some deterioration in the brick due to the stress. But there's quite a bit in the stone, particularly on the south side facing Maple Street. And there's been patching going on for years that you can see in the basement, where they've been trying to keep the foundation together. And then the north side of the house is actually walkout basement. And this faces the church camp, the school, the church campus. So most likely that side, again, given the age, is not properly frost protected. So there's problems with the foundation also. And then there's some minor structural issues inside. Also, there's a large cantilever supporting the stair at the second floor. Some of the bearing lines that support floors separately from roof structure don't line up on anything down below. We're falling mid-joist or maybe a double joist, but yet it's carrying a large area of the first or second floor. So there are other weaknesses throughout the house. So going forward, if this were to remain a residential building, it would need substantial repair and strengthening, and particularly at the roof and attic levels, as I described earlier. The exterior and interior walls would all need to be beefed up. The areas, the floor framing, especially the first floor girders and the foundation. So it would need substantial strengthening to go forward as a good, well-built house. If you were to transition over to something non-residential, say to the church were to use this for offices, that actually requires a deeper dive into the building code, and there'd be much more upgrading. The floor load requirement would increase by 20% because now it's office use instead of residential. So all the structure that I previously mentioned would just be increased by that much more. The roof would be the one thing that the load on the roof does not change. That's snow, that doesn't change whether it's office or a residential use. But there would be, again, to jump from a residential use to office use, would be just that much more work on this building to make it, readily usable. And one of the questions I saw that came up in one of the letters, the communications there, was that possibly this was demolition by neglect. And, having been around this area, or in this, in residential construction and involved in Historic District Commission up here in Brookfield for quite a while. Usually when I see demolition by neglect, first thing I see, or most notably thing that I see, is water leaking. You see the roof start to push in significantly, and you see water coming in at the eaves, tops of walls, valleys, and I don't see any of that going on in this building here. I do see structural weakness and structure pushing the floors down and pulling the roof down, but I don't see that there are openings where water's getting in. I didn't see significant, I saw some mice trails, but nothing significant where I'm seeing animals or vermin or insect damage. I didn't see any of that in this building. And it does appear to me that the church has kept up with general maintenance on the property and around the house and the roof, the gutters. I don't see signs of demolition by neglect in this building. It's if they let it go as it is and the structure, continues to sag because particularly the poorly built roof, it could get to that stage, but I don't see anything where the church has neglected its responsibilities to maintain the building over the years.
Thanks, Kevin.
Yeah, I'm open to any questions that you may have.
I think just to sort of clarify, the idea would be to be able to use this building would really require reconstruction of the roof, the walls, such that would you really be retaining that much of the historic structure? Is that correct?
Right, you're looking at especially the roof. You're probably taking off the roof or sistering every single piece up there. Same with the second floor walls, especially the first floor walls that are 9'6" tall. It's not going to be the historic structure that it is now. It's going to be a rebuilt structure, and you're maintaining the siding.
Thank you. Were there any questions for Kevin?
Yes, Commissioner Turner, I understand, building codes. If this was a commercial office space, yes, it would require a lot of renovation, a lot of structural upgrade, lateral reinforcing, tying back things. Could you just maybe elaborate a little bit about some of this detail that would go into it and how it would potentially impact the historical side of this and the quality of the building? And at the end of the day, what do you really have? I mean, are you going to have cross bracing going through rooms? What could you just maybe tell us a little more about your thoughts on that?
What I try to do typically in wood frame construction is use shear walls that usually involve plywood on studs. That's the most common, simplest way to go. Of course, there's no plywood in this building. Actually, when I went through the building, it looks like there's only a single layer of wood flooring. There's no subfloor with wood flooring over it. At least with many of the areas where I could find holes through the floor is what I found. So if we had to go through reinforce the roof, that's the biggest issue with this building right now that I see, because it's causing probably at least 70–80% of the cracking that you see in the house and you go through is due to the roof. I don't know if you take this roof off and just rebuild it, which then of course you're getting into the second floor walls and things running down through the middle, or are you sistering every piece up there, but they're going to be much larger sections. Right now the rafters here are 2x8. So you're probably sistering with 2x12s or something like that. So you're gonna be pulling down all the ceilings when you do that, or you're pushing the roof up.
Mhm.
So you're changing the architecture inside or outside, one way or the other. The exterior stud walls being 9 foot tall on the second floor, 9'6" on the first, just 2x4. And the framing here, I found it was 18 to 22 inches on center. It was not a typical 16 or 19.2. It looked like it was kind of more of a carpenter seat of the pants at the time type of framing, spacing. You might be sistering all the studs with probably 2x6 at this height. So you're pulling in all the walls, you're just going to lose so much of whatever there is of historic character inside the house in order to strengthen it and make it, more stable, more usable going forward.
On a cost basis, would you speculate that this would be more than new construction?
You probably are, yes, yeah. Because you have to do a full gut, everything. And then you're restructuring it piece by piece. And again, it's not at a typical framing spacing, the way material is done nowadays, kind of on a 16 inches and 4 foot on center type of modulation. Yeah, so it's piecemeal work. The other is what you'd want to do to correct this is you've got to push it up to get things back to level and then pull the walls in to get them back to plumb. So you're doing quite a bit of damage quite a bit of backing up in order to move forward. So yes, there would be, in total, you're probably at a higher cost to salvage the building and restructure it as opposed to just to tear down and rebuild what's there to the same size.
Okay. Do you know if there are any hazardous materials, lead, paint, caulking in the building?
That I don't know, but just again, given the age, I would suspect that there's lead in there somewhere, and lead paint, lead pipes, lead pipe joints.
If I understand correctly, the roofing material is asphalt shingles.
Yes.
And was done many years ago. Could it contain asbestos? And I realize you might not be able to answer that question, but I think
that I don't know. I'm just looking at photographs. So I don't know when the last time the roof was redone, or and when it was done, was it stripped? That I don't know. The roof, generally looks okay. The roofing. Again, I didn't see any areas of leaking in the house. In particular, this style of house, you get dormers, you get valleys, you get cross gables. So there's opportunities to leak, and I didn't see any, especially with a weak structure. But I don't know if there's asbestos in the shingles or not.
Thank you.
Commissioner Turner, this is Amy Zabatakis, if I can jump in. There has been some preliminary assessments done. Obviously, more would need to be done. But at this point, the only asbestos that's been found is on insulation in the basement.
Thank you.
Have you had a chance to review the Historical Review Committee's notes from their site visit?
I did some time ago, yes.
And they're basically countering everything you've stated so far.
They are countering?
Yes.
I'm sorry.
I mean, their summary, for example, based on what your analysis provided, you said that the building is in poor condition. Their assessment is it's in very good condition comparatively. They talked about the style designation being stick style, so on. The building is not part of the church campus committee. It talked about the history of the of the building and it being part of the campus, but specifically they talked about stated these during the survey of the basement, for example, the owner's representative unable to point out any specific areas of distress or compromised structure. The tour took place during a period of heavy rain and no moisture was evident in the basement or anywhere else in the structure. The timber framing on the first floor was found to be in very good condition with no signs of insect infestation. They go on and on and on. So there's obviously a difference of opinion in terms of the condition of the structure.
If I just may interrupt just for a moment, Dan, this is Claire Tiscornia. I read the historical review committee minutes. Did you see any structural engineer who did it?
No,
I mean, these are volunteers and there's an attorney and a preservationist, which
right. And
it's all well and good, but I think if you have those types of people looking at a home like this versus a structural engineer, I think you really,
So we have
Well-
contacted a structural engineer, private reviewer who we haven't signed a proposal for them yet, but we have gotten written confirmation from them that they could have a report for us for the March hearing.
he wasn't at this
Which-
historic site visit.
No,
no, he
we-
wasn't, but
we
there,
have not employed them.
the end of their memo specifically, Mr. Rothbard specifically, who is a historical preservationist, specifically notes to have independent conditions assessment performed by a structural engineer. So they were looking for that to be
I
done.
just think it's apples and oranges. I don't think we can compare what this guy is saying and these minutes.
Which is why I think we need a
If I
third
can-
party.
If I can,
concur
if I
with,
can comment on that point, I think one thing that's important to note is, was Mr. Archer's comments about water and infestation, which was that he agrees there aren't signs of water infestation. He actually said that the church had been, by patching, et cetera, maintaining. What he's talking about is the way that the building was built originally is what is causing the problems. And so it's a definitely, to use your phrase, apples and oranges. I think that it's a very different type of review. We're not claiming that there is insect infestation. We're not claiming that there's water. What we're claiming is that the building as built is not built to the way that things would be built today and not
course not.
structurally sound for what it is, so that if we were to try to make it structurally sound, as was stated earlier, you would not have the same building left.
This is Commissioner Chris. I would agree with Commissioner Tiscornia. I would want to hear an independent structural engineer to opine on this, which I think is where she's going with this, because if I look at the pictures provided, and I have to believe they're correct, you have bearing walls over unsupported floors, and that's just not a great idea. And so it seems as if the church has done the best it could to maintain the envelope and keep bugs out and keep the water out, but that the actual original design of the building was maybe less than perfect. And that over time, some of those challenges have increased. And so the independent structural engineer, which is going to be hired, I certainly would want to wait to hear what that person has to say before drawing any definitive conclusions on the salvageability or other issues regarding this building.
I would totally agree. I think the larger point here is that no one disagrees that the building is probably in poor condition, that it needs help. That's part of historic preservation, right? You're not going to be walking into a historic building like this with a new program and it's going to automatically fit. It just doesn't work that way. So there's compromises to be made in terms of the structural reinforcement to facilitate the type of program you're trying to achieve in the building. But is what we'd like to understand, is that a readily achievable goal? Or is that completely out of the norm at this point for this building and for the client? It is a part of New Canaan history, right? It's not in historical district, we understand that, but it is a valuable asset within the town in terms of the fabric of the history of the town. So.
And I think just to that point, I did have this conversation with members of the Historic Review Committee based on the date on which the building was built, 1917. It does take it outside of the stick style construction. So I think you know, it's an old building. I'm not gonna try to say that it's not, but I think the historic building on this site, the one that we need to really focus on and preserve, and which the church has worked for many years to preserve, is Stapleton Hall. That is the building that is the central building that can be seen by anyone driving up South Avenue into New Canaan. This is, I think we need to be careful about how much value we put on this building. I understand where the commission's coming from, and I'm not saying that it doesn't have value, but I think we need to think about that we're not just saying just because something's old, that's the only thing that matters. That's just a cautionary statement.
I'd like to also make a cautionary statement, though, because when I read these letters and hear some of the arguments that I've heard you guys make tonight about whether or not this building is preservable, and if it were preservable, if it should be preserved, I hear a lot of the same arguments that I heard about the 1913 library across the street a year ago, that there's no program for it, there's no need for it, it's going to be expensive, we're a nonprofit, it's going to be hard to move it if you ask us to do that, all of those same things. And to me, this really isn't that different of a conversation. Yes, it's a different building, it's in a slightly different location, it's of a slightly different age, but you know, I think we'd be remiss to forget where we were a year ago and the conversation we were having about a different old building, basically in the same location.
Understood. So are there any other questions for Kevin at this time? If not, I would like our site engineer to just give you a little bit of background. No? Okay.
I think we're good.
If I could just comment or respond to the questions about the review committee's letter. So I did pull it up here. So I have it on my screen. It says, you know, they didn't see any insect damage. I didn't see any either. I didn't look specifically for insect damage. I was kind of more looking generally at the structure, but I didn't see insect damage as an issue in this building either. And it did say that they were there on a rainy day and they did not see the water coming through. That's actually very common. It takes quite a while for the water to soak the ground and then soak through the foundation. It typically, unless you have a gaping hole or something like that, which again, the church has appeared to me, the church has been maintaining the building. So to not see water come through immediately on a rainy day, that's what I would expect. My own house is 1825 and I get water through the basement at times. So it may take 3 days before it actually works its way in, before it soaks the ground and soaks through the wall. So it's usually not on the same day. It just isn't. Let's see if there were any other items in that report. And again, you know, from the historical side, just because I do have a degree in architecture and I'm on the Historic District Commission here in Brookfield, since this is kind of a late stick style house, I almost had the impression, and I have to look further, you know, into the history of the church and the parish. It looked to me, if this was built at the same time as the church, 1917, I almost think that this is like the pastor's house that he grew up in, and this was his favorite style, or it was his grandmother's house or something like that, because it's about, you know, 20, maybe 30 years too late or beyond when the peak of stick style. So this is something that may have been his favorite thing, and so it's not a true period, in my opinion, true period stick style house. It's almost a retro, that because it's beyond the time period of when stick style was high, favored style. So I said, you know, why would it come out 20 years late or 25 years late? And that just, my thought was the pastor had the favorite style. So that's what he chose to go with, or someone on the commission at that time had a favorite style, and it did the kind of a retro house of what they grew up in or something like that. That was just my 2 cents on the style, the historic style of the house.
All right, so we will get something from a structural engineer, and we'll have Kevin back, I guess, next time to respond to that. So the next thing that I just want to go over, you heard quite a bit from Brian McMahon at the last hearing, so I don't want to spend too much time unless you have questions for him regarding the drainage and grading, but I did want him to talk a little bit about the parking. It's come up a couple times. The 190 space requirement was set by this commission in the 60s when the new sanctuary was built. That it was determined that that was the number of spaces needed for the number of people that could fit into the sanctuary. As you have heard from both our traffic engineer and the town's traffic engineer, we don't need 190 spaces during the school day, but that's what's needed on Sunday. So that is driving some of what we're doing as far as the parking design. And I will say that you did get a slightly updated site plan because we realized after we submitted the last one that we were actually at 188. We're at 190 now. And so Brian's going to just talk to that. Oh, sorry. One other thing I wanted to make sure that I said. One other thing that has been brought up but not really directly discussed is boxcar. The church has an agreement with the town of New Canaan. The town of New Canaan has an agreement with Boxcar to allow Boxcar to use 72 spaces on the church's property for commuter parking. Of those spaces, Boxcar and the town have negotiated with the library that 26 of those can be dedicated for library use. Those spaces are not specifically striped in any particular location. They are generally in the portion of the property on the Park and Cherry Corner, just because that's closest to the train station. That's generally where people park, but they aren't striped for any particular area. What is good about the way this agreement is situated is the church can basically turn off boxcar spaces whenever it needs to. So if we have a event at the church on a Friday when school's in session, there's going to be a large funeral, something of that nature, they can basically eliminate the availability of those spaces, and that's part of the agreement. So from a parking perspective, I just don't want that this was something that because we have so much excess parking generally during the week, the town asked that the church do this to provide extra commuter parking, but it's not something that it was structured very carefully to not inhibit the church's ability to park on site. So let me have Brian, I think, is on Zoom as well. I'll just have him speak to the layout and also the construction logistics.
Okay, thank you. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Great. For the record, Brian McMahon, licensed professional engineer with Redness and Mead. We are the site civil engineers and land surveyors of record for this project. And a couple of housekeeping matters before I speak about the logistics plan. And one of them, as Amy mentioned, is the parking. There was some discussion. Well, just to remind the commission, there's 5 curb cuts now. 3 of them are proposed to remain, the 2 out on Cherry Street and the westerlymost on Maple Street. We are proposing to abandon 2 of the curb cuts, one on South Avenue and the other, the easterlymost of the Maple Street curb cuts. And there had been some discussion at the commission's meeting last month about whether it made sense to keep that Maple Street curb cut that's being abandoned. And we believe it should be abandoned. We believe it really doesn't serve a great purpose for the project and the circulation. We don't think that it will impact traffic flow off the site by abandoning it. But if we were to reintroduce that curb cut into the site plan, it would have the impact of displacing or eliminating at least 3 and to get any meaningful green space islands adjacent to it, probably 4 of the parking spaces in the parking lot there. Dan Clary, who's the team's traffic consultant with Langen, will speak in a little bit about the impact of having it or not having it, but I just wanted the commission to know that it has the impact of displacing about 4 parking spaces. One other housekeeping matter, one of the commission members earlier in the meeting had inquired about the change to site building coverage and site impervious coverage. Just for the record, the proposed community building is larger than the structure at 30 Maple that is to be demolished. The proposed school building is smaller than the footprint of the existing school building, and the net effect is for building coverage on the site is approximately 1,500 to 1,600 reduction in building coverage over the property with this proposed site plan. As far as impervious coverage is concerned, there's between 6,000 and 7,000 square feet of reduction in impervious coverage and therefore increase to green space. So I just wanted to clear the record on that. And so really what I wanted to spend just a few minutes on is we provided a site logistics plan. If you can switch to that, please, Amy. There you go. So St. Aloysius has engaged AP Construction for pre-construction services and to execute this construction of the project. They're a large, very capable construction company, which I imagine the commission members are familiar with. They were responsible for the construction of the View. So they're not only experienced in this type of construction, but in this very geographical neighborhood. So I think they have a good sense of what it will take to manage construction operations on a project like this in this downtown area. And so I just want to go over the basics of what they laid out here. We coordinated this with them. Their intent is to really fence off, and it's noted as the tan area on the site. You can see the proposed in gray, the proposed community building and the large proposed school, but the tan area will be fenced off as a secure construction area. They'll be gated at appropriate ingress and egress points. The large construction traffic, if you will, large trucks, deliveries, et cetera, are proposed to be served inbound off of South Avenue and then one way through the site and then out onto Cherry. AP feels that they can manage all of their large truck trafficking and deliveries on site. They don't feel as though they need anything off-site. Obviously, on the one-off chance of some logistical anomaly where they have to have some truck parked at the side of the road for some reason or another, they would obviously get uniform traffic control from New Canaan Police, et cetera, and pull the permit to do so. But they feel they don't expect that, and they feel they can service everything right on the site, including construction. Any setups will be on the site. They don't expect to have to need to take over any portions of the sidewalks or certainly driving lanes within the roads. They can confine it within what is outlined as the construction area here. You can see the trailer where they plan to set up in pink. The purple down by Maple Street, that is the contractor parking. And you'll note to the right of that, once the structure at 30 Maple is demolished, there will be an opportunity to expand for further contractor parking out in that direction. The staff parking while construction is underway will be in the green area there. And of course, up in the northwest corner, the large existing parking lot that Amy had just mentioned will remain as is and operational, as will the church, of course, for Sunday services, et cetera, will remain operational throughout construction. And to that point, the contractor parking, you'll note, is outside, the purple area is outside of the fenced in area. And that's deliberate because we do want to maintain those spaces for Sunday services as needed on the weekends. You can see in the, just to the right of the existing church building, there is the green areas, I believe, reserved, a little walking path reserved for maintaining access outside of the construction zone and along the building throughout construction. And that's really the basics of how they plan to execute the construction out there. And be happy to try and answer any questions the commission members may have.
Yes, it's Kent Turner. I very curious how you're going to handle deliveries What is the truck routes, the drop off of the materials, where are you staging from? Seems a little light in some of this information.
I have had those conversations with AP Construction as recently as this afternoon. They do expect to have enough room in what will be the courtyard area there where Amy was just highlighting to pull off, have delivery trucks offload there and stage there. They are envisioning doing it right in the center of the site there in the courtyard area.
Well, are you going to have a crane? How are you going to erect the steel?
They are going to have a crane. Timing wise, they don't have the details ironed out yet, but it will be interior to the L-shaped building there as well. They can't do it on the exterior from the outside.
Okay. Well, I think we need a little more information. This might be a condition that we would consider to have more detail as far as, traffic flow, what happens during construction. It's going to be a, year and a half, 2-year project.
So I don't know if you're the appropriate person to answer this, but I'm not sure I've heard yet how many parking spaces are actually needed for church service on Sundays.
Well, what's required by the special permit is the
Yeah.
190.
I understand
So-
that. I mean, but like how many actually get used?
It depends on the Sunday, in all honesty. On Christmas, they may have people parking in surrounding parking lots. But on a regular Sunday, obviously the Father Rob's been involved with this plan. He feels that on sort of your typical Sunday, we will have enough parking available. Also, remember, a lot of this work will be done over the summer when typically church traffic is a little bit lower. So we feel that we will have enough. Is it, would we prefer to have the full 190? Of course, but we have to make some accommodations for the construction, obviously.
So how many spaces does this construction plan leave?
This leaves, there's 127 in this light blue area. And then, so that's.
There's about 40 between the purple and green areas. And and the handicap spaces to the south, plus the handicap spaces to the south side of the.
So we're at about 170.
Church.
Okay. Thank you.
So to be clear on the logistics plan, Mr. McMahon, the light blue chamfered drive that's going around the building. Is that a temporary driveway for deliveries coming into the site to be able to offload in the interior courtyard?
Yes, it is for really any large construction traffic and coming through. That's correct.
So that'll take the pressure off the local roads and not having to unload on a road.
Correct.
And then I had one more question relating to parking. You mentioned the boxcar that they're able to turn that off when there's church events and during weekends when.
The boxcar, I'm sorry, I didn't clarify that point. The boxcar agreement is only for weekdays. Boxcar has no right to use those spots on the weekends.
Gotcha. Okay.
Commissioner Chris, just so I understand the flow, is that the ingress will be off South Avenue, which is a state highway or construction. Like it will sort of loop through up and around, and then will exit with a right turn only onto Cherry Street.
Well, I have had that conversation. I asked that specific question because I noticed, I saw the commission's peer reviewers report recommending no left turn out of that curb cut. And so I brought that up with AP Construction today specifically. And their preference would be able to not limit their construction traffic to just right turn only, but it is a condition that they feel they could and would accommodate if the commission saw fit to impose it.
I mean, often in construction, I remember some of the construction at the New Canaan Country Club. It had come off the state highway as opposed to come through back streets. Did that also with the construction of the View as far as where you enter and exit. So this is not an untypical request on the part of the commission, and it may be the case Just a heads up.
And the Views construction traffic was in and out on Maple.
Yep.
So.
I just
Is
have
there
a-
any change? Sorry, Ken, go ahead.
Oh, thank you. I'm curious about the phasing of the project. Are the community center and the school gym all happen at once? Or is it phased? What's your logistics on this?
Yes, they'll be phased. We haven't completed all of the phasing plans, but yeah.
Well, okay, it's phased. So what goes first, second? What's the duration of the construction?
It's Michael Tribe again. In the conversations we've had, AP wants to build a school and then move out of the property, kind of going south. And the second building would be the community building. Kind of work their way out of the site.
Okay, so when you say the school gets built first, it wouldn't be completed, it wouldn't be occupied. The interiors would probably be fitting out, and then you would start on the community center. Is that make
Yeah,
sense?
yeah, you're absolutely right. That's the plan, is phase the first the school, and as they're finishing the school, they would be building the community building, start doing some of the site work and move out of the property.
So what I'm getting at is the safety of the children. To take occupancy for the school would not happen before the community center and the rest of the construction, site work and everything else is completed. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Thank you.
Is there a projected opening date for the school right now?
Father Canale again. The children are currently in North Stamford, and we have a 2-year lease with the possibility of a 3rd year and maybe even a 4th year. Hopefully not a 4th year.
Anything else?
Can I just go back to the parking requirement? I think Secretary Nielsen pointed to this in terms of the requirement. You said 190, Ms. Sivatakis, for the school. And then what I heard earlier was the architect mentioned that there was a different design for the parking lot that would allow for more screening from park and less issue with permeable coverage. How many spaces would that lose?
Well, just to be clear, there will be screening along the sidewalk. The question was whether or not we could add interior, islands with trees in that the main parking area, the area that's the light blue on the phasing plan. Brian, I'm not sure if Brian can answer but he's actually looked at how many spots would be lost, but of course there would be a trade-off between how many islands do you try to add.
Yeah, we
So-
haven't done an analysis on adding raised green islands within that parking, but it will obviously if you put one on each end and one in the middle, it'll start to remove parking spaces pretty quickly.
Is it
Yeah.
sorry, Mr. Herring, is it the position of the church that you guys have enough parking, too much, not enough? Like I know the 190 stands from 1965 or whenever we set that, but if you had your druthers about what you could ask for today, what do you think would be appropriate? I'm just trying to figure out if we've had too much for too long.
I think, as I said, the problem is that it varies so much depending on whether or not it's a holiday or not. I think that I know that the church is comfortable with the 190. Is there excess parking at certain times? Yes, but the 190 is a good number for the sort of, again, the larger days.
I think it's called building parking for Easter, basically.
That's one way to
So
put
we
it.
build churches.
Part of the concern is are we designing an overparked design here where we kind of add unnecessary asphalt? So we're just trying to be sensitive to that. So at least from my perspective, it'd be interesting to understand if the church came back and said, oh, we'd like to have 185 spots, but we'd like to add these, 5 sugar maples in here. We think that would increase the attractiveness of the view, and I guess I'd like to see if there's an appetite for that.
That's definitely something that we can look into for sure.
And I agree with Mr. Herring. I mean, I think, I don't know if it's overparked or not, but I will say from a planning perspective, parking philosophy has changed a lot since 1965. So it's probably good to look at it with 2023 goggles and not 1965 goggles.
Absolutely. We can certainly take a look at that.
And as a former parking commissioner, I just highlight, I really appreciate the boxcar agreement. It's created a lot of flexibility for the town. And so I just want to compliment the applicant on that. I would ask, so we're talking about different things. It would be helpful if there was a stair access on the corner versus having to have the commuter go up to the entrance. So I'll just throw that out as an idea.
Commissioner Chris,
Yeah, absolutely something we can look at as well.
I would concur that the church may want to look at even sacrificing 6 parking spaces, putting in small islands with trees. I'm wary of large parking fields that become heat islands. It's just not a lot of fun, and even putting a few well-chosen trees in well-chosen spots can take a lot of the edge off. And even losing 6 spots is not an end of the world here.
Okay.
So
We'll definitely have our landscape architect take a look at that, as well as stairs on the corner.
thank you.
Okay.
Any other questions, commissioners?
I do. It's John Engel. I would like to point out that on the slide in front of us,
You've
It's-
recused yourself, so you cannot ask questions on this since
You're not seated for this one.
oh, okay.
Sorry. Anyone other than John? Anything else, Sabatakis?
Well, I do have our traffic consultant here. He received this morning the town's peer review and did have a chance to review it, but I thought it might make more sense logically for the town to hear from their own traffic consultant first, and then hear from Mr. Clary again.
Our traffic consultant is on Zoom and
Yeah,
is able
that's
to
fine.
answer questions. So Rob, if you're still on there.
Hello, Sarah. I am still on here. Good evening, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. For your record, Rob Ultramitis, licensed professional engineer. As you've heard from me before, I've been a consulting traffic engineer for 30 years. So I reviewed the application, with particular focus on the site access, the parking, and of course, the on-site circulation and the ability to queue vehicles. I'll try to be very brief. For site access, as we heard this evening, the applicant is proposing to consolidate driveways from 5 to 3 driveways. That is always favorable. Most municipalities strive for access management and eliminating driveways. It eliminates conflict points on roadways, and it's again always a good idea. We heard tonight about the proposed turning restriction from the easternmost driveway on Cherry Street. That was actually a recommendation by Langen Engineering in their traffic statement. But I do concur that that's a good idea. And I think the commission should consider that as part of an approval to a special permit if they're so willing to do so. I do want to point out one, and it's not a major concern, but it's just something that's going to be different for the on-site circulation. So with the revised driveway configuration, presently there's a drop-off area in front of the parish. With the site plan modifications, you now need to exit. So if you're dropping somebody off who was less ambulatory, if you will, you're dropping them off before a worship service, you now have to exit back out into Cherry Street rather than be able to negotiate through the site to a parking area. I honestly, I don't think that that's necessarily a bad thing. It's just a difference in the site plan. You heard a lot tonight about the on-site parking. The site plan maintains the 190 spaces that are required from the previous special permit. There is more than ample parking, on-site remaining for the school use. Based on ITE parking generation estimates, 180 student body elementary schools only required or anticipated to have a peak parking demand of about 23 spaces. So again, more than ample. I think what this application comes down to, of course, is really the ability to queue vehicles. The applicant has presented what I think is a good workable plan for on-site queuing. I think the worst case scenario is an afternoon pickup period. I think the morning drop off is going to have a less of a queuing demand, particularly because in the mornings when you're dropping off, people arrive at random times before the start of school, whereas in the afternoon, as people arrive, they have to queue up and wait for that dismissal period. The plan drawing L231 by Peter Gasolfi Associates, it's included in the Langen traffic statement. That plan depicts what the applicant is proposing. They're proposing some what they call active management, if you will. So staff members from the school will be out to direct traffic. Thank you for putting that up. There'll be some traffic cones, some signage, and some directional traffic. So if you follow the red arrows from Cherry Street, where you would enter, proceeding southerly to the south end, and then easterly to the pickup area, and then negotiating back out northerly and using that easternmost driveway. Again, that is the driveway that Langen is suggesting be right turn only. I think that'll promote better flow out of the site because you're only negotiating one traffic stream rather than two, and it'll just keep things flowing. I think one of the crucial things that Langen is suggesting, and I think it's absolutely essential to minimize queues, is to have a split dismissal time. So basically 2 dismissal times, 15 to 20 minutes apart, to lessen queues upwards of 50%. And then my final recommendation to be considered is actually a vehicle identification program, if you will. So let me just explain that a little bit. As part of the active management for staff, there would be somebody who's recognizing and looking at the approaching vehicles. Each vehicle would have a family identification placard. It would be visible from the windshield, and that staff member would be radioing back to the school of the family vehicle that's approaching so that those students could be discharged from a dismissal area, so that as the students are arriving at the loading area, so are the vehicles, and it just results in a more orderly fashion. I didn't create that. I've got to tell you, I have 4 children, and our elementary school in my town implemented that, and it moved traffic very efficiently, anticipated queues very quickly. So that was presented in my findings. I had a conversation with Dan Cleary, the consultant's traffic engineer, this afternoon. It sounded like it was something that the applicant was willing to consider or implement. I suggest, if the commission is so willing to approve this project, that it be a requirement. And that's a very quick summary, given the time frame of the 3-page report that I did with my findings, and of course, available for any questions.
This is Commissioner Chris, had a few comments. I would completely agree with the left turn prohibition on both the egresses onto Cherry Street. It's a busy street. There's a hill, trying to cross traffic. It just doesn't seem like a good idea. You turn right, you're at a signaled intersection on a state highway. It's a much easier way to handle things. So I would see that as a very good idea. And I would also concur that a staggered pickup time just makes life easier for everybody. And third, I think the identification program is a very interesting one. And I would, it seems like something we should very much explore. I have one or two other questions and comments. I'm wondering on Cherry Street, question revealed my ignorance. I can't remember if there are any signs there or whether we need more signs regarding that there's, church and school exits, be careful, like a warning sign, whether that may be something that I guess the police commission would need to determine, but that may be something worthwhile from a safety perspective, just to alert people. I'll put that out there. Would be useful. The other one is I would suggest to the parochial school that on the entrance when parents are queuing up to collect their children, that there be some signage regarding no idling. Too often I live on Ponus Ridge and I see a line half a mile long of SUVs burning hydrocarbons for God knows how long to pick up their children, and it just drives me up a wall, I'll say it. And it's just not doing anybody any good. And not only have some signs saying there's no idling, because idling is prohibited in the state of Connecticut, but also that the church would be informing on a periodic basis its parishioners and parents that idling should not be done. I think that would be important public safety and environmental issue.
I have a quick question. This is Claire Tiscornia. Sorry, John, just to let you know, at West School, they do have that where you have to put your name on the car, and then they call it out, and you go and you pick up your kids. So I'm sorry, people are idling. They should be moving along much quicker.
They do not, believe me.
Okay. So that leads to a question. I don't have an answer, but so let's say when the parents are coming out and they're at Cherry and they have to make a right turn, what if that's a red light? Like all those people are going to be backed up. I don't know the answer to that. I don't like the idea of a left turn, but maybe some parents, instead of turning right in front of the church, they'll just go straight and make a left onto Cherry.
I'm not sure I knew where the question was in that. Are you saying we should
we're worried
have a
about
left turn
idling,
lane?
and I'm saying if you're making a right turn into a stoplight, all the people are going to be idling, waiting for that light to turn. And I said, I don't have an answer. I just wanted to bring it up.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, that is the one thing that I can say is that this is a smaller school than what is there currently. So we are hoping, and that's one of the things that both traffic engineers have said, that they don't see any impact on the surrounding intersections from this proposal, because we will be putting fewer people out onto the streets during school.
If I could just provide a response to that. So again, for your record, it's Rob Bultramitis. So the traffic queue, I've observed it at times extending beyond that easternmost driveway where the applicant is proposing the access, the right turn only. With every cycle of that light, that queue seemed to dissipate and clear. Another positive here is that the dismissal time is certainly not, it's some, and I forget the exact time, if it was 2:30 in the afternoon, it's certainly not a peak time where that intersection is, having most of its traffic probably between 4 and 6 p.m.
And the staggering will also help with that.
The staggering is critical, and I was very pleased that the applicant is willing to consider that.
Yeah, this is Commissioner Cruz again. I would concur, Commissioner Tiscornia, that you can have backup into the church property, but if you turn left, when the flow towards South Avenue starts opening up because it's now green. If you want to turn left, you're going to have to go across traffic that's moving because they have a green, and then you hit another stoplight. So I'm not sure there's a perfect issue. I think you're probably better off at the state highway corner, given the choices available, would be my guess. But that's me. But it's a very valid point.
So similar to that, I have a question about people entering the property. If you're coming from South Avenue along Cherry and you're making a left across oncoming traffic to get in, and I don't have the answer to this, this is directed to the traffic engineers, are you going to have people queuing up to make that left into the property? Certainly there's less of an issue if people are making a right coming from Park, but if they're coming from the South Avenue direction, they want to turn left. And I also have elementary school kids and have waited a lot of times in queues to make a left turn across oncoming traffic. So I'm just curious if anyone's looked at that.
No, this is Rob Ultraminus. I think it's a very good question. I did look at that. I have not seen it at these times, the queue from the traffic light extending back to that westernmost driveway. I'm sure it does at times. It's going to dissipate very quickly. I think that a left turn into the site is, I think that delay is going to be very short.
Okay. Remember, this is much smaller than even the schools that you all are referencing.
Can I just comment on that? Just briefly, can you hear me?
Yeah. Identify yourself though, please.
Yeah, I will. Dan Clary with Langen. After the last meeting, we actually went out and videoed those two intersections to address exactly the concern that's being raised now. And typically what we saw during the time when there would be dismissal, there's a queue of about 4 to 5 vehicles that dissipates immediately when the signal turns green at South Street. And that's one of the reasons we proposed the right turn only for that operation, is to make sure that the flow kept moving. And a left turn coming out there at that time would slow flow coming out of the church parking lot and the school parking lot. As far as the left turns in, which was just brought up, that won't be as big of an issue, because you have quite a bit of storage to go back to, that goes back towards South Street, and you have the same flow that you're competing against, which is 4, 5, 6 vehicles that you're going to wait for in order to, when park goes green, you've got to wait for those 4, 5, 6 vehicles and then take a left. So it's pretty light flow during that time of the day. And I think the way we've set it up here is an acknowledgement of trying to move traffic through the parking lot as quickly as possible.
And I would note, just to the comments that were raised, the church is very much in favor of putting up the no idling signs and reminding parents of that fact. And in fact, they do use a sort of a similar placard system currently, or had when the church was when the school was on the site, and we'll definitely continue to do that, and are happy for that to be a condition.
Thank you. Commissioners, anything further on the traffic? I think we're good. Anything else?
No, I don't think I have anything further tonight. I had sort of a summation, but it sounds like there's going to be a request, obviously, from what we've discussed, to continue. So perhaps I'll save that for the next meeting.
Correct. We would like to we would like to continue into the March meeting if possible.
Okay. What is the date of the March meeting?
The 28th.
28th.
March 28th. Okay.
Does that require an extension?
Yes.
It does.
I'm granting that. Yes.
Yeah. And if we can organize the structural peer review for that, that would be great.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Chairman, she's been here 3.5 hours. One of them wanted to take a few-minute break before our next session, which I think may be an extended event.
Let's take a 3-minute break and then reconvene for the next application, which is 751 Weed.
All right, so it is guest net, so
There we go.
I can't get it to load.
Okay, moving on this evening, 751 Weed Street. We will continue that to the special meeting in March. Do we have a fixed date for that yet?
For the special meeting, no. We were
It'll be the
waiting.
week of the
It
13th,
will be
right?
the week of the 13th. We have not confirmed when we have a quorum. We're still waiting to gather.
Okay, so
back from the commission.
we'll have to work with the applicant and
Yes.
agree on a date. You're around that week? Yes.
Which one?
Can I ask, this is Art, was there still talk of having a meeting this Thursday night?
There is a meeting this Thursday night.
Yes,
To close out Hill Street.
we need to close out Hill Street before the deadline.
And that will be 6 o'clock Thursday.
Correct.
Yep.
Thank you.
Just for anybody who's on Zoom right now, are we not hearing Hill Street at all tonight? Or are we just not hearing the public comment piece? I don't think we're hearing.
So we have Joe Canis on Zoom who is available to speak tonight on the engineering
Okay.
findings that were done for wetlands. Chris Smith is on Zoom. He is anticipating doing his presentation Thursday, and the interveners are also anticipating speaking on Thursday.
So anybody from the public who is on Zoom
It's
right
the
now?
Last meeting, so.
Oh, we're not hearing. Okay. I just don't want people sitting around until midnight.
Right.
If we're not gonna let them speak.
Okay. So we're moving on to 51 Main Street. Try that again.
Yep. So I'm gonna-
51 Main Street. I'll go through the formalities and reading the application. 51 Main Street, resubmission for application of Timothy S. Hollister, Hinckley Allen authorized agent for 51 Main Street LLC owner for a zoning regulation amendment to amend the zoning regulations dated June 16th, 2007, revised December 19th, 2022. To add a new section 5.11 Housing Redevelopment Zone, AKA the HRZ, to accommodate an 830G set-aside development of a 20 dwelling unit multifamily development located at 51 Main Street in the B Residence Zone, Map T, Block 43, Lot 8822, and located in the Historic District. Similarly, 51 Main Street, resubmission for application of Timothy S. Hollister, Hinckley Allen, authorized agent for 51 Main Street LLC owner for a petition to change in zoning boundary for property currently located in the B Residence Zone and located in the Historic District. The requested change is to designate the property located at 51 Main Street, Map T, Block 43, Lot 822 as HRZ Housing Redevelopment Zone. And finally, 51 Main Street, resubmission for application of Timothy S. Hollister, Hinckley Allen, authorized agent for 51 Main Street LLC as owner for an 830G set-aside site plan application for the property located at 51 Main Street in the B Residence Zone, Map T, Block 43, Lot 822, and located in the Historic District. Mr. Hollister.
Thank you. Good evening, Commissioners. Tim Hollister representing the applicant. The speakers tonight, but beside myself are Mr. Hall and Mr. Kennedy, from whom you heard on February 15th. And then I have available online if needed, Mr. Versteeg and Ms. Blackburn. I think our mutual aim is to try to close the resubmission hearing tonight, remembering that you have until the 30th of March to make your decision. I think we're going to be 10, 12, 15 minutes at most. And you should have a copy of, I sort of chuckle now when I call these my final materials, but I call these my final materials, dated February 22nd. He filed on the 22nd, hand delivered to you, to Ms. Carey on the 23rd. So to just be efficient, first, I'm going to start off and just try to give you a summary of the items that were open, questions that were raised on February 15th that are addressed in the February 22nd submission. Number one, we do show a loading space that is compliant with the existing zoning regulations. That is on sheet 5 of 7 as revised to January 9th, 2023, and submitted with a resubmission on January 12th. In response to Mr. Kingsbury's question there, and Mr. Hall will illustrate this, there is a site plan door. The site plan shows a door to the building within 50 feet of an approved access road. Sidewalks and driveways, we agree, will be designed and built to support fire apparatus. Mr. Kingsbury had recommended a sprinkler be in the front preserved historic building. It's not required, and we don't intend to do that. Mr. Kennedy confirmed with the Onera Foundation that he had the authorization to submit his February 6th letter, and that is tab 2 of the package. We've proposed a snow removal condition. If the snow it needs to be removed, including in order to protect existing landscaping, we will do that. Ms. Blackburn, this is tab 4, has revised, clarified the landscaping plan. Commissioner Chris asked about Chinese juniper. The clarification is there will be native ground cover juniper, and we've added to the existing note and proposed a condition that if there is a part of the site plan where tree roots may be impacted, the applicant agrees to consult further with an arborist, obviously in consultation with the town, about protecting the root system. There was a question about the roof heights between the preserved and the new building. So we gave you those on the plan, peak to peak, midpoint to midpoint. So I'll just read the numbers. Peak to peak, the new building is 48 feet 3 inches. The preserved building is 31 feet 8 inches. Midpoint to midpoint, the new building is 43 feet 9 inches, and the preserved building is 25 feet 2 inches. So approximately a 17-foot difference between the new and the preserved building on both of those parameters. I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Hall.
Good evening. My name is Chris Hall of CAH Architecture. Start with the note about Mr. Kingsbury notation about the entrance. We do have the entrance to the garage that is actually directly on the fire access road. So, we're 0 feet in the access road. Additionally, at the previous meeting, there was a discussion about the mechanical systems and where they would be. So we are showing them now on the roof plan. You can see them dashed in below the peak of the roof, and then a screen noted on there, as well as in the section on SD6, we showed where the condensers would be, where the screen would be, and where the roof is. As previously noted it's on SD4 that we have the elevation shown. And also we updated it to reflect on the existing building, the switch of the fire stair exit to the side from the space that was between the two buildings. Additionally, we removed a couple of windows and made the openings a little bit smaller on the two bumped out sections so that we would meet opening max sizes. One other notation, in response to Mr. Parker's letter about the south elevation of the existing building, it's actually not in the Historic District Commission's purview to consider the back of the building because it's not visible from the street. And then also his assertion that our elevations are.
All right, if I want to get out of this meeting now.
You got them?
I muted them. yeah.
Thank you. Sorry about that.
That they're inaccurate. They're not. The shading that was noted in his drawings are actually from the 3D model itself. They're not hand drawn, so they're directly created by the program. So they do reflect accurately the ins and outs of the building, the generation of the shadows. I think that's it for me.
Okay. And now I'd like to ask Mr. Kennedy to chime in. You there, Travis?
Yes, I am. Good evening, commissioners and members of the community. I'm just here to kind of build upon what was established in our last conversation. My first point is that the historic district has no uniform pattern of street setbacks. Setbacks are not a defining characteristic of Queen Anne or stick style architecture, nor are they a defining characteristic of the historic district, where there is no uniform standard to the setbacks of buildings of any era. Therefore, the relative distance of the former Red Cross building to the street does not impact the character or quality of the building or the district. My second point is that we seek to preserve the building by moving it. We are not advocating for demolition. My third point is that the design honors the standard preservation practice of differentiating between new and old, while still harmonizing the new and historic components of the property. Finally, relative to the other building heights in the district, this 17-foot differential is not substantial. Moreover, given that the view from the street is what is of primary concern in terms of the character and quality of the historic district, the design new construction will not significantly alter the streetscape.
Okay, thank you. Those are our comments as reflected in the February 22nd package. So at this point, Mr. Chairman, if you want to go to the peer reviewers or public testimony, and then I'll have 2 minutes of concluding remarks, and then I think we'll be able to close the hearing. Thank you.
We'll go to the peer reviewers first.
Okay, so we have David Parker, our historic preservation reviewer. You have it open?
No.
Which one?
Bear with us just a moment. Mr. Parker's trying to get his information on the screen.
Yep.
Here we go.
Shut down.
All right.
Okay, finally. Thank you, Sarah. Good evening, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners. I'm David Parker, preservation architect based in Southport, Connecticut, where I previously served as a commissioner and one-time chairman of Fairfield's 3 historic districts. I have over 33 years professional experience and have received numerous awards in the field of preservation, including the National Trust for Historic Preservation's Tony Goldman Award. I'm currently a trustee of the National Trust for Historic Preservation, where I serve as the representative of historic sites and councils. I have degrees from the University of Virginia and Harvard Graduate School of Design, and I was elevated to the College of Fellows by the American Institute of Architects for my work in the field of preservation. Previously, I presented a report on the applicant's earlier submission in August 2022 and have reviewed their current alternative plans for the building site. Please reference the background history and architectural comments on this property and the Churchill Historic District from that document, and note that many of my observations on the former submission also apply to this alternate proposal. As noted in my previous report, the criteria used for evaluation of buildings in historic districts, local historic districts, as well as for structures listed on the Connecticut Register of Historic Places, which includes 51 Main Street, are the U.S. Secretary of the Interior standards for rehabilitation. These nationally codified guidelines consider the significance of properties relative to historic, architectural, and cultural values. While the current updated drawings for this project at 51 Main Street include some changes, the proposed alterations and adjacent new construction on this Churchill Historic District property still violate the Secretary of the Interior standards in several significant ways.
That is this alternate scheme still proposes to move the existing historic Red Cross former rectory from its original site and foundations, a setback of approximately 52.9 feet, to a location encroaching up to 19.5 feet from the street. Yet doing so contradicts the basic standards historic Church Street setback, as you can see on this drawing, and is inconsistent with 95% of the buildings, of the houses in the historic district. Please note that the proposed building and hardscape would cover 83.8% of the 0.38 acre site, removing 6 trees, including 2 that are over 50 feet high, and leaving only a few residual spots for 7 token 5-foot high junipers and some shrubs, with no other trees or sizable screening to be planted by the applicant. Besides relocating the historic Red Cross Rectory, the applicant's proposed alterations include engulfing and destroying its original pitched roof rear wing, while eliminating original multi-pane windows and detailing on its south elevation, which contradicts the Secretary of the Interior standards. Moreover, the applicant's submission does not explain what materials would be used to support, replace, or reinforce the historic building's exterior balloon-framed walls, sheathing, and decorative siding, given that most of its existing interior load-bearing walls are being removed. Additionally, the scale, bulk, and proportions of the immense new building, which will be only 5 feet behind the relocated Red Cross Rectory, are incongruous with every single structure in the still village-like Churchill Historic Precinct. Indeed, rendered drawings in the applicant's current submission are misleading with respect to the form, massing, and delineation of the building. On the submitted elevations and perspective, dark tones, which you might assume are shadows, here would, I assume, represent paint, because where you see the sloped roof coming down the face of the building, that those walls are actually coplanar. So that if you take away the paint color, the walls are essentially coplanar. For example, on this west elevation, which is sheet SD4 in the applicant set, initially makes this new building's face seem quite varied, which I showed you here. But on close inspection, one finds that the 155-foot long face of the building is in essence a 40-foot high wall, only 5 feet from the neighboring property line. A stark urbanistic response facing the universally lower and distinctively bucolic Churchill Historic District. The close placement of the proposed building and paving to the lot line precludes the applicant from planting any screening along this broad face of the immense imposing structure. The east elevation, also on the applicant's sheet SD4, is similarly deceiving and disturbing, but in a different manner, with the large full 3-story volume lifted on thin stilt-like posts, exposing the entire parking area below as the new eastern perimeter face of the Churchill Historic District. The broad expanse of 26 cars that would be parked underneath are notably absent in the applicant's rendered elevation. And just so you can see that again, it looks like the stone is going all the way across the bottom of this building. It's not. That what you're seeing is that's in shadow, that it goes all the way under the building. So the building is completely up in the air and it's completely open on this face. And and as you can see in their rendering, there's really no planting proposed here on their property to screen that. And also I would point out here that where similar to the other side, where surfaces are essentially coplanar. The outer volumes, yes, do project forward slightly, but the silhouette of the roof is as I'm showing it here. And I would also point out that on 51 Main Street, if you look, that it has sort of weird salt box shape. They are putting a dormer on the back of it. And again, those surfaces are coplanar, which essentially destroys the A roof profile of that end of the 51 Main Street. The north front facade of the now broader proposed building, which is sheet SD5 in the applicant set, similarly misleads. A careful analysis reveals that the new structure is 80% taller than the historic Red Cross Rectory. Located a mere 5 feet behind, the historic structure is dwarfed by the immediately adjacent complex. Smaller, and on the north side, the Red Cross Rectory is literally and figuratively in the shadow of the looming new building. A new 7.5 foot cube electrical transformer is proposed less than 5 feet from the street in front of the relocated house. It is, in a sense, the development's gift to the streetscape. Importantly, mimicking elevations of the historic home's gabled ends on the broad facades of this approximately 27,000 square foot structure at a scale up to 5 times that of the Red Cross Rectory makes the new building neither proportional nor sympathetic. Rather, it overwhelms the historic house it purports to save and protect. Furthermore, it makes no sense to describe a monolithic new building like this as Queen Anne and therefore appropriate, simply because it has bow pitched roof and 24 modern balconies shown here, some of them shown here in red. In addition to its social and cultural history, the Red Cross Rectory is precious, given its status as the singular Queen Anne stick-style residence in the district. Neither 51 Main Street nor any other historic structures here have original balconies. Contrary to what may have been said by the applicant or a supporter who testified previously regarding this project, moving most buildings is considered appropriate only, and I stress this, only as a last resort to save them from demolition. Yet no imperative exists to move this building. In fact, in most circumstances, relocating an historic structure renders it ineligible for listing on the National Register of Historic Places, and in any event, severely diminishes its relevance. As an aside, by the way, this past Thursday, the applicant submitted a photo of a balcony on a building at 4 Main Street, suggesting that that singular example of a balcony should serve as a precedent for 24 balconies on the enormous building proposed at 51 Main Street. What I didn't know until yesterday was that the property at 4 Main Street was actually renovated in 2019 by the same applicant as 51 Main Street, and or that the architect for those renovations was also the same architect as for the proposed massive project at 51 Main. A comparison of historic district and building department files for 4 Main reveals inconsistencies between the plans approved by HDC and building department relative to what was actually built at 4 Main. Note the following discrepancies. Cantilever bracketed modern cable railings that were not approved. Exterior materials not as indicated on drawings, including an errant upper level wall of discordant dark masonry with contemporary outdoor fireplace set into the wall of the historic building. A parapet shown as wood on submitted plans that, when built, morphed into an elevated dark stone outdoor grill and nearby modernist outrigger wall that you can see on the right toward the center of the photograph. And piers substituted in place of arches on the lower level of the plans that were submitted to the Historic District Commission and to the building department. On the right is what was submitted and approved. On the left is what was built. And numerous rooftop skylights were also not shown on the approved drawings. Additionally, please note that virtually all of the installed windows are different from what was approved, both in type, casements rather than double hung, and also in size and number of panes. These inconsistencies, or more specifically, violations, were built by and made apparent when introduced as an exhibit into our current discussion by the same applicant as the proposed project at 51 Main. Is it surprising that we would be skeptical about how they would move and remodel the historic Red Cross Rectory? Violations are not precedents. However, historic districts are precious and vulnerable. Using dark tones and paint color on elevations to suggest different planes or on the actual building does not make unapproved features or enormous massing appropriate. Please, and here you see a view from Husted Street. Please weigh these considerations carefully as you deliberate the serious implications of the very consequential aberrant alterations and massive new construction proposed at 51 Main Street and their impacts to New Canaan's small and fragile Churchill Historic District. Located at the heart of New Canaan, the Churchill Historic District is small by most standards, consisting of a mere 21 properties containing a grand total of only 25 contributing historic structures. Numerous aspects of the proposed alternative design, including moving, altering, and reconstructing portions of it, would irreparably harm the historic Red Cross Rectory at 51 Main Street, making it almost certainly ineligible for a National Register listing and reducing the number of qualifying historic structures in New Canaan's only historic district to 24. These changes would forever diminish the historic integrity of the community's cultural core. The immense proposed new structure is completely out of scale, proportion, and character relative to all other buildings in the Churchill district, which it would adversely affect in numerous ways while setting a dangerous precedent for this seemingly protected historic, environmental, architectural, and cultural community and state heritage resource.
Thank you. Commissioners, any questions for Mr. Parker?
Mr. Chairman, I have a comment. I have to say this is a very impressive presentation, one of the best I've seen in my time here on the commission. I thank you for your efforts here. Just to read a few things back to be sure I'm understanding what I'm hearing is that the changes proposed by the applicant would create a significant and irrevocable damage to the historic district in New Canaan. Is that a fair statement?
Yes.
And the historic district is a significant part of the welfare of our town, I would think.
Historic resources are resources, yes. And they're cultural and historical and environmental.
And as far as the ameliorations or changes that the applicant has made in the updated presentation, your view, sir, is remains that these new plans would still create clear and irrevocable significant damage to the quality of our historic district.
There's no question in my mind.
Thank you, sir. Those are my questions, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Commissioners, any other questions, comments? Commissioners on Zoom? That doesn't. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So we also have Andy Kingsbury, our life safety consultant.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. For the record, Andrew Kingsbury, New Canaan's Fire Department Operational and Safety Peer Reviewer. As requested, I have reviewed the pertinent sections of the resubmitted materials and offer comment as a follow-up to my previous reports. Code compliance can be addressed directly by the New Canaan's Fire Marshal's office. Project description, as you've heard, both the original and alternate submissions still consist of 20 units split between the two buildings, the front and the back building. Parking is relatively unchanged, still underneath the rear building at 26 spaces. Fitness center, that has changed. That has been removed from the alternate 4-story building, and I'll refer to it as the alternate building versus original building. And with the exception of minor adjustments, some internal apartment configurations, some doors, some windows. The original 5-story submission that was submitted, I believe on October 18th, is relatively unchanged. So I'll concentrate my comments tonight on the 4-story alternate version that was submitted, unless you have questions on the original 5-story submission. So the top floor of the alternate 4-story building has been removed. So it's basically 1 floor less, but the building is now wider. And as you just saw, it covers a big chunk of the parcel, 62 feet approximately of the 73-foot wide parcel. The bedroom mix has been changed a little bit, but operationally, as I looked at it, it really hasn't changed anything operationally. So just some more 3-bedroom units. Building construction, again, remains relatively unchanged. So it's the rear building is a type 1A, fire resistant for the garage area, and type 5A wood frame, protected wood frame for the residential units above. The front building continues to be a type 5B, and that's a wood frame building. And as you heard, the rear building will have fire sprinklers, and they have chosen not to sprinkler the front building. Access for fire apparatus and emergency vehicles. The main access would be the frontage along Main Street for fire apparatus. There is a single access driveway at 22 feet wide that is on the east side of the project. Access for firefighting operations to do actual operations, particularly for aerial apparatus, would still be along that Main Street frontage. Potentially could utilize the 22-foot wide access driveway on the east side of the building and potentially from the rear yard here. But it is very close to the driveway right here on the side of the building. Setbacks have been changed. So the west side of the building still has that approximate 5-foot setback to the property line. But now the east side, this side of the property, has been reduced to 5.5 feet setbacks. Balconies that previously were cantilevered very, very close to the property line have been pulled back. But due to the narrow setbacks on both sides of the building and existing screening and trees that are either on the property or neighbor's property, aerial access would be very, very limited on both of those sides. So really the access would be to the front of the building and potentially from the rear here. Grade and slope around the perimeter of the building appears to be fairly level and acceptable for firefighter operations. I don't know if the applicant has agreed to or not agreed to, but I'm just going to suggest that a definitive plan for snow removal. And that would be ensuring that there's clear access. So all the way around this building, all the walks should be submitted with this plan. Because you'll see with projects like this that a lot of times snow will get piled up in inappropriate areas. Access around the building won't be maintained during storms. And so as I spoke about the setbacks, 5 feet, 5.5 feet on the sides of the building. That's very, very close. So to raise ground ladders, the good news is the balconies have been lowered. So they're about, it varies a little bit depending on the topography, but about 34 feet, maybe a little less. So they are within reach of a 35-foot ground ladder. But the problem is raising that ground ladder and setting it. Ground ladders need to be pulled back 25% from the height. So basically that's how we actually check it, is with our arms at a 25% grade. So if you're going to reach that balcony, you're going to need to pull that ladder back about 8.5 feet. And that would be pressed up right up against, if there was a fence there, it would actually be over it. So you need more than 8.5 feet. So you actually have to be able to get around the ladder, have a little bit of operating room. So just to reach the balconies, there needs to be about a 10-foot setback on the side property lines. To get to the roof, it would be even farther away from the building. So that's problematic, particularly since you have landscape features. There's a fence proposed there. You have the neighboring properties. We don't know what's going to be on the neighboring properties, if there's going to be screening put there, if the neighbors are going to put up fences. So that's a very big concern for myself, is that there really is no ground ladder access from the sides of the buildings. We've heard that it's not required. The code doesn't require opening windows. There are balconies, and as we just saw on Mr. Parker's presentation, there's a lot of balconies, and that's where people are going to take refuge, is on balconies. And firefighters need to be able to get to the sides of the buildings to make rescues. People don't always do what you expect. They don't always follow what you would think is a normal route to exit a building. If there's a fire in a hallway, if there's smoke, even if there's cold smoke from a fire that's been extinguished by sprinklers, or hazardous smoke, residents are going to take a refuge out onto balconies. If there's lightning strikes, if there's a need to make a rescue on the side of those buildings, construction workers that are hurt, firefighters need access to that. So my suggestion is this building just needs to be made narrower. It's too close to the side yards for safety. As far as stairwells and interior access, we're speaking about the rear buildings. There are 2 stairwells. They go right up to the roof, and they appear to be appropriately spaced and in appropriate areas. The concern is in between the 2 buildings, there is a 5-foot separation, but there is a row of gas meters there that I saw on the utility plan. So I'm not sure how wide those would be. I would guess that would encroach a little bit, at least a foot, into that 5-foot area. And if they could be relocated, that would be suggested. And I would just ask the fire marshals to make sure that that's code compliant, being within that 5-foot separation between the 2 buildings. I understand why the applicant's putting those meter sets there, but if they could be put somewhere else, that would be a suggestion. So in summary, access to the site, particularly to the sides of the building, is really inadequate. We need to make a definitive decision. Is there a snow plan for this, removing snow from all around the building? And also, I recommend that the front building be equipped with fire sprinklers. I'd always recommend that. It's an older building. You heard that it's balloon framed. I would just suggest that that would be incorporated into the project, but again, it's probably not required by code. So if you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer those.
Commissioners, any questions for Mr. Kingsbury?
I just need to clarify something, which maybe is for you, Mr. Kingsbury, or maybe for the applicant, but so fire access in terms of fire trucks, they're either gonna stop on Main Street in front of this building or pull into the 22-foot wide driveway, which is also the way residents would egress this building in the event of a fire.
I would, Chief Bassett isn't here, but I can tell you definitively that they're going to park in front of the building. They're not going to, probably not going to pull into that driveway. It's kind of narrow. It's close to the building. Potentially they could, ambulance could use that, but you are going to be facing people leaving. It's just not a great spot that close on the side of the building like that. So probably the frontage along Main Street would be the, and the firehouse is right there. So they pull up right there.
Thank you.
This Commissioner Chris, just to, two of the points that particularly struck me is that one, use of ground ladders to reach upper stories to, deal with injured or sick or people in danger just is not adequate, not really doable given the design of the site. If I'm hearing you correctly.
That is correct. There's not enough room to set those ladders. They're just too steep of an angle. Even just to get to the third story balcony, let alone to the roof area.
So rescuing someone who is in danger on a balcony may be very difficult, if not impossible, using ground ladders.
With the current layout of the building, yes.
Thank you. Second is that the access to the site by fire apparatus is inadequate.
For aerial access, it's only the very front, and if it could be accessed from this rear access driveway right outside the windows here. But if you think about it, being that close to the with the 5 and a 5.5 foot setback, when you raise that aerial, it really has. It's hard to negotiate that. You need to. Aerials are designed, and what we teach is that they park on the corner of buildings, so they can reach two sides of the building. So to park it where you're just shooting down an alleyway, you really don't have access to the building, and it's set pretty far back. I forget what the measurements are, but it would be that 19 foot or so setback for the front building, and then the width, the depth of the building. So that 100-foot aerial is not going to reach very far into there, anyways.
So the functionality capacity of an aerial apparatus, given the design and footprint of the building, would be significantly restricted in your view.
It would be.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Those are my questions, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Any other commissioners, any other questions? Commissioners on Zoom? I think we're good.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
And then we do have Paul Payne, our fire marshal, and Maria Coplet, our town engineer, on Zoom available if there are any questions for the commission before we eventually close this hearing.
I would like to ask Fire Marshal Payne, based on what you just heard from Mr. Kingsbury, would you concur with his assessment about the issues with life safety, given the scale and design of the building and coverage and lack of access?
I would, Commissioner, I would prefer to let Chief Bassett speak on that. I did not see any code issues there. I try to root all my comments in code. I do have concerns, particularly with the plan review that was submitted for record by Christopher Lau. I believe they can all be resolved without moving buildings, but there is still some work to do there. Those are my objections at the moment.
Okay. Commissioners, any questions for the fire marshal? Or for Maria? Or Coplet? Nope.
I had one issue, not for those people, but it's on the, I think it's Mr. Kennedy. Let me get the document up here, if I may. I remember when he spoke to us, when he was here in person at the last meeting, I asked a few times, was this approved by the board of Onera Foundation? And he said, no. He said he's on the board, so I would assume that he would know if something had been approved. And he mentioned that the president, I guess is Mr. Peterson, was very excited. So, you know, that his excitement was an approval. And I said, well, why did you use the letterhead? And he said, well, wanted to indicate that a local foundation that's passionately interested in preservation was supporting this, but he never explicitly said it's been approved. Now we have a letter here from Mr. Peterson, who is president of Onera Foundation, that is what's authorized. Didn't say when it was authorized. I'm wondering, this is after the fact authorization or before the fact authorization? It doesn't
Before
say.
the fact.
And if I can be permitted to speak, sir. Thank you. Didn't state this. And so I'm trying to reconcile this letter, which is a little vague, with explicit statements by Mr. Kennedy that never said there was a authorization. It just doesn't sit well with me. And I just want to make sure that's on the record. Also, we don't have any information on our Onera Foundation, though they're now a submitter. Do they have conflicts of interest and anything else? We really don't know, and there's no one here we can really ask. So again, that is another issue as far as what weight can be put on this. So I just want to put that out there. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Mr. Kennedy, you had a comment?
I had approval to submit the letter prior to the meeting where I first submitted my statement on the letterhead. Out of an excess of caution, I didn't want to speak out of turn. I wanted to refer back to David to confirm how I should speak. But no, it was approved prior to my submission. And the letter that I submitted was meant to clearly indicate that.
Well, I did ask specifically, and I never got a specific answer when you spoke to us last time. Thank you.
I do apologize.
It brings up issues of, it just doesn't sit well in issues of credibility. I just doesn't sit well with me. So thank you.
Commissioners, any other questions? As far as public input,
Is there anyone from the public?
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission staff. I appear before you at this late hour on behalf of, well, my name is Joel Green. I practice law in Bridgeport with the law offices of Green and Gross. It's my pleasure to again appear before you with respect to the opposition by several abutters and others within the Churchill Historic District and other concerned citizens of New Canaan. And those individuals include Julian Frederick Tufts, Sarah Smith, Candy Grieg, Joseph Riker, Susan Stout, Pamela and William Randon, Susan and David Squire, Lauren and Bill Frank, Jackie and Jake Powell, Art Berry, Carolyn and Jim Hayes, and Tom Cronin. I'm not going to take up a lot of time recognizing the hour, but there's a few points that I would like to review with the commission. Significantly, or most significantly, as resubmitted, the set aside development proposed by the applicant is entirely inconsistent with the historic character of this neighborhood, of this historic district. You've heard a lot from David Parker on this evening. The adverse impacts constitute other matters that under the law, this commission may consider with respect to this 8-30 set aside development. As I emphasized when I spoke to you in October, I urge you to review with Attorney Gelderman once again, the law and the exercise of the jurisdiction of this commission in the context of an 8-30 G application. I'm going to make a brief presentation on that this evening, but again, I urge you to consult with Attorney Gelderman. What I would like to do now is, and I'll have some other remarks, but at this moment, I would like to present one of our consultants who appeared before you in October, Dr. Darren Raymond Locke. I want to also incorporate our presentations from October, which are still part of the record on this resubmission. But Dr. Raymond Locke submitted a letter to this commission dated February 24th. I do have extra copies if the commission would like to refer to them this evening. Dr. Raymond Locke is remote. She is not feeling well, but she is hanging in with us tonight. And if she could join us at this time and just review her letter.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners. I'm Dr. Darren Raymond Locke. I'm principal of Sawdust and Strata. I'm a historic preservation.
Dr. Locke, could I, this is Attorney Hollister. I need to interrupt. Mr. Chairman, I just want to point out that last time you set a rule that all submissions had to be in 5 days before this hearing, and Dr. Raymond Locke's was not. It's dated February 24th. Rules the rules. I just want to put my objection on the record. Thank you.
Understood. The letter from Dr. Raymond Locke, that is pertaining to a piece of a rebuttal to a piece of information from the applicant.
That is correct.
And that information was from the last meeting, or was that recently received?
Well, as I had pointed out the last time we appeared before the commission, there's been sort of a constant trickle of information, and significantly, Dr. Raymond Locke also wanted an opportunity to review the peer review that was performed by David Scott Parker that was submitted on the same day. We got the letter in as quickly as we could. I would also suggest to the commission, and just as the commission is aware, these hearings, and as Attorney Hollister is aware, the process before a commission is governed by the rules of natural justice and fundamental fairness. I appeared before this commission the last time we were before the commission, and clearly Attorney Hollister knew that I was representing all of these neighbors and involved with this application based on the 3 times that we've been before the commission on this, and I've been present at every hearing. And the applicant did not even provide me with the courtesy of the documents that have trickled in from the applicant. So I had to find them or look for them, I suppose, on the website. I would have expected that courtesy from the applicant, but we reacted quickly. I, of course, provided Attorney Hollister with a copy of the letter as soon as it was filed. And that's where we are.
No, you did. I got
think
it off the website. You didn't provide me with anything.
I copied you on it, and I can provide the email where Attorney Hollister immediately. I provided it to Sarah Carey, and Attorney Hollister sent an email immediately saying you were supposed to have this in yesterday.
Understood. I think, given the compressed timelines that we're working with between meetings on these various applications, this one specifically, I think the fact that it was submitted 4 days prior to our hearing instead of 5, I think there's a little bit of flexibility there to be able to admit it into the record. I'd like to hear what Dr. Raymond Locke has to say on the matter. And if it was something that was submitted yesterday, I would completely agree with Mr. Hollister. I mean, that's just beyond all reason, but this was submitted on a Friday instead of a Thursday, and we, all of us had time to look at it. So why don't we continue with Dr. Locke and hear what she has to say.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners. I'm Dr. Darren Raymond Locke. I'm principal of Sawdust and Strata. I'm a historic preservationist. I have over 20 years of international preservation experience, and I sit on the Fairfields Historic District Commission. I'm going to try to keep this as short and sweet as possible. I have bronchitis, so I'm losing my voice very quickly, and Zoom does not have a filter for me to sound like James Earl Jones, so I'm just going to crack on. I've appeared before this commission for previous iterations of this applications, and my comments then still apply to this latest version. I've previously said that the pattern of development shows a compatible development over time with a lasting respect of the older buildings in the neighborhood as new ones were added. I think Mr. Parker showed an image, figure 3, showing red line setbacks, which illustrate this point. Moving this structure 30 feet closer to the main street destroys the harmony of the district and alters the experience of the building from the street and within the district itself. Relocating the structure destroys the location, setting, feeling, association of the building, and its participation in the district. And I would like to point out that of the 7 aspects of integrity that are kind of central to preservation, location, setting, design, materials, workmanship, feeling, and association, that movement of that building destroys 4 of them. David Scott Parker did a great job reiterating a lot of the points that I would already point out. So I'm not going to go into a lot of detail reiterating what he's already said, but the historic fabric of this building will be significantly altered. Historic windows are going to be removed and replaced. The rear roof line is going to be altered. And the scale and massing of the new building are completely inappropriate for this district. I'd like to stress that that new construction would dwarf the historic building. And I think I said that in previous presentations to you. The massing of the new building would make the historic building at 51 Main subservient to it. It's not sympathetic in any way, shape, or form. It's not a sympathetic addition to the district, and certainly not with respect to the building on that parcel. I'd also like to just make sure that I explain that any alteration to the exterior of a historic building has the potential to significantly alter not only an individual historic resource's significance, but also its active participation within a local historic district as a contributing resource. Churchill Local Historic District is very small. It's only 25 buildings. So any alteration would significantly alter kind of the feeling of that district. Larger districts have the potential to kind of absorb changes a little bit more easily, but small districts really can't, especially in cases like this, whereas other people have pointed out, the Red Cross building is the only example of its architectural type within that district. So really, in sum, of the 7 aspects of integrity, which are location, setting, design, materials, workmanship, feeling, association, this application would alter them all with respect to this historic building and its participation within the larger district.
Thank you, Dr. Raymond Locke. If you could just comment for the commission on the impacts that you've described, if this project were to be constructed, can you quantify the likelihood of the harm that you've described occurring?
Absolute, 100% it would happen.
Thank you. I have no further questions of Dr. Raymond Locke. I don't know if the commission has questions.
I just have one question for Dr. Raymond Locke.
Sure.
You're familiar with the site, you're familiar with the positioning of the existing building relative to street and overall depth of the lot.
Mm-hmm.
In order to maintain the integrity of the historic district, it's sort of a foregone conclusion that the building would remain in situ. With that understood, do you think there is an architectural solution that's possible to the back of the building that would maintain its historic significance without detracting from it?
You're talking about alterations to the historic structure itself and not the new addition behind it.
I'm talking about both, actually.
Okay, so I think with the new addition, the scale and massing would have to be significantly sized down. I think it's too big. I think it, as I said, it dwarfs that historic structure. And David did an amazing job of illustrating where that was relative to what it would look like from the streetscape and how the front historic building is just kind of consumed by the overall scale of that rear building. I think proportionally, it's completely inappropriate. It needs to be scaled significantly lower. In terms of the historic building itself, I mean, based on the CGS, and I think Joel would be better off talking about this, but the historic, one of the purviews of historic preservation and the Historic District Commission, which is not necessarily the same as yours, is that they have to, you have to consider the visual impact from any public way, street, or place. So you can see this building pretty much all the way around. And so altering that rear part of that historic building needs to be done in a very sympathetic way. And if there was a way to maintain the historic sight lines, the historic roof lines, I would strongly suggest looking at those possibilities rather than, changing the complete massing of the back and adding windows that are kind of not historically proportional to what would have been there.
Thank you.
I had a question, Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
Dr. Raymond Locke, if I understand it correctly, and let me read this back to be sure I'm getting you. I'm going to summarize this. That it in your profession, this development, even under its altered form, would create clear, immediate, and irreparable harm not only to this site's historic integrity, but to the historic integrity of the entire historic district itself. Is that a fair statement of your view?
Yes. Yeah.
Thank you. That's my question.
Thank you. Commissioners, any other questions for Dr. Raymond Locke? Thank you very much.
So the Connecticut general statutes, and again, please review this with Attorney Gelderman, but just briefly, 8-30G permits a zoning commission to deny an affordable housing application if the decision is necessary to protect substantial public interests in health, safety, or other matters, which the commission may legally consider. The Connecticut Supreme Court, Smith versus Zoning Board of Appeals, concluded that public health and safety includes the protection of the environment, which in turn includes historic preservation. The commission's power to protect the public welfare includes authority to consider historical factors. In United Progress versus Planning and Zoning Commission, the Superior Court held that historic considerations fall within the ambit of other matters. So in this case, this commission, it will be tasked, and again, Attorney Gelderman will advise you, and I can't say it enough, with balancing whether the public interest of historic preservation outweighs the need for affordable housing in this instance. Once again, there are 6 units of affordable housing being offered here. I want to talk just briefly about the evidence that the applicant has offered for this commission to use in performing that balance. First of all, before this resubmission, the applicant offered virtually nothing on preserving historic character and the impact on this historic district, on this historic property, on this historic structure. On the resubmission, the applicant offered, and again, there's been a lot of discussion about this letter, and I want to just, with all due respect to all involved, I just have to bring a few facts to the attention of this commission, and this commission asked questions about this at the last meeting and even this evening. On the Onera Foundation, I don't know the Onera Foundation. I don't know the work they do in New Canaan. But what I do know is the Onera Foundation appears to be a private foundation. It appears to be it. I checked with the Secretary of State. It's a limited liability company. It's not a nonprofit. It's not a non-stock corporation. It's an LLC that is apparently owned by David B. Peterson, who is a manager. It's a limited liability company. It has a manager. On its website, it doesn't identify a board. It's a privately owned company that apparently is interested in preservation work and does some sort of preservation work. Significantly, in the letter that was submitted tonight, the resubmission for the packet for tonight, it's interesting, first of all, that on questioning at the last meeting, Mr. Kennedy didn't suggest that it was authorized by the board or authorized by an individual. There's no indication that there is a board. And in the letter tonight that was presented last week on Thursday, the letter says, to whom it may concern, this letter is to confirm that Travis Block Kennedy's report to the New Canaan Planning and Zoning Commission dated February 6 was authorized by the O'Neill Foundation and submitted on the foundation's letterhead with my approval. There's no indication that there's any board here. So basically what's happened here is someone has formed a limited liability company, an LLC, and they're apparently dedicated to preservation, but it's basically an individual. All indications are that it's one person, then Mr. Kennedy works with him, apparently, and put it on this letterhead to create the guise of some larger preservation foundation, but there's no indicia of that. And I urge the commission, there is a website and I'm not going to reference it, but I'm just stating my findings. To go one step further, Mr. Kennedy, and I'm just going to say that he is not he doesn't have a doctorate in historic preservation, and basically his resume, which I also looked on Google, and there's on Google, when you look up Travis Block Kennedy, there's actually on Google, it says pared down resume for CARP on Google. But if you take a look at his resume carefully that he has submitted, basically, and you peel back all the layers, he has a master's degree in planning and preservation from Columbia, and that's great. He's apparently a doctoral student in economic and social history at Oxford. And he identifies an entity known as Brantwood Consulting, which he's been with from 2015 to the present. Brantwood Consulting does not exist as any sort of entity. Brantwood Consulting is apparently Mr. Kennedy, and Mr. Kennedy is Brantwood Consulting. So he has basically been a solo practitioner of some sort, or acting under a name since 2015, and that's fine. But I just don't want to create the guise that it's some sort of consulting business, because basically he's acting independently. At the end of the day, you are weighing the testimony of two individuals who have PhDs and a vast amount of experience, educational experience, years and years of professional experience, who have rendered professional opinions here. And I'm just saying, when you weigh the testimony of the experts and the credentials of the experts, I think it's clear that the overwhelming weight of the evidence in this case is that there are significant, definite adverse impacts on the character of the historic district, significant impacts and the destruction of the historic character of a structure, of a property. And there can be no question in balancing that, that it's overwhelming. And as I had said when I spoke to you in October, this development, the development of this size, density, and the location of the structure on the property is not suitable for this historic site. Multifamily housing, affordable housing can, and is, as you know, from the hours and hours and hours you've spent here, it can and is being developed in the town of New Canaan. Historic structures and landmarks, however, cannot simply be rebuilt. And when you balance the likelihood of harm and the fact that once these historic resources are gone, they're gone forever. And once they are impacted forever. We recognize the need for affordable housing, but there is no question that in the balance, the other matters which this commission may consider in this historic impact overwhelmingly dictate that this application be denied. As just a couple of housekeeping matters, I would urge you with counsel, you might want to ask the consultants who appeared for the town this evening, Mr. Parker and Chief Kingsbury, what their opinion is as to the likelihood of harm and whether it's quantifiable. Because too often on these appeals, these sort of technical issues arise, and it's sometimes suggested that the likelihood of harm was not quantified. And while I think that Mr. Parker was certainly emphatic in his description of the impact, and I don't think he left any question that the likelihood of harm is absolute, I think it would be advisable to pose that question just so that your record is complete. I had a question, and again, I'm just a member of the public, but I was wondering, I noted that it was indicated tonight that the historic structure after moved, I thought I heard tonight that it would not be sprinklered. I wonder the extent to which that impacts on the use of the driveway by emergency responders, because I note in the past that there has been discussion of collapse zones and whether the fact that that driveway is directly against the historic house, whether Mr. Kingsbury might want to comment on whether, and follow up to a question by one of the commissioners tonight, whether that impacts on the use of the driveway for emergency responders in the event of a fire event where the house is involved. And I don't know whether that was covered, but that was just a question that came to my mind. And beyond that, I want to thank the commission for your generous patience and attention. And I know it's late, and I know you have another meeting Thursday and it's late now. So I don't know if you have any questions for me at this point.
I don't. Commissioners, any questions for Mr. Green? Commissioners on Zoom? I think we're good. Thank you.
Thank you.
And just to address, I think your comment about getting input on the likelihood of harm. I think we did clearly get feedback from Mr. Parker in terms of the critical resource being severely impacted. Mr. Chris had paraphrased it very well in terms of the historic district being severely impacted by this proposed project, and there would be irreparable harm done to the district.
Yes, and
so
I think he spoke in definitive terms, and that it
was
wasn't
clear.
just a mere possibility, but a definite impact. So I agree, but I just wanted to raise that issue for the commission.
Understood. Thank
If I
you.
could maybe repeat the question I posed to Dr. Raymond Locke to Mr. Parker,
Sure.
just to be sure. So there's no, they went that away situation. Thank you, sir. Sorry to bring you up again. Just what I heard from your testimony is that this development as presented, and even if it's new in its new form, would create clear, immediate and irreparable harm to this particular site's historic integrity and to the historic integrity of the entire historic district itself.
Without question.
So it's not only a likelihood of harm, but it's certainty of harm.
Certainty.
Immediate harm.
Immediate.
and irrevocable.
Got it. I think we're
Thank
clear.
you, sir.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Do we have any?
No, just back to Attorney Hollister.
Chairman, can I make a comment?
Of course,
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
No, so,
we're done with consultants.
So
Goes back to you.
Can you hear me?
All right,
Yeah.
I'm ready to wrap up.
Just
Agree.
quickly for the
Mr. Stone.
record, this is Paul Stone with the applicant. I just wanted to give a little bit of background with Mr. Parker's testimony. It should be clear that 51 Main Street is not in the National Registry and therefore is not subject to the Secretary of Interior guidelines. He said one or two things about the Secretary of Interior guidelines, it not being met. Well, it's not governed by it because it's not in the National Registry. The other thing I wanted to note, he mentioned that the new building behind that section is 80% higher than the historic building in the front. And it's not that, it's 17 feet over 32 feet, which is roughly 53%. So I just wanted to clarify that for the record. Another note is he mentioned 4 Main Street. We brought that up. We put that in the record as an example of rails. And the reason we did that is because at one of the prior hearings, one of the preservations, and I think it was Mr. Parker, said something to the effect that the rails are not found anywhere else in the district, and that was evidence to the contrary. So that was something else. Mr. Parker also neglected to mention that 4 Main Street was also featured on This Old House, which is, as everyone knows, the TV show. It celebrates historic homes and older homes. So I think that was a pretty glaring omission on his part, being a preservationist. And also what he wouldn't have known necessarily is that the Historic District Commission members actually visited the grand opening of that house. And they might have even seen This Old House, the TV celebrities that were there, and everyone gave them rave reviews. And so there was no violation, contrary to what Mr. Parker mentioned. There was 0 violation of our permit, and he's just kind of pulling things out of thin air. And I just think that should be set there for the record. And we actually got rave reviews from the commission, Historic District Commission members, and that should be noted. That's all I had.
Okay. Mr. Versteeg, are you on? Joe Versteeg? Do you have him, sir?
I remember letting him in earlier, but I do not see his name on the list anymore. It does not appear he's in.
Okay. Mr. Kennedy, is there anything you want to respond to?
No further comment.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Carp, do you want to say anything?
Yes.
Oh, there you are.
Arnold Carp for the record. Commissioners, Mr. Parker, with your excellent historical and presentation skills, have you ever read the New Canaan Historical District rules or regulations? Only what can be seen from the street is in the purview of the Historic District Commission. So having known that you've built beside and next to a historic building in Greenwich, I thought you might want to mention that to this group. You also continually ask and state with Raymond Locke the harm that would be caused, and nobody has defined or showed us what the harm would be of moving a building that's going to be maintained forward. So you may not like what's going on in the rear of it, but it meets the historic district regulations. And since it's not in the National Registry, it is all permitted. Thank you.
Commissioners, to wrap up the applicant's presentation, I just want to make a couple responses to Mr. Parker. First of all, he went into building materials. This is the zoning commission, not the Historic District Commission. His letter comments on landscaping, which is not his purview. He says the elevations were deceiving and misleading, but he apparently figured out what they show, and so who was misled? Mr. Parker assigns zero value to the preservation of this historic building, which is really what we're kind of baffled about as an applicant team. The alternative is demolition. So why are we not getting credit for the extraordinary efforts to preserve the historic building? And on top of that, why are we getting no credit for adding to the stock of needed low-cost housing? Mr. Parker is an architect, apparently doesn't like the design of the new building, but again, that's not his purview. I note that both Mr. Parker and Dr. Raymond Locke completely ignore the evidence that we put into the record about the street setbacks in the historic district. If it was a 57%, this is tab 3, 57% less than 50 feet. You heard Mr. Kennedy say with evidence that there is no rhyme or reason to the street setbacks in the historic district. And neither Dr. Raymond Locke nor Mr. Parker even touched that fact, which they made such a big point of last time before we pointed out on the ground the reality. And finally, I note that this time Mr. Parker concedes that moving an historic building is permissible as a last resort. So we heard lots of adjectives, lots of shrill opinion, irreparable harm to the integrity of the district, but this is an 830G application and we're looking for a public health and safety issue. And I can assure you then Mr. Green would have to show you a 830 case in which the alteration of a preserved building was upheld by a court in an 830G case. It has never happened and it never will. So the bottom line for you, the zoning commission, with dealing with this resubmission, is that many of your denial reasons as adopted on December 22nd have now been addressed. Traffic being one prominent example. So I would respectfully submit that your charge at this point is to at least substantially revise the denial resolutions to reflect this resubmission process, while also considering your obligation to balance the denial reasons against the town's still not acknowledged need for affordable housing and your obligation to address concerns with approval conditions and your obligation to identify reasonable changes that would address any remaining concerns. Thank you. That's all I have. And I think thank you for listening to our presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Hollister. This application is closed. Thank you. Hill Street.
So we have Joe Canis available to speak and answer questions. We also have Paul Payne, the fire marshal, who is unable to attend Thursday's hearing. So if there are any questions for him, those should be asked now. We also have Andy Kingsbury available to answer questions and Maria Coplet available to answer questions.
Okay.
And I believe Joe has a presentation.
Joel does?
Joe Canis.
Joe Canis does. We'll start with Joe. What about public input on Hill Street? Are we going to?
We did that last meeting.
We did that last meeting, but are we done with public input at this point?
Yes.
No additional rebuttals or anything,
Aside from the interveners on Thursday.
which is Thursday. Okay. Okay, Mr. Canis, are you online?
I am online.
How are you?
I'm doing well. How are you?
Thanks for hanging in there.
All right, absolutely. All right, so for the record, my name is Joseph Canis. I'm a licensed professional engineer in the state of Connecticut, principal engineer with Ty and Bond out of our Shelton, Connecticut office. We were retained by the Inland Wetlands Commission for the purposes of providing a peer review for the stormwater management and the sediment erosion controls aspects of the application at 17 and 23 Hill Street. I visited the site on the morning of November 11th, 2022, which I followed up with a comment letter on November 15th, 2022, with a more detailed comment letter on December 12th, 2022. The applicant's team responded to that comment letter and They satisfactorily addressed most of the comments in that letter, although there are a few comments that are still outstanding. We did have a presentation last night where some of those comments were addressed. So I did issue a letter on February 27th that kind of gave it the disposition of each of those comments, and I believe that is in your record now. That letter was 23 pages. A lot of that, about half of it, was citing the materials that we reviewed. So instead of going through that letter point by point, what I'll do is I'll just give an overview of the comments that still remain outstanding, or those comments that were discussed last night. So the first set of comments I had actually had to deal with roadside safety. And from a wetlands perspective, you typically wouldn't consider roadside safety, but I did want to point out some concerns that I did have to the applicant about placement of guide rail and things like that could potentially impact the footprint of the wall. So I had a few comments to that effect. Specifically, had some concerns about this, space provided for the drive aisle plus the guide rail. That could take up some real estate and unintentionally narrow up the lanes on the driveway into the site. So the applicant did respond. They did provide a analysis of the wall by they hired GZA Environmental to evaluate the wall, and they did a structural analysis, but there was no commentary on the guide rail aspect of that. My concern in this particular case with the guide rail was in the event of a vehicle impact, the potential impact on the wall, because relative to the placement of any potential guide rail on that driveway. So that remains an outstanding comment. And like I said, they did
stop for a moment. We've just lost our Zoom in the room.
Okay.
So please just wait one moment.
Sarah, we can hear you and see you.
Joe, can you hear us?
Joe Canis, can you hear us?
Okay, great.
I can hear you, yes.
All right, you
We're
can
on.
continue.
Do we have to worry before we start? Do we have to worry about putting 79 back online?
They should, the cord was plugged in, so we should be fine.
We should be okay?
Yep, we
We're
should be
back
good.
on air.
Yep.
Sorry, go ahead, Joe.
Okay, sure. So, I had a similar concern with the placement of the sidewalk also. I know it's not a wetlands issue, but I did comment on that with, looking ahead, thinking that, if the sidewalk were to be required, it would impact the footprint of that wall. But my explanation to the commission last night, to the Wetlands Commission, was that, the applicant, proceeds at their own risk, with the risk being that they might need to return to the Inland Wetlands Commission if a sidewalk is warranted or that footprint of that wall changes. So then I also had some comments on the stormwater management, and that's where the bulk of my comments were concentrated on. Probably the most significant comment I had was the applicant has demonstrated that they were able to reduce peak flow when comparing the post-development to the pre-development conditions. They demonstrated for the storms that the town requires analysis for. I did ask the applicant to compare volumes as well, because that is also in the town's stormwater drainage policy. And the applicant's design increases volumes when comparing post-development to pre-development conditions. And the increases in volume, although they're small, my opinion is that they would not have an appreciable impact on the wetlands. And our wetlands consultant also, the town's wetland consultant also agreed. But the town's policy is pretty clear and does not allow for increases in volume. And the town zoning regulations do reference the town's drainage policy. So that is something that the applicant will need to address, even though it's a de minimis amount. The regulation, the policy is pretty clear that no increase in volume. So I also had some, and these some of the comments I had are on stormwater, more technical in nature relating to calculations or details. There are some stormwater retention systems that are proposed along the western wall on the west side of the proposed development that include have an infiltration element. Our concern was the proximity of the infiltration elements to the wall. For example, for hydrostatic pressure, you hear that potential for pressure building on the wall as the water leaches out of those systems. And the other was infiltration is meant as a water quality treatment measure. So infiltration, if that goes into the wall, and these are boulder walls, so they're a bit more porous. My concern was that some of that could exfiltrate out of the wall and therefore short circuit the stormwater treatment process. Instead of it going straight into the ground, it would go diagonally out the wall and then bleed out onto the surface of the wetlands. As part of that, to address those concerns, the applicant did include a polyethylene liner to inhibit some of that movement towards the wall of the exfiltrating stormwater. And some of the comments I had were just related to making sure that they provided overlap on that polyethylene detail, make sure it was sufficiently overlapped on the other side, so it was really tucked in there so it wouldn't move. So I was basically looking for a dimension there. So again, that's a minor detail comment that they can address as a potential condition of approval. I also had some concerns about maintenance. There is a level spreader at the base of that western retaining wall. There are also two riprap aprons that are meant to dissipate velocity from the outlet pipes. Those systems are basically at the bottom of an 8-foot wall, so I had some concerns on how those were going to be maintained. The applicant responded that they could use a ladder to maintain those, which I think would work well. You know, you could do that for inspection. I think that works well for, you know, just some really minor maintenance where you're raking debris out of the you know, away from the level spreader. But if you have to supplement material, you know, from time to time, you might need to put additional crushed stone back there, down there, or supplement the riprap apron. You know, if the stones get dislodged or something like that. I think that becomes more difficult to do with a ladder. Looking at the plans, I believe there's a way to get down there with a wheelbarrow from the northwest corner of the site, where the retaining wall ends, just kind of wheel it all the way down. But I think that needs to be incorporated into the stormwater management plan so that that maintenance procedure is clear. So I had some comments on the stormwater maintenance plan to clarify maintenance measures like that. And again, some of the comments I had, you know, were structural in nature about the wall. You know, typically at this point in the design, you're not going to provide a full structural design of the wall, but we did have some concerns about the impact of the stormwater on that wall, to which the applicant has provided an analysis, and we're mostly satisfied with that analysis. So those comments from my letter appear to have been addressed. Let me go through here. Another comment I had was there's a network of pipes on the site, proposed storm drainage pipes that'll connect the proposed basins into the stormwater treatment chambers and then eventually into the outfalls of the wetlands. The applicant stated that they would provide the hydraulic computations on those storm drains, which is, you know, a detailed analysis of their carrying capacity. They would provide that prior to a building permit. That's atypical from what we see in most planning and zoning approval processes, but we did look at the town's drainage policy, and the hydraulic computations do not need to be provided for an initial planning and zoning review. So that said, I did request that the applicant take a closer look at the outfall pipes, and only the outfall pipes, to make sure they were sufficiently sized. My concern there was if they're undersized or if the velocity is too great, then the outlet control measures, such as the riprap pads at the end of the outfalls or the level spreader, would need to be redesigned, which would impact the area disturbance in the upland review area. I also had another comment about the drains beneath the garage. These buildings, they're set up so that there's parking beneath most of the footprint of the building. There is a DEP policy that requires drains that are undercover, floor drains essentially, to go to an oil water separator and then into the sanitary sewer. But the applicant did bring up a point that I thought had some merit, because the size of this garage, this parking area are open. You could get wind-blown rain into there, and those drains are placed pretty close to the edges of the structure, where they would, could potentially get, a decent amount of rain blown in there. And the town engineer had indicated that their preference would be for those drains to go to the stormwater system as opposed to the sanitary sewer because of that reason. So, we certainly understand that, and we agree with that. So that comment has gone away. I had one of my initial comments when I first reviewed this was regarding the rock cut in the back. As you know, the properties above, the runoff from those properties discharges over the discharges onto the property, subject property at 1723 Hill Street, and then continues and then flows over the rock cut in the initial design. My concern was scour at the base of that rock cut, which could cause sediment erosion issues, cause sediment to be transported to the wetland. through the storm drainage system. So I requested the applicant investigate a means to control that water, to divert it around the development so that it wouldn't cascade over the wall. Their solution was a swale at the top of the wall, which I think is a good solution. It's not the only solution. One of the other means that the town's wetland peer reviewer discussed was maybe using a berm instead. I think either or would work. I think the main thing is diverting that runoff around. I had some questions about the capacity of that swale that hopefully the applicant can respond to. I also had a concern about a bend in the PVC pipe. Again, that's more of a small maintenance issue. It doesn't have a whole lot of bearing on what the impact of the wetlands. It's just to, a system that runs better with less maintenance, tends to be less problematic. I had some questions on the snow storage computations that were provided. One of my initial concerns was identifying areas where snow storage would occur. The applicant provided a very thorough response, supplemented with a map. But my concern in this case was where the snow storage areas were shown were in parking spaces, so that 15 spaces would be removed, and put out not necessarily removed, but put out of service for snow removal. And I wanted to make sure that that would not put them below their required number of spaces for parking. And then I also had a question about how how it was determined that area was sufficient. That wasn't too clear to me in the material that they provided. I'm looking forward to some clarification on that. So with all the material that they provided, I did have some additional comments and questions as well, in addition to the ones on the snow management material. So just to quickly highlight those comments. One of the comments I had, again, regarding that swale that the applicant placed at the top of the slope. What that does, it basically diverts the flow in two directions, to the I want to say to the west and then to the south, and at the towards the base of that rock cut. And where that rock cut terminates on either end, the applicant is collecting that swale into a catch basin. My concern is as the runoff comes down that swale, it'll have a pretty decent velocity, and there's a chance it could bypass the catch basin at the end. So what I was looking for was maybe some sort of curb or backstop there to prevent that bypass, so that the water, instead of shooting over the top of the catch basin, would actually get stopped by a small berm or a curb and then drop directly into that catch basin instead of continuing to go down the hill and scour out the slope. And one of the comments I had also was related to the sediment erosion control plans. The initial plans that were submitted had about 3 phases of sediment erosion control. They've since been expanded to 7 with a lot more detail on what happens in between. So that was a positive development. I did have some additional questions about the flow depth and the temporary diversion swales in that sediment erosion control plan. And I also had another concern with the swale at the top, just getting back to that. It's currently shown as being riprap lined. I just want to make sure that the riprap size is appropriate. So I did ask for some shear stress computations on that. I accompanying the application response materials was an excavation narrative. I did notice a discrepancy in the sequencing. And for the rock removal, the narrative had indicated that it would be happening from the front back, so basically from south to north, whereas the plans actually show it happening from north to south. I believe north to south is the correct order of operation. It makes sense that you want to start from the top and work your way down. So that's just a minor comment that I think could be addressed with some simple editing. And I had some concerns also with the location of sediment traps. Again, the sediment traps are small depressions or, their size based on criteria in the 2002 Sediment Erosion Control Manual. What they do is they collect runoff, and then that collected runoff, the particles settle out, and then it's discharged. They were proposed, they were sized appropriately, but I think looking at the plans, it looks like one was missing from phase 3. So I think the applicant needs to take a closer look at that. And then the last comment I had related to the sediment erosion controls was the applicant was very detailed. They provided fueling and maintenance pads for some of the phases, but not all of them. And we need to like them to show the fueling and maintenance areas for the equipment and vehicles for the remaining phases 4 and 5. So that's a quick overview of the comments that I had through my inland wetlands review of the project.
Thank you, Joe.
Sure.
Commissioners, any questions for Mr. Canis? Commissioner.
Mr. Canis, this is Art Cassavant. I heard you reference, call it 30 or 40, quote, minor concerns. But as a board member here, I'm interested in your overall assessment, in not with a bunch of specific comments, but with an overall assessment of the environmental impact and the engineering efficacy of this project.
Okay. Overall, I think the applicants made a lot of great strides in addressing the comments that I've had. There are a few areas of concern that still remain that give me pause. The biggest one is the volume question, because the town policy as it's written now does not allow volume increases. So the applicant needs to address that. The other more significant ones I would say are the sediment erosion control, the location of the sediment trap. I think those are things that the applicant can address pretty quickly, and even as a potential condition of approval, because as an engineer, I know where they would likely place some of these elements or how they would address them. The volume one is less clear. If the commission takes the approach that the town policy says no increase in volume, then I think the applicant might be challenged to find a way to address that in the time that they have remaining.
Thank you.
Any other commissioners? Any questions for Mr. Canis? Okay, thank you.
Great. Thank you.
We also have Maria Coplet, our town engineer, online. She's still with us, right?
Yeah.
Yes. Good evening, Maria Coplet, town engineer for the record. Hopefully everyone can hear me. I'm just going to follow up a little bit on what Joe had very thoroughly discussed. I'm going to try not to repeat too much, but just to update you that we did prepare an updated comment memo dated February 27th, which outlined additional required information that we still needed clarification from for the application before you. Our memo addressed remaining comments pertaining to the proposed geometry and drainage analysis. The drainage analysis still, as Joe mentions, demonstrates an increase in runoff, and the proposed infiltration system, as is presented right now, needs to be modified so it documents that it's a safe conveyance of all the storm events. Even though we only require to meet the thresholds of the 25-year storm event when comparing peak rates of runoff and peak volume, You still have to demonstrate in these measures the safe conveyance of storms up until and including the 100-year storm event. Last night, the applicant's engineer tried to explain that some of the discrepancy was regarding overflow, which is fine. It's just that they do need to amend their model to demonstrate that. If there is an overflow that is not part of the model, it should be included. And if it is, then they should just take a closer look at the water surface elevations as noted in our comment letter. So currently, right now, the application does not satisfy our drainage policy, but as Joe's mentioned, and especially with a lot of engineering issues, that if the applicant feels that they can satisfactorily address these comments to the drainage policy and make these modifications to their plan, and there are a number of ways to go about making these modifications. It could either be scope changes, it could be increase in their proposed stormwater management measures. It could be a variety of options. But should the applicant agree, we would not have any objection to our comment letter and fully addressing those satisfactorily prior to a building permit application be acceptable conditions for approval. At that time, I do want to make sure, because there is a green roof provided as part of the design, that any MEP or HVAC work that might impact the roof structure and any scope of that extent of the green roof area would be modified and addressed accordingly at that time. Furthermore, the applicant revised their sanitary sewer connection summary report. The applicant demonstrates that the proposed project has sufficient capacity within the town's conveyance system and at the wastewater treatment facility. Therefore, they have actually satisfactorily addressed our October 6, 2022 memo. Lastly, our department requests that the applicant evaluate the currently constructed driveway, as it will likely be used as a pedestrian path for residents and their guests to and from the property. Given the volume anticipated on the driveway based on the 93 units versus the originally planned 2 residences, provisions for safe means of ingress and egress to the public right-of-way of Hill Street by pedestrians must be provided, as the driveway is the sole access point to the property. This safe means of ingress and egress required by the building and fire code should be addressed as part of their application. And that generally just addresses the points that hadn't been raised, or just wanted to reinforce some of the points that Joe had made. And I'm available for any questions.
Thank you. Commissioners, any questions for Ms. Coplet?
I have a quick question, Maria.
Sure.
Regarding the drainage policy not being met, and I believe you said that probably it could be met as a condition of approval. I guess I don't have a sense of how much their design would have to change, how much it would change what we could potentially be approving or allowing with conditions here. If they have to make changes to meet the drainage policy, like, are they small changes or are they major changes?
Well, so their applicant would be able to, or excuse me, their engineer would be able to better address that. But there are proposed stormwater infiltration systems, the Coltech systems that are shown. The size of those could be expanded to offer additional volume and additional surface area to infiltrate into the ground. And their modeling could be adjusted to try to address those needs. They could look at different materials. I mean, with the challenge is right now that question is a little bit hard for us, because we can actually not design or give design guidance to the applicant, but we can only just direct that they do need to demonstrate adherence to it. And we do believe that there is the possibility to still meet adherence to our policy. The issue and the challenge for the applicant is that this is an undeveloped site. So our policy always addresses the delta, the increase in impervious area. So that's why on many projects, and in a lot of areas, we encourage redevelopment of currently developed projects, because it's the incremental increase that you're addressing that net zero so that you would actually have to eliminate so you meet existing conditions. In the case of Hill Street, our existing conditions are an undeveloped site. So the challenge was on the applicant from the very get-go, really, to meet our policy. And we understand that there are challenges there, but it is our policy. And there have been neighbors, and they're on record, immediately adjacent neighbors who have flooding concerns. And our concern has to be for those abutting neighbors because they have raised those concerns. And so we really hold strong to the fact that our policy is for zero rate of runoff increase and zero runoff volume increase.
Okay. And if the policy is not met, it sounds like you think there'll be an impact on downstream neighbors potentially.
Correct.
Yes.
Well, because right now they are already challenged. So any increase in volume is only going to exacerbate that.
And last question, you said something about the pedestrian safety and that pedestrian safe ingress and egress must be addressed. And I think you said under fire code and maybe another code. I can't remember exactly what you just said.
Building code. So
Thank
it's
you.
both building code and fire code. And it has to be, yes, it has to be a safe, accessible means of egress to the right of way.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
Any other questions, commissioners, for Ms. Coplet? I think we're good. Thank you, Maria.
Thank you. Thanks.
Do we still have Mr. Baltramitis on?
It looks like Paul Payne is raising his hand to speak.
Paul.
Thank you, Commissioner. I would just like to point out and just follow up with what Maria had just said. In Christopher Lau's plan review for this project, number 13, paved paths of exit discharge outside of automobile traffic required from all 3 stairs. So basically that translated, exit discharge is really defined as the stairway, the exit coming out of the building, and the public way being defined as Hill Street. So just to reiterate what Maria was talking about with the building code and the fire codes.
Or Marshall Payne, just to follow up on that and keeping in mind also my recollection of prior comments you made to this commission on this particular application. Just to read this back to be sure I'm understanding it, is that there would need to be a separate, dedicated in some way, dedicated pedestrian access from the building to Hill Street. Is that correct, sir?
That is correct.
Okay. You also mentioned, if memory serves, at the last meeting that this site needed a second ingress and egress for emergency vehicles. That was, you said need, which is a pretty strong word. Is that correct, sir?
That is correct. And the applicant, it is their right to apply for a modification based on my decision, which the applicant has done. The application to the state fire marshal went out last week. It was a very complete application. It was given back to me for comment. My comments were that I did not support the modification, and I requested respectfully, with the applicant's permission, a site visit by the state fire marshal before he makes a determination.
Mr. Payne, is this application for a, I guess, a different type of treatment or waiver in the record on this for this commission?
I do not believe it's in the record. I let Sarah know that I have it. I'd be happy to put that in the record tomorrow.
Yeah, the application was not submitted into the record, but Paul has kept me updated on it. And our understanding is that the state fire marshal can deliver his decision following the close of the public hearing because it is a staff report. So while it is in theory new information, we can accept it after the close of the public hearing because it's a determination from a state body as to whether Paul's decision is being overturned or not.
So in other words, your comment, Fire Marshal Payne, that this site requires a second ingress and egress for emergency vehicles, fire apparatus, and so forth. The applicant can appeal to the state for essentially a waiver that says, no, we don't have to do that. And they have done so. Is that what happened?
That is correct.
And the state fire marshal has opined on this?
Not at this time. I have not. I had a brief conversation with somebody in the fire marshal's office, basically asking about the site and what kind of timeline they had. I confirmed with Sarah that they did have up to 65 days after Thursday. And that's the information I conveyed to the office of the state fire marshal.
So Fire Marshal Payne, you're in regular talks and liaison with the state fire marshal on this topic. And you still hold to your view as stated at this commission that a second ingress and egress is very, very important for public health and safety.
I do.
Thank you. And regarding the pedestrian access, is that something else that the state fire marshal can waive a requirement on?
That may be a little bit more difficult because that's going to fall into the accessibility category. So this particular modification would have to be modified by the fire marshal's office, the office of the state building inspector, and probably the body that rules on accessibility exemptions as well.
Would I be correct in assuming, sir, that this pedestrian access way would need to be fully ADA compliant?
Yes.
Okay. Those are my questions for the moment. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Anybody else have any questions for Fire Marshal Payne? I think we're good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Baltramitis, are you still with us?
Good evening again. Yes, I am still here.
Thank you for hanging in there. Would you like to weigh in on the 1723 Hill Street application?
Sure. Well, there was a revised traffic impact study submitted by Soli Engineering. I did review that and summarize my findings in a memo dated February 24th. There were two changes incorporated into the traffic study. First, based on a comment I made in my January 19th memo, section 6.8C4 of your regulations required a statement on the average daily trips generated by the development. That was absent from the first report, so it's now included in the revised traffic impact study. And what Soli had determined is based on ITE trip generation, the development would generate 423 total trips during a typical average weekday and 425 trips on an average Saturday. Very consistent with what I had calculated in my January 19th memo. Also very similar to what Mr. Monteleone, who did the independent peer review on traffic, also found. And as I state in my memo of February 24th, just to put things in perspective, that's basically a fourfold increase over the existing traffic volumes along Hill Street presently, which is about 107 vehicles per day. And that's based on some traffic recorder information that was contained in the traffic impact study. The second change in the traffic impact study was a modification to their proposed trip distribution pattern. That's how the new site trips are assigned to the roadway network. As I testified to you before, that is usually, in my opinion anyways, the most discretionary part of a traffic study. The original traffic study did not assign any of the site trips to or from the north via Brushy Ridge Road. So they made that modification in assigning 15% to and from. As predicted, it didn't have a major change on any of the intersection level services that they had analyzed in the original report. But again, it was a small deficiency that was corrected in the modified report. With that, not much has changed for my original comments of January 19th. As I state in my February 24th memo, most of those are still outstanding, and we could talk about any ones you had a question on.
Thank you. Commissioners, any questions for Mr. Baltramitis?
I have a question. This is Commissioner Chris regarding traffic. I think I have the right one from Soli Engineering. They state 15% from the north via Brushy Ridge. Am I reading that right?
Correct. So, and I believe that's to and from the north. So outbound trips and inbound trips, 15% to the north via Brushy Ridge.
Yeah, I mean, Brushy Ridge is a signaled intersection at the state highway. And having traversed that any number of times, I think other people, it's when I travel, it's not how far it is, it's how long does it take you to get there. And they are not necessarily correlated. And with significant traffic on that highway, you can be waiting quite a while at a non-signaled intersection before you can safely ingress and egress that highway. I would think that you may get lucky, or you may be there for quite a while. If you go drive around to Brushy Ridge, you have a signaled intersection and you realize it's going to go green in a certain amount of time. So it's a sure bet on exactly how long it's going to take you. I would think, it just seems to me, having traversed that intersection any number of times, including on foot, that it just really is, 15% just seems low to me. And I'd like to hear your view on this, sir.
So I just want to make sure we're talking about the same thing. So this is an assignment of trips at Brushy Ridge Road from Hill Street. So it's unsignalized at that portion. So it's basically a right turn onto Brushy Ridge, which if I recall correctly from the traffic study, that really operates at a very good level of service. And that's not surprising. It's relatively low volume. You're also going to get gaps in that northbound traffic stream that are generated by the traffic signal. So I think it's actually a relatively easy movement to make. So that's the one that we're talking about.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome.
I think what you're talking about, Mr. Chris, is a southbound on Brushy Ridge going across the signalized
The
intersection.
two from Brushy Ridge, I wanted to see exactly what it said. So, okay. Answer my question.
Any other questions for Mr. Baltramitis? Thank you.
Thank you.
And finally, Mr. Kingsbury.
Good evening. For the record, Andrew Kingsbury, peer review for Town of New Canaan. So just to reiterate some of my comments from the previous meeting, concerns about the access to the project, both from Hill Street up the driveway and into the project. The truck for turning figures indicate that the fire apparatus will have to utilize both lanes of traffic. We'll have to go across several stop bars. Concerns about oncoming traffic, so and parked cars on Hill Street. So pulling into that street, every time I've driven down the street, I've seen cars parked on Hill Street. The apparatus is going to have to swing wide to get into that driveway. There will have to be no parking zones around the entrance to allow fire apparatus to make that swing in. And then once they're on the access road, again, they're traversing both sides of the access road. Should oncoming traffic get backed up, they're going to be nowhere for anyone really to go. I know it was stated that emergency vehicles have to pull over to the side of the road parallel with the curb, but if they're all backed up, you know, where do cars go? Concerns about pedestrian safety and cyclists, because that is the only way in and out. And still not very clear on what the guardrail situation is. Is that going to encroach on the width of the driveway? What's going to happen when we have snow like today? Is it going to get plowed up and piled up against the stone wall and the guardrails? Once into the complex, access around the both sides of the building is fairly long, and they are dead-ended. There's some turning figures that showed K-turns with multiple iterations of that. Anything over 150 feet should have an acceptable area to turn around that's acceptable to the fire department and the fire marshal. Looking through my notes. I did see that a loading zone was indicated on the recent submission of the plans. So hopefully that'll help alleviate some of the concerns, but there still is concern with the traffic islands. I couldn't tell from the drawings. It didn't appear that the traffic islands, as I suggested, were either removed in front of the lobby area or depressed in a mountable kind of fashion. Sometimes you'll see projects, what they'll do is they'll use like a cobblestone and just raise it up slightly, but that won't impede emergency vehicle access. And I talked quite a bit about the fire department staffing, operational levels, and in the rebuttal letter, I believe it was from Mr. Versteeg, he kept speaking about the 1710 and really wanted to focus on that National Fire Protection Agency Association's NFPA 1710 standard. And I've said this several times during my testimony and up here at the podium, when you determine fire department staffing, you really have to take an analysis of the hazards and look at that community hazard and the building that's being built, how many people it'll take to do those tasks that are required should there be a fire or a rescue situation in the building. And looking at that building and knowing that New has 6 firefighters on duty, they do have volunteers and a callback staff and a mutual aid. When you start adding up those numbers, and do it several different ways, whether I'm using the National Fire Protection Association's version, Center for Public Safety Excellence, a blend of those, insurance services offices, the numbers still creep up and over 20 to fight a fire in that building. So that's a concern. There's references comparing it to Canaan Parish. Canaan Parish is 2 separate buildings. It's not one building with 93 souls in there. And then there's also comparisons, and I don't know what the distraction was with the single family homes and not being able to meet that. I know Chief Bassett works very hard at that. He's looking at that, and he has in place in his mutual aid box system means to get immediately on the road mutual aid partners and to fight a fire in a single family dwelling. So again, I don't know why that was even in the report, but I just wanted to mention that. And just want to be sure the commissioner knows the process, or commissioners know the process of fighting a fire in such a large building. It does require a lot of people. So that pretty much sums it up. I don't know if you have any questions.
No, I think that's it that's for me. Commissioners, any questions for Mr. Kingsbury? That does it. Thank you.
Thank you.
That concludes our consultants,
Yes.
correct?
Yep.
And then this will be continuing to the next, we're hearing interveners on Thursday,
Correct. So Thursday, March 2nd.
this Thursday. Correct.
And Attorney Smith is on the Zoom, so I don't know if he has anything he needs to add.
For the record, Chris Smith, thank you, Town Planner Carey. Not at the moment, Mr. Chairman. Good evening, everyone, but we will be doing our rebuttal on Thursday. And just to confirm for the record that the continued hearing on Thursday will be at the Town Hall in the chambers at 6 o'clock.
Correct. And it will be hybrid in person and on Zoom, similar to tonight.
Well, short of any weather coming in, look forward to seeing you on Thursday then. Thank you.
Thank you very much. This meeting's continued to Thursday. Okay, what's left for tonight?
So there is voting on an application from last month. If you choose to push it to March, that is the last date you can possibly vote on that application. So may caution against that because we don't know what March will look like. Could be just as late.
That's the 28 Old Rock Lane.
Correct. And then we also have the 8-24s that we heard earlier this evening.
Let's start with the 8-24s. The first one is for the 8-24 for the Waveney Potting Shed restoration / renovation. Any comments from the commissioners on this?
Mr. Chairman, just to be clear, it's on the renovation as opposed to the lease. I guess there are two parts to this.
They are, he's combined them at this point, giving us an overview of, or a general description of what the restoration would be. And due to, and the lease modification as well. No supplemental, if I'm correct, no supplemental drawings or information on the restoration will be following for this portion.
There will require a building permit that I will see. But that is likely it
Okay.
before the commission.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, I would move that we declare that the putting shed renovation and the related lease are per the 8-24 review are consistent with our plan of conservation development. Reasons would be as such that the lease is to the Town Players New Canaan, which already has a long-term lease at a building essentially right next door, literally within shouting distance. Town Players are recognized as, I think, an important town cultural resource, and our plan of conservation development seeks to encourage and grow town cultural resources, which I think this would do. As far as the physical changes, the potting shed, the exterior envelope will be rehabilitated. So we see this as an improvement. No change to the dimensions, footprint, or anything else, and it'll be shelf space. Also, the town will be utilizing a architect who's historically sensitive, which I think will preserve, if not enhance, any historical elements to the building.
Thank you. Any conditions?
I have no conditions.
Do I have a second?
Second.
That was Paul Craig. List. Where's my list? Take a vote on this. Dan Radman, I vote yes in favor. Krista Nielsen,
Yes.
Ken Turner,
Yes.
John Chris,
Yes.
Art Casavant,
Yes.
Claire Tiscornia,
Yes.
Chris Herring,
Yes.
John Engel,
Yes.
and Paul Knack.
Yes.
This motion carries and is approval. The second one is the 8-24 review for the Waveney Powerhouse renovations, which includes an annex of bathrooms and lobby addition and interior bathrooms. Do I have a motion for approval on this one?
I'll move to approve that this is also consistent with the plan of conservation and development. It will add some improvements to facilities, keeping them in excellent use and service, which is something that the P O C D talks about.
I'll second that. Just add it. I think it also leverages the resources of the recently renovated Olmsted Garden adjacent to it, and again has the same architect and advisors involved. So it seems to be very much in keeping, and also in concert with the Waveney Conservancy and the Parks and Rec Department, which have co-use of the campus.
On that, let's vote. I vote yes. Kristen Nielsen,
Yes.
Kent Turner,
I would like to just bring to everybody's attention that before I can vote yes or no on this, the ADA bathrooms are, for the public, are the way they are graphically depicted in the application do not conform to ADA. And I would like to just say that, yes, I vote for it. I'm behind it, but I'm not sure if we need a condition, but I think that there has to be more attention paid towards graphically representing to this commission the design that they are proposing. So I'm not sure where we stand with this, but I don't think we need a condition, but I think there needs to be some sensitivity and understanding that what was proposed does not conform to ADA.
So I'll just make a comment that this has to go back for a special permit. So this is more just, does this conform to the POCD or not?
Right.
Not compliance to ADA specifically.
the applicant has already noted that they'll be coming back to us with a fully developed set of design drawings that will eventually go in for building permit. And I would anticipate that those would be fully vetted and designed to be fully ADA compliant. Considering the upgrades that the town has been required to do for ADA compliance townwide.
Fair enough.
Yes. Yeah, so yes. vote.
That's a yes?
Yes.
John, Chris,
Yes.
Art Casavant,
Yes.
Claire Triscornia,
Yes.
Chris Herring,
Yes.
John Engel,
Yes.
Paul Knack.
Yes.
That's an approval. Thank you, Mr. Mann. The rest of this, we have deliberation on any possible action on any closed. Oh, yeah, sorry, forgot. 28 Old Rock Lane.
Which is deliberation and possible action.
Yep.
Yep.
So 28 Old Rock Lane, we heard this one in January
Correct.
28th meeting.
24th, but yeah.
24th, yeah, sorry, 24th meeting. Everyone that's present tonight, were you all present for that meeting?
I was not, so I will not participate.
Okay. That's fine.
Mr. Chair, I was present, but I'm going to recuse myself.
That's fine too. So we still have a quorum here for hearing this application. This was the accessory structure in excess of 1,000 square feet in the front yard setbacks on Old Rock Lane. This is down off of White Oak Shade, just south of the Merritt Parkway. I don't know if you guys are familiar with it or have driven by it. I can start off the commentary
Just
here.
to clarify, it was not for front yard setback. It was over 1,000 square feet of building coverage, and it was a detached accessory residential structure, but it was more than 150 feet from the street. So while it was in the front yard, it does not require a special permit for that.
Yeah, it's not the front yard setback, it's the 150 foot criteria that we're also addressing.
No, it's more than 150 feet. So
Oh, is it?
It's not part of this application. It does not need a special permit for that. It needs it for the 1,000 square feet of building coverage and the accessory dwelling unit.
Got it.
That's
Sorry, I
detached.
thought it was within the 150 feet. So it's the coverage as was just mentioned, it's the coverage and the accessory dwelling unit. So commissioners, any comments or issues with this one?
I guess I'll make a quick comment, Jen. This is Chris Herring. I like the idea of ADUs in general. I think it creates a different type of housing within the town for different types of living styles, whether it be in this case an aging individual that wants to live near family, or could be the reverse, a high school or a college person coming back and living at home, or it could be rented out in various scenarios, creating options for housing. I know it doesn't count towards our affordable housing unless it's encumbered, and that is something that I think is going to be difficult to accomplish with something like this with a private owner. But I do think that while we allow ADUs without permit, without special permit, that are connected to the house, and they do have to get a special permit to have one disconnected to the house, with the exception of it being in the front area of the lawn, potentially, I think it's kind of consistent with this, and it would just be the same as having a pool house with a bedroom, or a garage with a bedroom. I don't particularly feel like it creates a huge issue.
I would agree. Also, given the siting of the ADU on this particular parcel, the way it's situated, the way the drive kind of winds into the property, and it's almost all shielded from the street by existing plantings and trees. There's really very little, if any, impact to sight lines or views from adjacent neighbors. So I don't think that's much of a concern here. As far as the ADUs contributing towards our affordable housing stock, I happen to be on that call with the 830G team up in Hartford last week. And one thing that was noted is the ADUs can count towards our affordable housing stock, and does not have to be in the deed restricted, does not have to be deed restricted. It could be a covenant associated with the property that will hold a 10-year term. If the owner is willing to subscribe to that and sign up for that, and it could be counted towards our housing stock. And if the property was ever sold within that 10-year term, then that ADU number would come off of our total grand list number for ADUs or for affordable housing in town, and would have to be adjusted accordingly. But they are applicable, and it's something that we should probably ask the applicant if they would be interested in signing up for that.
I don't think we can for this one, since the public
can't,
hearing
since
is
it's already open.
closed. So
That's
in the
fair.
future, it could be a consideration, but for this one specifically, I don't think we
That's
can.
fair. So it's something we as a commission should just consider when hearing these future applications on ADUs, is a request to the applicants if they would like to go down that route of having a covenant on the property that is not deed restricted, but could help us on our affordable housing count.
This is Commissioner Cassavant. I think that we're going down a terrible path on ADUs. I've stated so before. I was also on that call last week. Over the last 2 or 3 years, we've approved a significant number of ADUs. We're decreasing our responsiveness to affordable housing. None of them are deed restricted. None of them will get counted. You heard that call last week. What they basically said was, maybe you can get credit for these, maybe you can't. And I think that we are really going down a rabbit hole here, which is going to lead to tons of units, none of which are going to help our affordable housing goal, and are not going to be in any way manageable as a stock of housing. I think we also do damage to neighbors who had reasonable expectations of not having accessory dwelling units nearby. That's a perspective that I share. I'll vote on this one if it comes to a vote as appropriate. But that call I found very disturbing last week. And I recommend that everyone listen to it. Among other things, they spent a lot of time in that call saying that affordable housing should be looked at regionally. And as we have repeatedly pointed out, the law is applied on a town by town basis, and we twiddle our thumbs while we waste our time trying to create a set of rules that are not the rules that are enforced via Hartford.
So I would like to note with detached accessory dwelling units, since the beginning of 2022, there was an update to state statute. So now accessory dwelling units are not counted towards the total number of housing stock in the state. So let's say we have 7,000 houses. If one accessory dwelling unit is built, the housing stock stays at 7,000. So we are not lowering our percentage of affordable units by adding accessory dwelling units. It obviously, they're not deed restricted, it's not counting as affordable units, but it's not hurting our position, just for clarification.
And Sarah, to that point, remember that when we thought we were going in for the HUE calculation and we found out that suddenly we weren't getting a moratorium, we found that state interpretations of rules can be extremely painful. And, I recognize and I understand that calculation. I think that the vote that we need to make here is one vote, and we owe it to the homeowner to give them a reasonably timely response. I think we need clarification about what our policies are going to be.
Agreed.
Art, could you expand on just that you mentioned that concept? I just want to make sure I understood your point, because I know you're very schooled in this area, but you mentioned the concept of a neighbor's reasonable understanding of having these units nearby versus the balance of, I heard kind of two different arguments, that we should want to have more units in town, but also have to balance the neighbors' concern about having them nearby.
I believe that one of our obligations is to consider what zoning might reasonably effectuate in terms of expectations of what will be built. And we have approved a whole bunch of ADUs, and we will see a lot more. And there's not consistency in what we do. If you listen to the variety of forces in Hartford, many of them argue that zoning is in fact illegal and discriminatory. And by the way, we should all want ADUs. My personal opinion is that ADUs can't be managed or effectively controlled. I think if we asked any of the people who've applied for ADUs in the last year to give us deed restriction that it'll be for the purpose they ask for it, they'd probably say no. I mean, the case in point here is we can't even ask in this case. So, the notion that ADUs are somehow going to be a solution, which is purported out of Hartford for affordable housing, is, in my opinion, not real. And more importantly, we should have a clear policy on it as a town. We did go through this discussion when we opted out of the rule last year to automatically allow ADUs. So the fact that we're continuing to consider them, I deem to be really good. But, I just think that if I recall correctly on this one, there was a neighbor who felt that this was not just a slam dunk, hang the ADU there on the side.
There was no written testimony submitted by any neighbor, nor were there any comments at the public hearing regarding this that are in the record.
Did we have two of them on that agenda, Sarah?
No, we only had one at that, but there were multiple last year near the end of the year where there were comments from neighbors. But for last month, there was only the one accessory dwelling unit that was considered, and there were no comments from neighbors.
Okay, I'm now going to, now that I've commented here, I can't remember, and I don't have my notes from that meeting. So I'm going to recuse myself here because I was approached in a restaurant by somebody who asked me questions about process. Do you remember, Sarah, if I recused myself from this one?
I do not, let me see. Yes, yes, you did recuse yourself.
Thank you. So I will not vote on this, and maybe my comment should be struck from the record. I don't know.
Thank you. So I believe we still have 6 available to vote on this, which is a quorum.
We do. Okay. Any further comments? Would anyone like to make a motion? I'll move to approve.
Second.
Any further comments or deliberation?
I would move to approve, but I would condition that, like the house, they can't add a pool house with a bedroom or, you know, I just want to make sure that this doesn't continue into a little motel of 5 or 6 other buildings in the property that has had bedrooms in it. So I just think the way our code is written, I was talking, you know, I was looking at this earlier. It just seems like we're not really specific to Art's point. So that this remains the single ADU on the property.
I mean, you're only allowed one.
You're only allowed one accessory
per-
structure.
Yeah. No, one.
But we
accessory-
actually don't define it that well. Anyways.
Sorry.
It's fine. Forget it. I'll pull back that comment.
No problem. Okay, let's take a vote. Dan Radman, I vote yes. Kristen Niels, you're recusing yourself. Kent Turner,
Yes, with just qualifications that I think what Art has brought forward deserves more attention and further study. And I think that we in the future need to better understand these accessory structures and how we approve or not. Thank you.
Don Chris,
Yes.
Claire Discornia,
Yes.
Chris Herring,
Yes.
John Engel.
Yes.
That does it. Paul, you recused yourself on this one, right?
I didn't attend.
Right. That takes care of that one. Do we have any other administrative action or items?
Just, you know, there's a meeting Thursday, in
Here,
person,
in this
yes, in
physical-
this room or on Zoom if you're unable to attend. And then the week of March 13th, we're trying to have another one to close out 751 Weed Street. I believe Lola sent out an email requesting to find out availability from you all, so just make sure you have responded to that so we can figure out when the best night for a meeting would be. That's it.
Okay. Meeting minutes. Have these all been circulated?
Yes.
Well, actually, no. The one, the December 9th site visit meeting minutes, I don't think have
Okay.
been written.
I will have to check on that because I was
Lola
not.
asked me to write them and I didn't do it.
Okay, so there are no minutes.
There are no minutes yet because I have not done them.
Okay, understood.
So that one you cannot vote on.
Okay, take the word for it.
As the reticent author, I have not.
So can we vote on these as a group of the remaining 4? Or do we need to vote on each?
Oh, they're all separate items, so you can vote separately. You don't have
Move
to.
Approval of the minutes.
Can we
Generically approve. all
generically
minutes?
approve all 4?
Yes, as long as you exclude, as long as you specifically exclude.
We're specifically excluding item B, December 9th meeting minutes from the site visit at Hill Street. We are including the remaining 4 of December 13th, December 22nd, January 24th, and February 15th. Does anyone have any comments or changes to the meeting minutes as published? I don't hear anyone, so let's take a vote for approval. I vote yes. Krista Nielsen,
Yes.
Kent Turner,
Yes.
John Chris,
Yes.
Art Casavant,
Yes.
Scornia,
Yes.
Chris Herring,
Yes.
John Engel,
Yes.
Paul Knag.
Yes.
We are, well, do I have a motion to adjourn? I think I just heard an echo, like 5 people. We are adjourned. Thank you.
So there was a hearing today on,
It was.